Achilles gets the backing from the fans in the DRX prediction.
I will admit I am utterly flabbergasted.
Are you?
At the outcome of this poll. Where are my Brazilian people? What's happened to Twitter? Are we too excited because we're in the crowd and we're not looking at Twitter?
That's it. They're all here. They're
all in the
criminals.
audience.
Yeah, that's the real issue.
We need to get them on Twitter ASAP.
We really do. Somebody get them accounts.
I feel like this is kind of the expected result. I feel like this is a 60-40 game in favor of DRX. I kind of want to punt and Pred Loud, but I think that DRX is probably the fair favorite here, right? They've stuck to their same roster. They've had a lot more experience. They've shown us good ideas, whereas Loud is still putting the pieces together. They're still in that developmental phase, and I'm not sure if it's enough to win today.
Wow, I already feel like I know where all of you are going because most of our discussion has been focused around just that. But let's go ahead and get you on record officially for your predictions. You can either pull those whiteboards back out if you want. I'm really going to leave it up to you.
I really like drawing.
I know. I kind of
My mom was an art teacher. She'd be disappointed if I
wanted to make sure that Mimi had permission.
I'm not going to bother because my marker's not working.
That's also
Would you like a marker?
And again,
Would you like to borrow a marker?
I'll
give you a blue one.
We already know. All right, Mimi.
Fine.
DRX versus Loud, you said it was a 60-40, but that 40% can still happen.
I'm down in Preds right now.
So
I wanna go for the 40.
Woo!
I'm Dambo out in this one.
Dambo.
Okay, yeah, don't She's playing the 40%. Achilles?
I don't need a whiteboard because I have a jersey. DRX, they're going to take it.
Mà ai cũng nghĩ là DRX sẽ thắng luôn mà.
I'll be handing this over to Doug.
Man, that jersey is going to look so good on me later. I 1000% am going Loud here. I think, yeah, the thing is they've just looked so strong, right?
Hơi chán em ơi. Đây không muốn coi giải lắm nhưng mà hết gì để chơi rồi. Không có thể chơi, không chơi được Qua Long mình phải coi á.
It would be quite frankly shocking if they don't make it to the finals.
I mean, Doug, you might want to swap your Pred. I don't know if you want that jersey because I have seen Seth wearing it at a single day at the hotel. Not sure if it's been washed.
He probably like sleeps in it.
Coi xíu đi ngủ em.
Actually shower in the jersey.
Oh.
I don't know
That's how you clean it.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
Yeah, I'm like a never nude with the DRX jersey.
You just really love the planet.
Exactly.
You'll look great in the jersey. The mustache will look great on the floor if you end up losing. I'm going to be happy either way, I think, when it comes to this series. I'm just hoping that after flying all this way, we go the distance for me. I think that's really what it comes down to as we move to the best of fives. I really want to see these two teams push each other all the way.
Yeah, and I do think that's exceptionally likely for this series and the one tomorrow. Really, and the one Saturday, be honest.
All the matches from here on out. Yeah. They ought to be very, very competitive series.
It feels like we have the
that
are left over, and it should make for a lot of fun.
Do you agree with that? 4 best teams? Do you feel like we could kind of definitively say that in a single
online ta rồi
somehow actually wound our way?
Sao nó kêu là nó không refund được? Đúng ra là người phải refund được chứ đâu có bị gì đâu mà không refund được ta.
I agree. I mean, I can hear the crowd getting riled up. I'm ready to go. It's going to be exciting.
They're getting riled up, and they're getting riled up for good reason. Let's get this day started and kick off the Alpha Bracket semifinals. It's the Americas taking on the Pacific. Loud versus DRX. Best of 5. It's all on the line. We're here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for J13, and it starts right now.
Hãy cho like kia nha. Cơ chế giải này nó vậy đó em, tại vì ở ngoài B1 rồi. Ở ngoài B1 rồi em, ở trong phải là ở ngoài là B3 loại trực tiếp thì vô trong mới đem B5 luôn. Simi em ơi. Ôi kèo này coi 2 map em ơi, 2 map thôi à. Điên quá, phải bet DRX.
Acho que é sonho.
Lao đuổi lắm.
Todo brasileiro que joga FPS é sonho levantar troféu muito importante desse assim em casa.
Cả này bắn map 5 được ấy. Cả này bắn map 5 được ấy.
Only 2 teams enemy left. Only one of us can go to the final.
Navi. That's going to be a bit of a revenge match.
I think they gathered one of the best rosters in terms of individual skill. But we're a pretty scary team.
1v3 push found. 1, 2, 3!
I'm still aiming for MVP this tournament. So
Ngọc thấy 2 cao triển vọng không hả? Chiến vọng làm gì em? Top 8 hay là vô địch? Team đó còn bắn nhiều lắm em ơi. Team đó còn phải chơi nhiều giải lắm. Phải tập thêm đó.
Esse é time muito forte e vai ser confronto bem difícil.
일단 이번 락인 대회에서 보여준 라우드는 홈그라운드여서 그런지 모르겠는데.
Rõ ràng còn trẻ thì quá là sáng rồi, cửa có triển vọng mà. Nếu mà dùng từ triển vọng hợp lý rồi. Còn trẻ mà em, trời.
Eu acho que nosso ponto forte é que a gente tem.
Già rồi em ơi, tụi anh chinh chiến nhiều game quá rồi. Game nào tụi anh cũng chơi hết thì tụi em đâu được chơi.
그런 싸움에 저희가 주눅들지 않고 잘 이겨내면은 어렵지 않게 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Một người có một ngày chỉ có 24 tiếng thôi em, đâu thể nào ôm đồn hết được. Phải thả cho người ta chứ.
E o Brasil está vivo, um solo brasileiro. Guys, let's have some fun.
Khó. Giải này anh nghĩ DDS phong độ tốt lắm, khó chót lắm. Đồ hạt nha. Đồ má anh bà lấy 4 con chó luôn rồi. Chết mẹ rồi. Anh bà lúc nào cũng đem cái con này ra để búp lắc nè em. Nhạc hay mà, đợt này làm giải với City nhạc hay.
DRX, two absolute giants of the Valorant scene, about to go head-to-head in a best-of-5. For DRX, it's about overcoming the hurdle that knocked them down last time at an international event, and for Loud, it's about performing with the weight of the in front of the home crowd.
I gotta say, quick shout out to Aspas. I wasn't sure if he still had it. I gave him that DRX bear after they won champions back in Istanbul. And now that they finally meet, he brings it out on the stage. So shout outs to him for holding on to it. He doesn't rip its head off at the end of this.
I mean, they've collected a new stuffed animal every match they have won since champions. This team is still undefeated since then, and they're looking for another one here.
I was gonna say, I'm a little worried that it's gonna turn into a post-match celebration. And speaking of, let's dive straight into map select. We're waiting on those vetoes first before we get into the
final
play.
If I may very quickly, this is the only time I'll do this. If I do
hôm nay một ngày, ngày mai một ngày nữa rồi còn đúng trận kết nữa là
guy who
xong.
makes a joke about loud,
Tất cả đều là
playing in
BO5
front of a
hết.
loud crowd, but they're so freaking loud.
They are very, very
I had
loud.
to ask them to turn my headphones up. It's deafening in here.
Yeah, the game has not even started yet, but for both these teams, first best of 5 in the tournament.
Ban
they
luôn
both
Tết, ban
have
hai mình luôn.
their permas, and the first pick for Loud is Pearl. This is a map that they have been picking consistently throughout the tournament and has looked great on. Their only
Đồ
loss
má đi hết. Ai
Yeah, so no
mất đủ.
surprise that Pearl comes in for them, while
Wow.
they will have to recover from that narrow loss to NRG just a bit ago. Now, for the side of DRX again, Achilles, we kind of talked about how they've already had to
Bắn
show
mẹ mất
5
hai mình
maps.
của đây đấy luôn
So
rồi.
I'm mostly curious about
No,
what they
má
feel
mất
are their
split.
best options against Loud.
I mean, they did go for the
Oh.
icebox that has been a bit of a staple for them here at this tournament, but they did get pushed by Talon, so that goes back to that question. How
Chết
they
mẹ rồi,
some
để
new
đến bắn
strategies
lúc này hơi
going
bị
over
kinh.
that map, or is it going to be more of the same?
Bắt cờ luôn.
Big thing for me, though, that I'm excited to see is that split. DRX have been taking it away, but historically, if you go back in time,
Không
this
cần
was
tới
their
bắt
most
Raptor nữa rồi, mấy
dominant
đứa.
map in history back during the first season of VCT.
That it has been, but it's also one that Loud is fantastic on with this double duelist comp. Teams have tried to pick it into them. NRG got stomped despite feeling prepared. We end with Fracture and Ascent, and this map pool is really interesting to me because Loud in the first 4 maps get to play all 3 of the maps that they've already played, that they've already shown.
I was about to say, Doug, we've got the guarantee, right?
Long trên
Pearl
đâu ở
Ice
chỗ nào vậy
Box
Khoa?
split. If we're lucky, we make it to Fracture and Descent. Do you feel like now seeing the maps fall in, and as we dive into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, that we'll actually get to that 4th and 5th map?
I think 4th maybe. I think this map does not favor DRX, to be honest, and I think it's because of what you mentioned.
Rồi, lọc trên thân,
DRX might be making
lọc trên
changes
thân
here.
ở chỗ này
Arby's
Khoa.
picked into the sky, Stax is picked into the harbor.
Okay.
They are trying to cook something up here. Previously, they were just playing off these executes with Buzz, with tons of initiator utility, with the Sova. Now they've made a change. It's clear that time since the alpha bracket has brought them prepared.
And this is going to give us a mirror match on either side, so it's all going to come down to who has the better strategies and who is going to be able to pilot this composition to success.
Yeah, I mean, and what do we talk about? One of the big things for DRX in holding their roster together was that it gave them time to cook, time to come up with those strategies. We'll see if it's enough to take the first series or for the first match in our best of 5. With that, it's time for us to hand it over to our casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Yes, the battle of wills, the battle of titans between DRX and Loud here. And it is that Americas versus Pacific rivalry that stretches even further right here, right now. And Josh, vindication, revenge, there's so many labels you can attach to this.
Yeah.
But it is that rematch that we witnessed from champs of last year.
And at Champions, you heard some of the same stories from the desk. DRX are probably the favorites. Loud are the underdogs coming into it. Who came out on top? Loud in a commanding 2-0 that embarrassed DRX and set us all thinking that another classic DRX choke was incoming. Well, they vanquished those demons. Top 3 at champs, top 4 guaranteed here at Lock-In 2. But the journey from title contender to trophy lifter can be an arduous one. And they're here to fight for revenge and redemption.
And Loud, an opportunity for them to get one step closer to potentially claiming that back-to-back trophy, something that nobody has ever done in VCT history. In this fast approach
Tính ra
to
tại
seeing
cái map
it.
này thêm ơi.
The dash play.
Tại cái map này
He shut down. Sadak was aware
nó
of
có
it.
cái tròi nè.
No
Thả cái này nó an
there
toàn hơn là
to try
dùng
and
cái
help
tường
him
của
take
Sage.
that duel up top. It's a fairly common position that Sadak's played before in the past. Remember him dueling Navera from that spot. See how the battle goes on the flank, though.
Incredibly fast flank. And Zest is going to have his work cut out for him right now, being swamped and swarmed. There's 4 players now waiting to match him. Flash. That's a connection.
Ê,
Damage there.
bóp nổ nè.
Down, making it ever so slightly.
Làm gì nhau, làm gì? Ôi
Holding
trời
it down,
ơi.
and Zest is dealt
Đúng vậy ta.
All down,
Bóng sắp
down,
nổ rồi,
down,
bóng sắp
Mac
nổ
down.
rồi.
The reposition
Don't
is
tap.
there, but it's not planted for them, and they still have to deal with Sadak from the high ground. Walls on walls, obfuscating this one. The tap onto the spike, running forwards, reloading the clip. Time starting to run low. 2 is with the fuse, and Loud clean it up.
A
Cái
massive
lồn
pistol
má,
round
bắt
that
bài,
sends a
bắt
place
bài
into
đất bơi,
uproar
bắt
here.
4A luôn,
Loud
bắt
have been
bắt
so good
4A
on
rớt luôn
pistols.
mà.
All of these top 4 teams have, though.
Hết
They
luôn.
truly do have the creme de la creme playing in the semis for Lock-In.
Má bắt bài đi, mẹ bắt là
So
một bê đi
impressive
móc 4
because
thằng
their
luôn,
coach,
thấy
they
chịu.
focus super heavily
Má
on
thấy đi
pistol
móc 4
rounds
thằng
where
luôn,
they
thấy là
dominated
chịu
at
luôn đó
champs.
nè. Mấy cái lồn
see
thiệt, chịu con mẹ rồi.
That actually, even though DRX have adjusted their composition to play a mirror match in this game,
Lát này với Mỹ cái là
still
phong
those
độ nó hơi
big
phập phù
close
thôi.
plants
Thằng lấy này bắt
causing
quay
a
bơ tính
problem
mà.
for DRX. It ruined them in the game against
Nhưng mà
Cloud9.
phong độ nó hơi
Led to a
hơi
massive
hơi hơi
failure
hơi
on Pearl.
không được ổn định thôi.
It's one thing being able to just pick the comp, it's another thing entirely to match up against the team that started playing it here on Pearl. And Loud strike early with another first death onto Buzz.
Con giải mà anh sao? Game em kêu là ngày mai đợi account chết rồi 3 giờ chiều mới được chơi. Đậu má ngứa tay rồi. Mà không chết kêu là không refund được. Em đã hiểu tại sao mà không refund được. Theo luật là game nó chưa ra mắt là mình được refund mà. Mà khi mà đem ra mắt rồi nó vẫn tính cho anh refund là 14 ngày kể từ lúc bắt đầu ra mắt. Nó kêu là refund không được, em chưa hiểu. Nhắn tin nó đéo được ngủ rồi sao? Nó kệ đi để mai chơi.
We'll see if Loud can temper some of that fiery passion.
Surely he doesn't get a chance at this one. Nope. Cowansean's ready for it and building up towards the Seekers too. Could be a big ultimate, especially when Loud are going to be playing retake B most of the time. Sadak playing in those back positions, anchoring the site. Sadak has been a weakness on their defensive side. It felt like when Loud played against NRG, I mean, do you remember that game, Brian? It feels like forever ago at this point. But what a game it was. And on Pearl, NRG seemed like they had a heavy focus on putting pressure B long and trying to punish Sadak. See what game plans DRX have cooked up in the last 10 days.
There's going to be a lot of importance placed on this one. Loud, obviously, with the bonus round. So the weaponry is a bit weaker. Flash play through the wall, trying to... Holding it down, will not be able to claim the second though. Great instant response, and it's going to hand the rifle over to the hands of one of the Loud players.
And an immediate pivot here, on Stacks, taking the rest of his team through to B long. And here's where pressure starts to be applied. What's his choice? With Cowansean falling, those Seekers that I mentioned in the play around are nowhere near. Off the table entirely.
Đó Z mà bắn hay tí là dưới 2 rồi.
Looking worried about mid actually. It could have been compromised in the moment still. Cove's going to go down, should offer that safe plant for Stacks. And you can see there was a nanoswarm that was laid down earlier. Just trying to predict where the plant location might be to push them back, but waiting to see if DRX can hold on now.
These post plants were ruinous for DRX. It's a 4v4 with better weaponry, but look how far back some of their players are always positioned. Stacks and Mako cannot help these guys on
khó ra chưa?
And now that wall goes up,
không chết nè.
Buzz claims the one in instant trade.
Sắp hết tường nè, giết nè, đây. AB giết sạch, AB giết sạch. Nhìn nè, giết 3. Úi dồi ôi, là khẩu chưa, Mày xạo.
The time chips down. So deafening gloom enters the arena, the crowd. No more noise going to be made.
Hay quá, Marco xin 1 điểm multi luôn.
That's a big one.
Thôi.
I think Loud have got some learning
Tạm biệt Loud nha.
For sure.
Tới đây thôi.
The VODs clearly of DRX, and they know that a lot of people are going to be playing off-site. DRX's post plants on B. They have a couple of players pillar, a couple of players all the way back towards the ult orb. They like to play off the site. And Loud assumed too much there based on looking at the VODs and didn't actually clear the site. Sadak ran forwards, instant prey to Buzz, and RB was never cleared, never noticed, in fact.
They were just happy to wall it off, I think.
So as Loud go into their B post plants,
Lột ta kia mai cũng đi đàm mà thức khuya luôn, dữ vậy.
And not just assume everyone's playing for those spam angles.
The Cascade pushing back that one angle. There was a flash as well prior. Buys them that kind of space that they were looking for there, and an alarm bot. So
coi một map rồi đi ngủ mà vậy coi highlight sao? Xạo lồn thiệt vậy mà dám kêu để mẹ tao em chiến với anh. Má có ta kia thì xạo điên luôn á.
Good one for pushing B. Honestly, it's pretty good for both sides, but it seems to me like they're going to be running into Aspas here.
And Aspas could be the difference maker, operator in his hands. Give him that sight line, give him a chance, and he'll make the most of it.
With this new setup and new composition, the Viper Orb can get bloomed at any time from Mako, and it's going to stop Aspas from having an idea. Cascade to follow as well. He takes an early peek, an aggressive one.
Yep, activates the dash. The Reckoning, though, that is definitely going to be forcing him. Can't really sit and wait, and well, they'll just wade right into him. An easy one for Aspas, an opening. It's going to be Loud. We'll see how they play this retake, though, now. Once more, post-plant positions, the back of halls.
Rồi sao nữa? Rồi sao cứu? Rồi sao cứu? AB còn đây nè, sao cứu? Cứu đi! Nè, cứu nè! Cứu nè! 2 chấm ly đó, vô đi! Vô đi! Vô đi! Vô nè! Rồi sao nữa? Rồi sao nữa?
He's
Sao đây?
middle there getting pushed and still comes out on top. These DRX players that are in passive positions, Mako, for example, in this round,
Khó
they're
quá
not
hả?
even being required. Loud can't get through
Khó
the
quá hả?
first layer of post plan, which is just to flush out the people from backside.
Yeah.
Trời ơi, sao
Fantastic
mà
utility
cố
being used there from Mako as
nhìn
well.
cái thế là
Backs
biết
on the
rồi.
floor, helping fend off the Loud players, break up the spacing there.
Molly này ném 2 quả Molly ở đây là sao mà vô cứu hả? Đó Molly ném 2 đầu ở sân vô. Vô Molly nè, đạp cho Molly ăn nhân 2. Chớ nè. Chấp một người luôn, chấp luôn một người đấy.
And yet they cannot coordinate it properly. These DRX players are
Đi
holding
bơi
on
tiếp.
so strongly.
It could be the gravity of the situation. The arena in uproar, of course.
Ngoài không đi tụi này bắn đi bơi vậy mà không đi móc là thua, không móc
guys
thua
on
đâu.
his team. Sometimes that kind of passion it bleeds into moments like that where they just
Tường
have a
liên
little
tục
bit of a
xông
misstep.
vô.
They don't play like they have been in practice.
Đẹp chưa? Có nó trả đồ rồi, đẹp
People
chưa?
don't
Đéo
mention it very
phòng
often,
thủ
but
đứng
the
luôn
crowd
nhé.
absolutely can be a double-edged sword.
Khỏe chưa?
Bait you into being greedy and going for one more, perhaps.
Không anh đâu có cổ vũ hai team đâu Quý, anh cổ vũ để hết mà, địt mà, lóc luôn. Đi ra nè, Molly đã tao chết mẹ anh ơi, em cầm cái nhắm rồi bắt em đi cứu bom để sao em cứu? Sao nữa? Mày sao mới làm được, mới làm được. Nhảy chơi đây, chơi đây. Sao khó quá hả? Khó quá hả? Khó quá hả? Khó quá hả? Khó chưa? Khó chưa?
You would expect RB to fall.
Khó chưa?
He dances, he dodges.
Các bạn em ơi, cái nhắm bắn độ mới ỉa lắm.
Ducks and weaves.
Timeout now called then, as Fraud, the man you were mentioning in the coaching seat, Brent,
Mấp 5 mà.
không
nổi em ơi, lại bích vậy làm gì tới mấp 5 em.
Seeing some nerves early on from the Loud guys. I would agree.
Mấp bắn nhẹ sao mấp 5
They're
nổi.
not going through their protocols of retake very well, and I think also the gap between the player that's furthest forward and the second or third player to follow up is way too large.
Thì đúng rồi. Tại vì đó mới nói là nó mới kêu là người ta bắn mù, người ta vẫn còn làm được nhiều thứ lắm. Giống như tụi mày mù, mày đứng yên à.
You know, they're certainly getting the openings.
Mày đứng yên, mày có bắn ở đâu? Người ta bắn ở đâu? Người ta mù, người ta nhảy lung tung luôn. Không, người ta bám đạn tùm lum hết.
And they're putting DRX into uncomfortable
Mù
spots.
mà đâu có què đâu.
And they're not able to capitalize. Yeah. Whereas DRX on the opposite side of this look like they've been in this spot before. And wow, what a difference that is compared to the DRX of old, where we would see them at this point in the tournament.
Có em.
And you just
Lần này là vô địch là có một slot rồi mà.
No more.
Lần này là vô địch là có một slot rồi mà em.
They've been tested in the fires of many of these global events now, and this most recently in these months as well, having a bit of that breakthrough, making sure that they don't finish in that 5th to 6th place that was cursing them time and time again. This time they're aiming for grander sights in this match. Opportunity, a chance to really carve their name out in VCT history and potentially claim that trophy. Obviously, still one more match before that, and you might be getting ahead of ourselves as this is the beginning of the series. A flash
không em ơi.
doesn't get too much.
Giờ đây là chỉ có một slot vô địch thì có một slot thôi.
Ducking down, that's Mako. But backing away. Viper Orb.
Mako kỹ chưa? Tôi biết là các anh sẽ đón tôi ở B cho nên tôi trốn. Nè Mako đứng dậy bắt vô đầu, H3 cái bóp nè. Nhìn nè cái bài đẩy này là H3 bị biến rồi. Bật cái tường lên khổ chưa? Khổ chưa? Rồi. Nó dí em anh ơi. Nó dí em.
Some sort of indication that they could be pushed deep, and Aspas, well, he has to respect that. He does back away from the angle, and this is the time to strike now for DRX. Here comes the utility. Up close, Aspas has to be used at this engage from Aspas. Still, the second layer still is there. Snake bite, flash, and pushing forwards. Ball's going to be gained. And now there's a counter play. Seekers and their own reckoning. Pound for pound, the ultimates are used, and they have just been collapsed upon. Lessons of going down to his own snake bite. Lockdown going to be used close. Someone has to break this. No one's on the spike.
Không ai phá luôn. Không ai phá cái break luôn.
Where are the protocols? Where?
Hai người bị detain luôn. Thua. 2 đấu 4 win. 2 đấu 4 win. Nhìn nè.
It's looking dangerous. Time running low. Hard to tell when the crowd is cheering and chanting. It's a maelstrom of emotion right now up top, up close and personal, but eventually it is claimed. Even scoreline for Loud, 3-3.
And it is already getting hectic. But there's a couple of important things to point out there. First of all, huge amount of ultimates being
Ôi, cái ông thần bết này bắn trơn quá.
He's already
Cái ông thần bết này đụng mẹ bắn xì trơn quá vậy.
Round 6. That's absurd, and it's not just
lộn mấy pha của bết ngồi xí vậy đó mà không chết ai hết.
He's also playing ult orbs, and that seems to be a key part of their strategy, similar to the way that he plays Breach on Haven. Do Loud realize? Can Loud adjust? The second layer to that too is that Loud actually found those picks beforehand, and they're going aggressive again.
Yeah, there was a flash around the corner, but there was a slightly delayed with it. Fantastic opening for Aspas, going to be waiting back, doesn't even have to activate his dash. Of course, that's going to be fading away.
Thấy gì mà không chết ai hết.
Getting the better end of Buzz here. While it looks like team nerves from Loud, Buzz is the one that's out of sync with the rest of his team on DRX. Going down as the first pick actually in the prior round in the post plant was the thing that opened things up for Loud. But now 4 players stacked towards the B side, leaving Sadak alone. The 4-1 defense frequently leaves the team captain and IGL isolated.
Dệt điếu là cái chắc rồi em, cần gì phải cội nữa. Thằng bớt này có bao giờ bắn dệt này mà hay bằng S3 đâu. Nhưng mà team nó bằng ăn nhau nhờ team quật với tactic thôi. Bớt thì rõ ràng em, nói gì là nói làm gì nữa. Ông TZ này thì bắn cái lồn gì. Giết luôn, ta đây. Nè, con Tát giết nè. Sát mò vô bị Tát giết nè. Thì Z này thì ngáo chó lắm. Mày let's chơi Viper. Viper Deep. Đây mới đúng là Viper Deep nè.
Cowan seemed to respond though, and that puts things down into a 3v3.
And they're being met for it.
Stax had no idea that Aspas was on the flank.
Yep.
But Aspas is alone.
Anh bắt đeo có súng mà. Chạy vòng nữa về nhà bấm nổ luôn. Ta nói nó xui á, ta nói nó xui.
Great flash timing off that one from the alarm bot. And Nana Swarm's buying them time.
Ấy rồi.
The tap of it forces the fight, forces a peek. RB goes down, but it is still running low, and now finally they're getting on top of it. Half on the defuse, all down to Stax. Smoked off right around the corner, and the bullets just do not land.
Consolation prize towards the end for Stax there as he picks up both of the Loud players. But Loud has what matters.
Bắn như cái con kẹt. Đéo hiểu luôn á đồng đội.
Really nicely played from Aspas too on the flank, just the threat that he could be there.
Thế bài vậy mà đụng má để gỡ kìa.
The economy has been kept honest though. Aspas can afford an operator, but it's only a Spectre for less. And less does the vast majority of the trading for Loud on this map.
I have to think that might be a difference maker. You see the round getting played out.
Vậy mà thua.
Look at Stax again here. He's one away from his 3rd reckoning.
Just funneling those ult orbs into him. The plants.
Vậy bay lấy cục hộp luôn.
Making sure that they can build and prioritize that ultimate.
And I think also Stax could start using these in the post plant to stop the retake happening.
7 đâu. 7 đâu. Đệt mẹ.
Around the map there.
Sắp quốc cái ulti thứ 3 rồi đó.
And even in prior rounds too, they were getting onto site fairly easily.
Trời ơi, con kéo quá tường à. Trời đất ơi, con kéo quá tường à. Gì vậy? Kéo quá tường gì vậy?
Leicester has to try and stop this now. Updraft, straight across. Buzz. They know he's into the side. He's cut this one.
Trời!
Isolated. Nano Swarm's in the feed. Another snake bite placed down. But Stax with full disrespect. Bounces his way through onto the side.
Hay quá. Rồi đụng mới gỡ hậu cái đi. Là này đụng mới vào mà gỡ hậu 40 cái.
Does not have his trailblazer. No informational.
Dạ cái con chặt mà con sống nào mà gỡ. Mày.
A miracle might just be it. Mako on the corner. Kill claim at 30 health remaining, and now the ults are flying through. Stax lets loose of the reckoning. And positioning is known. No one can stand still. No one can remain seated, but a mistake.
And an awesome play by Loud there too. Tui's new player for Loud drops the cove. And they know that forces Stax to
cái lồn gì vậy ta? Trời ơi, 2 quả ulti luôn.
Trading the cove there.
What the fuck? 2 quả ulti luôn.
Bullets into it. Aspas
Đéo
swing.
hiểu.
And now it's DRX on the back foot.
Trời ơi, đủ mát cái thiệt luôn á. 3 đấu 4. 3 đấu 4, 2 quả ulti mà
I think
thua.
the game plan is actually perfect from DRX, to be honest. They're farming ult orbs correctly. They're getting into good post plant situations. I mean, in that round, they have
Đéo hiểu luôn
a
á.
4v3, I think, with a pit down and a reckoning to play with. Everything should be favored towards them. And yet, Loud's skill and confidence to just get up inside the Viper ult, and the way that DRX are dropping off sight.
Thôi đồ má, tụi nó bò vô ulti nó bắn mà mình bắn thua rồi thôi luôn á chị. Má ơi luôn.
So this narrow lead, narrow margin that's being led here by Loud in map number 1 of our best of 5 semi-finals.
Đâu phải đâu chít gì đâu em. Nó đẩy vô tụi nó giết lẹ mà làm gì có rong chít được. Ulti đó mẹ bắn sao. Nó chạy vô ulti nó bắn mà.
At Champions, when these two teams faced, Brent, DRX
vô dạt vô một phát chết 3 thằng rồi sao
and then crumbled map 2. That's why it's about redemption here as well as revenge. And I'm currently looking at Buzz, who played pretty poorly when they ended up choking at Champs. He's currently 2-7
ông Z này nè. Ông Z nè, ngồi trong ulti nè, đủ bắn người ta trước bắn thua.
That's quite spectacular.
Fuck, man.
You normally expect Buzz to be on the giving end of that, not the receiving end. Definitely a player that needs to adjust his tempo based on the opponent.
Dog going to be used now, pushing through, getting a bit of space there into Art.
Trời ơi em ơi, mấy này rồi cái size A này có bao nhiêu góc để spam đâu em. Cái size A này có bao nhiêu góc đâu. Anh em nhìn đi này. Em nhìn đi này, cái này là nó đã hạn chế chỗ spam cho em rồi, còn lại tụi nó đứng ở đây hết này thì nó có bao nhiêu góc này, cái khung này nó nhỏ xíu à. Nó spam được hết mà. Vấn đề là bắn lỗi nhiều quá. Rồi ông bết này nè, để mẹ chạy vô em trai cứ hả nhấp nha nhấp nhũng à. Xong rồi quả tường của Stat. Hai đó là quả tường của Stat cứu thằng nào trong sai á. Không thôi là nó giết đâu. Ủa Long bị gì là phải gì được anh hả? Không có gì hết, tại vì anh không ngờ là bên Xbox chơi được á đó Nghĩa. Xbox mà chơi được thì anh kêu refund đi để anh chơi bên Xbox cho đỡ tốn tiền. Để bỏ tiền của DMC thôi, đâu mất đâu em. Chứ không có bị gì hết trơn á.
Go down, exchange of fire, back and forth, but the spike on the floor with 24 seconds left. This is looking like a bit of a disaster.
Ulti cái là lội ra liền mà.
Target needs to go down, but the Seekers from Kawazine earned. Gonna be expended, well used now. 13 seconds left. Zest catching Aspas. Time running so damn low.
Hay.
The gravity of the situation really just laying itself down. I don't believe this time the spike was picked up. And there is not. Still. Yeah, that's it.
Có em, anh có cái game pass đó Nghĩa.
Sadak desperately trying to stay alive there, tucked into the corner. But that's all the time pressure. And Brent, I think one of the most crucial points in the round you picked up as it was happening. Not breaking the alarm bot in mid. How do you get the spike down in this situation when Les has the presence of mind to just drop it early?
Má rồi bể chớ luôn. Lò má rồi bể chớ luôn mà.
Dagger to the heart of the Korean squad, searching for their first spot in a grand final. It's not an eco round actually. They still managed to pull a buyout with knives and scraps and odd ends.
Yeah, really just clutching. Bottom of the barrel in terms of the purchases they're able to make here, but we are rapidly approaching the end of this first half. And it's a lockdown to use. Push them back away from the site. Loud. It's going to be alerting them now that they know that this is going to be aiming towards that B hit once more. Seekers.
Hay, sao bóng? Đặt như này.
No one going to be waiting for
đặt
this
được cái bom nào không detect được, không ai móc hết. Thắng rồi.
But it's going to be that 5v5 and a
thôi đâu mẹ có đéo đâu mà nói gì vậy sao mà thắng nổi đủ lồn thắng này địt mẹ rồi bê ném bắn em trai bắn bang lòi lồn chưa địt mẹ ở vô đi giết hết giết hết.
The rest of the team playing those post plans. Operator angle, Cove laid down at his feet and it gives Tuyas the ability.
Làm con cặc gì đó đi đủ ba bớt ơi. Bớt ơi. Boss ơi, bắn như cây giấy.
Anything could happen. It's down to just less. He wins it out. Time ticking away. Will he have enough? It's down to milliseconds. Surely.
Trời ơi, đụng má. Cái hồn quá trục phải đi.
Retake from Loud there. It's the same punish on DRX. When they leave too many players playing that long range spam, Loud are gobbling them up. The aggression, the confidence to push forward, and this wall does so much.
Ơi.
The high tide, allowing Less to get tucked into a close position, and the
Trời,
Dwarf
đúng
as well,
phải là win rồi.
half on the spike. Look at that frustration and almost disbelief. Buzz 2 and 9, having an absolute nightmare here on Pearl.
Sao lại chuột trái ta?
Difficult to ask.
Không lẽ là nếu để ý là đụng má còn có đúng một thằng hết trời.
Kind of impact. You need to be set up well for it, and if there's even the slightest amount that's out of sync, it can cause what we're seeing right now.
Này trời.
It does connect though.
Tập trung quá để ý. Nghĩ là thằng lùn đó chắc nghĩ thằng lùn. Chết một rồi em. Chắc nghĩ là lùn lết. Nghĩ là lùn lết còn ở xa.
It feels like with this compositional adjustment, it's now nobody's responsibility.
Nghĩ là lùn lết còn ở xa nên là không nghĩ ở gần. Lúc mà bay lên thấy có thằng ở gần á, chạy qua smoke thấy có thằng ở gần, giật mình trái luôn.
This is round 11, and DRX still don't have the read. Buzz has to face check it in order to get rid of the thing.
So it is removed with 50 seconds remaining.
Giờ nó chắc tập trung vô trái bom quá, hiểu không? Tập trung vô trái bom không để ý. Sao? Phải động chậm thôi, Ok, it's ok. Chỉ cần động á một cú hit thôi là tỉnh giấc liền.
Lovely kill to find one after another. Just not enough time to really make any sort of plays here. Up to Stacks and Zest, seeing what they can do. Being swarmed and approached from every position. That was in from R. The spam down angle is common enough. Tap of the spike, but a double face. That'll clean it. Finalized.
Đậu má vô lời nguyện 9-3 lật luôn cho mày coi 13-10.
Last match, they've clearly come up with a game plan here. You can see what they're going for in these rounds. But the execution is just not there. The firepower overwhelming from Loud. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And DRX look lost out there.
Ai bây giờ mới biết là cái thùng này đục được này. Cái góc này đục được này mấy đứa. Này. Nãy đứng ở đây đục chúng luôn nè. Ôi. Cái thùng bom này đục được là cái chắc là mà góc này đục được luôn ha. Không biết cái tường này dài mỏng như vậy hả ta. Bán kết. Bán kết.
Knives in the hand of Aspas. Dash going to be engaged. Raw spam flash. Trying to push through. The right click. No one's cleaning up Aspas. And they all fall down. 9-3. Devastating. Dominating. So many words you could use to describe this half, but it is Loud in that driving seat. Such an explosive beginning.
Ôi đồ má gì vậy trời. Éo hiểu luôn á.
And it was a 9-3 half the last time these two teams faced. DRX up and then threw it away. Do you believe in curses?
Wow. Đúng rồi, tại cái giải này nó vậy á, piano ở ngoài là B3, loại trực tiếp thì vô trong này là 2 kèo bán kết đều là B5 hết. Xong rồi chung kết B5 luôn em. 3 ngày là xong. Có ngày một trận.
Thank you so much, Bren. It didn't take long for Loud to find their rhythm as they pushed the
first cùng lắm thì 3-1. Đụng mẹ thả cho một map làm cắt căng.
Because we saw them make the composition pivot to match Loud.
Yeah, and I think it's been so much fun I nerd out about Harbor so hard, right? But it's been so much fun to watch how they're using their utility, but what's been most impressive to me is their heavy investment into the Reckoning, right? Everyone is trying to funnel those orbs, through the plants, through everything they possibly can to maximize the efficiency on the Reckonings. They fully believe in chaos, creating for them to execute.
Thì hiện tại là 4 tên này khỏe nhất đó. Navi nè. Navi và nó tích Loud với lại DRX là 4 tên đang khỏe nhất nè. Không hề luôn, truyền thống là DRX sẽ thua map đầu tiên, sau đó comeback 3-1. Má, anh nói cái gì là có cái đó. Tên anh coi như xui map này luôn á, địt mẹ. Cho tự nhiên là tụi Loud này hơn đi.
a rhythm right now.
No,
Xin
he
lỗi, có em
absolutely
về hết rồi, làm
was
piano.
completely out of it right now. He's trying
Dạ
to
này
get
mấy anh sĩ
to
về rồi, đang chờ em vô
64
bắn để đưa si du lịch đó. Em phải vô cài game về chơi đi đó.
Finds himself 2-11-2. That is brutal, whereas Aspas is completely and utterly vibing.
And it feels similar, right? It's another one of these things where we see the game plan from DRX and then it starts to fall apart.
Yeah. Right, so of course, we're going to ask for the individuals to step up, Mimi, in the second half. But let's talk about what, as a team, we can maybe expect out of DRX as they move to the defensive side.
We saw the defensive side from Loud. It was absolutely fantastic throughout. They're very good at retakes, using the Harbor and Viper utility to get it done.
Không mà.
See if DRX can do the same. They'll need
À,
to.
em biết hả? C9, CEO C9 vừa đuổi thằng dây đi mà. Nghe nói là lúc họp á là CEO tán vô mặt thằng huấn luyện viên luôn, hỏi là tại sao mày không thuê piano mà lại thuê thằng dây để mà đem lên. Bây giờ dây bị đuổi khỏi C9 rồi mà piano.
A decent part, I can imagine. It doesn't matter how veteran you are. It doesn't matter how many global events you've been to. Nothing can quite prepare you for this.
And the newer players on Loud are still putting on excellent.
Nè, coi nè, nhìn Marco nè, làm ba cái mặt. Đéo nói nhiều, đụng má vô sai Marco, ăn ba cái mặt. Vô đi, địt mày vô đấy. Không thì vào. Để Marco chỉ với tụi mày thế nào là mẹ nó thử cái Saya này nha. Lên. Lên. Nhìn nè, vô đi. Vô hộ cái địt mày vô hộ cái. Nè, vô hộ cái.
Just taken away for but a moment. A bit of frenzy spam exchange. Stackster will stay alive still. Eventually falling. Aspas just claiming so many kills, so much damage done. Hot flash play. Bit of false information. Mako still claims one. Now the answer though. An instant swing and my goodness. 3 in a round for him.
Đủ má, đúng là thủ A luôn mà, Marco thủ A luôn, một mình Marco thủ A luôn. Giờ tập rồi chết hết.
But this might be a little bit too much.
Đủ má. Cứu người đi.
4 in the round for Aspas, putting on a masterclass out there. 18-7. It's unreal. I mean, long range with the frenzy, mid range, close range, doesn't matter. 4 health.
Cái lồn má cây fancy. Đỉ mà hẹ thằng chó này nó bay dưới đây trời. Cái lồn má cây fancy nó đứng từ trên cái thùng này mà nó bắn đụng hẹ sạch trong này luôn á hả? Thôi nghĩ mẹ cái thứ lồn. Đủ má bắn fancy khác lồn thì bắn gót đâu. Thì ai chơi lại. Trời đất ơi, bắn sai mà nó bắn mồm luôn trời. Cái lồn má 2 viên đầu mồm liền luôn á. Mấy cái pha khác thì đéo nói nha. Mấy cái là đéo nói nha, chứ đâu mấy cái rào đó là hơi phải lồn đấy.
Yeah, listening to Sadak as well after they completed the alpha bracket, he said that he gave big credit to Aspas and he said Aspas is talking a lot during the games. He's given him a lot of ideas for what to do in terms of.
Nè, đẩy tới bị ăn một viên chết nè, mất cái phantom sau đó đâu, nó cầm phantom dưới hết.
He's offering a lot more to this Loud squad and stepping up now that he is one of the veteran presences.
Tới đi, sợ à, đừng mà sợ à. Tới đi.
Just showcasing that he's got it all.
Tới đi, sợ à. Mù chết mẹ.
Hot flash play, but yeah, Loud ready and waiting. A couple of them playing anti, making sure that they weren't falling prey to any of that, and DRX not even offered that luxury.
Phải đội map á. Phải đội map á, phải đội map á.
This is absolutely dominant.
Phải đội map 2 á, phải map 2 á. Map này coi như ủa map này map bích của team Lao mà tụi bay. Trời ơi, map này map bích của team Lao mà, có gì đâu. Heaven gì hả? Heaven bị ban rồi. Heaven ban rồi, map đó rồi em ơi. Map đó ban rồi.
Chance for the Pacific region as well. DRX, they're only representatives left in the tournament. And that's what this tournament is all about. The winner of lock-in, they get a spot for their team at Masters Tokyo.
Heaven ban rồi em, chứ không phải là không có ban rồi, bị ban rồi. Lao ban map đó rồi.
Fighting for the Pacific.
For the region as a whole. Lovely util laid down early here by DRX, but again just maneuvering away around it and into Pincer. Into the connector. And the defense once more crumbles. Bit by bit, the supporting elements are just being taken out. DRX They cannot withstand it.
Má nó lẹ.
Still alive, 5
Trời!
bullets.
Đúng quá, nó lẹ.
It's there.
Chó đi, anh bay nó lẹ phải.
Down to Buzz and Zest. Smokes off one of the angles, but the crossfire is too potent, too powerful.
Cái lồn má nó smoke.
Point.
Cái lồn má nó smoke con mẹ luôn. Cái team bên này luôn rồi. Cái này là đẹp mẹ nó smoke con mẹ nó cái team DD luôn rồi.
22 kills to Buzz's 2. If you wanted a jet diff, if you had that on your bingo card, oh my god, you've gone and got it. This guy's on a different level right now, and that has got to be tough for Buzz to comprehend. Heading into Icebox, I've got to imagine we're going to see more of this.
Có ai biết làm nail không anh em? Gọi người làm nail tới cho DD lên, chứ thấy nó cắn móng tay hoài à. Kiểu này đụng á, phải gắn vô, phải gắn móng tay giả vô, cắn mới đủ á. Cắn kiểu này xong rồi đủ.
Let's see what he does with this. Stash enabled knives. Ever so slightly missing. There was a flash delay.
Đây rồi, comeback ở đây chứ đâu.
And there are trades online still. 3 on 3. And all the pressure, the gravity.
Đức Kỳ gì em? Đức Kỳ là muốn gặp được Aspa là phải thắng được Navi đã.
It's down to less.
Rồi hết rồi, ông này thì thôi. Ông này.
So much to do yet already he's made it one step easier.
Bớt ơi, đừng bắn hụt em ơi, đụng má anh xin em đấy.
Push, but a double swing was gonna be there.
Nice. Hay quá, ít nhất là mình sẽ không thua 13-3. Ít nhất là mình sẽ không thua 13-3. Comeback ở đây với đâu nè, động má một cú hit thôi, một cú hit thôi.
But he is so consistent for this squad. He takes a ton of fights. He wins a lot of them. He's the biggest trader that Loud has. He's just always out there doing what his team needs. And that is the first of 9 map points.
Dòng được. Rồi team DD này đâu má thủ hơi bị khét.
It just seems impossible.
Được. Có gì mà xin một. Ông cutter này. Dính nè. Bắt đầu ra mà làm cho anh hai cái mặt. Lấy bảo tì đi về nè, đậu nó lấy trước mặt mày luôn á, nhấp. Bây giờ bò đây là xe biến rồi đó, bắt đầu bảo anh ơi có người ở bên nói. Đó giờ cho cái tường. Rồi đi về, giờ giống mấy đàn không mất hết 10 giây. Đó là làm gì tao, đụng nó bớt thấy không? Bớt chắc chắn là phải biết có người đó đó. Bớt phải biết á, má phải biết đó đó, bớt ơi. Đúng rồi, quay lại, đó, bớt quay lại. Đây rồi. Nó tường anh ơi, bê có anh ơi. Cứu người đi. Cứu người là đầu má, cứu người đi. Giữ cái đát lại anh trai ơi. Giữ cái đát lại. Mù lồi lồn mẹ. Đúng em ơi, rồi đánh vô, điệp mèo đánh vô. Nè, mày luôn. Đụng má sợ chưa? Gài đạn đến trai 8 viên kìa, địt con mẹ. Sợ chưa? Địt con mẹ sợ chưa? 12 năm, nhìn đi, đây sẽ là một pha comeback ngoạn mục luôn. Đụng má, comeback map này chở fan lao về nhà luôn. Địt mẹ 3-0.
Not at all.
Đúng rồi mà, Piano.
DRX are going to start to build themselves up a bit of a buffer in terms
này.
of the.
Trời ơi, chạy cái tường nhà quê. Ôi trời ơi, chạy cái tường nhà quê.
They're one and done right now. But as the rounds get closer, they're down to, you know,
đủ mới chạy cái tường nhà quê.
Be able to buy up for the next. These are all important things. Big ults to rely on too. If you're going to go
hả, đủ má chưa sợ nữa hả, địt con mẹ. Đổi người khác ra xếp ra bắn đó em ơi.
You got to be so disciplined with how you use those resources.
Đúng em, trong bây giờ nhà luôn đó, đụng máu tì đó sợ chưa? Làm gì tao mày.
No worries whatsoever, and a squeeze into the connector.
This could be it.
RB is next, one after another, all down to Buzz, and with just the operator. Good luck, son. Would have to be the play of your career. Dash active, but the players are rapidly approaching his position. And they all tumble. 13-5, Loud claim map number 1.
What an emphatic way to begin this series. Loud, decisive, a statement being made here. They've absolutely dismantled DRX.
Cậu má, nãy giờ nó làm cái trò, đánh B xong hai thằng móc mít làm hoài luôn á, mà để đỡ đéo được luôn á. Má phải lồn thiệt. Nãy giờ y chang luôn, nãy giờ đậu má. Rết B chạy vô xong hai ông đi mid, địt con mẹ, chạy vô quất. Chạy vô bắn ra sau lưng là đậu má, cứ chạy vô bắn chỗ đó là có người chết, chạy hai thằng vô là có người chết. Má lồn thiệt.
Well, Loud have not demonstrated that they can take a win just yet. So that is actually going to put the pressure on just slightly. But in terms of what they've demonstrated here, the coordination, the ability to dismantle their own composition, they just demonstrated excellence everywhere. And I can't help but look at the jet battle going towards Icebox. It's just drawn all of my attention.
Yep. Unassailable seems to be that approach by Loud. Particular on this map, but we'll see what kind of answers happen. Obviously, plenty of the series left to come.
Led bắn cái pha nó ghê quá ta.
Just after this.
Lòng led bắn cái pha nó ghê quá ta. Sao giải hả? Đậu má, sao giải thật ra là lúc nào mình cũng có chương trình đó. Nhưng mà bây giờ kẹt rồi. Đúng ra là phải chơi game Vô Long đó, mà bây giờ Vô Long chích nó kêu anh là nó không refund được. Hiểu không? Nó nói là nó không refund được, anh cũng biết tại sao không refund được á. Người ta refund được hết mà, tụi nó kêu là từ lúc mà bắt đầu mua game cho tới khi mà ngày game ra mắt là em có thể refund bất cứ lúc nào. Và sau khi game ra mắt á là tính 2 tiếng chơi hoặc là sau đó 14 ngày kể từ ngày bắt đầu ra mắt là em sẽ được refund. Còn sau đó thì không được nữa. Nhưng mà không hiểu sao chứ cứ nói mà anh kêu nó đưa cao thấy nó ngủ mất mẹ rồi. Thôi để mai đi. Chứ giờ em vô em cày Xbox rồi ngày mai em cũng phải cày lại à, nó đéo có chuyển sale, em cũng phải cày lại à. Ra giờ khó. Mà bây giờ đụng má nó, mà bây giờ mà chơi cái giác mà 3 giờ về lỡ cỡ giờ của anh phải lồn á, cái giác 3 giờ lỡ cỡ lắm. Hôm qua là chơi luôn từ sáng á. Rồi 3 giờ chiều anh nghỉ anh chạy qua nhà mẹ anh, tối anh về á thì được. Chứ giờ chơi 3 giờ sáng anh đâu biết làm mẹ gì đâu. Rõ ràng là rap. Đâu em, đang đi xa, game đó là ông tung sale mà. Game đó ông tung sale cho em mà. Giờ lỡ cỡ phải lồn. Một đó là ngày mai á, bây giờ thì chỉ có ngày mai online chơi bừa cái gì đó thôi. Rồi chiều tối ngày mai nếu mà ngày mai là phải chơi ban đêm đấy. Nếu mà đúng là ngày mai chỉ có buổi tối anh mới về được tới nhà, là tầm 9 giờ tối anh mới về tới nhà đó. Thì anh mới chơi, mới sim được cho tụi em coi đó. Mà ngày mai lại có giải nữa. Đủ má, ngày mai 12 giờ lại bắn thêm một trận nữa. Ngày mai là phải đánh tích trên Navi nữa. Anh đang vội hả? Không phải anh đang nghiện chứ không phải anh đang vội. Ngứa tay quá em ơi, đang chơi ngứa tay quá. Phải kèm lại đúng không? Đúng rồi, mình hết game rồi, đợt này mình phải chơi từ từ lại. Anh chơi từ từ mà Hạt. Chắc chắn là anh sẽ chơi để anh cày lấy set đồ các kiểu mà, chứ không có mình không chơi nhanh đâu. Game này có bắt đầu có dấu hiệu bị dễ em ơi. Thiệt, game vẫn dễ lắm, cho nên là anh khả năng cao là anh em mình phải ngồi chơi cày mấy set đồ mặc cho đẹp vô đánh cho nó vui á. Chứ chơi nhanh quá là mau á. Trời coi kìa, tại sao đồ má Lao, tại sao là Lao lại bắn hay như vậy, hay cái con mẹ mày 1-0, một lát nữa thấy số này thành số 0 này á bị biến thành số 3 nè, đồ má. Sợ hết game thì mình làm Weibo hả? Không em ơi. Anh còn Persona 5 anh còn đang chạy cốt truyện mà. Đúng rồi, phải lấy full map mà em, lấy luôn mấy cái cờ nhỏ nữa em. Đi hết mà lão Hạt. Lọc qua là cái chắc. Đủ má sao tụi mày cứ coi thường để dạ người ta là đủ mẹ mày. Người ta là top 3 thế giới. Nói rồi mày biết là có con cặc gì hả? Có cái gì? Đủ mày ăn sồ một map giấy lồn thôi. Mày nhóc. Lắc luôn mà.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Valorant Lock-In Tournament, where Loud has kicked off this series in dominant fashion, closing it out 13-5. And Doug, I gotta be honest, I think you look no further than the 4K out of Aspas in the pistol round for the final for DRX. It was so quick, it was so clean that it's deserving of our Verizon high-speed moment. Let's take a look at it now.
And yeah, let's be honest, that may have been the final nail in the coffin, but it really
was
6 feet under at that point.
Okay.
And they were just
má mập liền luôn, đỉ mẹ 3 viên mập liền luôn mà.
Looked so good. It was a 9-3 half. It was not a 3-9 blessing. They were not able to convert it into something meaningful. And I think, honestly, part of me, I'll admit, part of me is a little disappointed with how DRX looked, right?
Yeah.
Because I expected more out of them. I expected more out of Buzz, and they just weren't there.
And here's the thing,
Right there with you.
they came in with something new, right? Like, they came out with a brand new composition. They copied Loud's comp. The prep was clear, but the gameplay...
Sao mà yếu được em? Mà nó start cũng khỏe mà. Bắn vô đầu luôn mà em, yếu cũng đấy thôi, bắn vô đầu mà.
Absolutely showed up in map number 1. I mean,
Đủ má, KDA 3.1.
Absolutely nasty.
It may have been like 25-9 or something after.
It was
KDA 3.1.
disgusting.
ACS 300 mấy, 366 điểm.
Handled him there in that first map, and I have to wonder, is he going to be able to find some comfort, find his footing as we get ready to go over? It's going to be a lot more familiar territory as far as a map goes that you're going to be playing on, but it's still a very foreign crowd and foreign stage to be sitting on.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, we do have to remember that...
Em biết cái trường hợp của mấy thằng mà bay như này là sao biết không? Bao bắp thứ hai nó sẽ chót. Hiểu không? Nó sẽ chót. Yeah, chót. Hít chót như đó, kiểu gì đó em hiểu không? Chót. Đó. Yên tâm đi, bắp hai nó đẹp mẹ đéo được chơi đâu. Nhớ kỹ lời nói. Nhớ kỹ lời nói đó.
But after that first contact, after Loud figured out that, hey, we just need to give this space and play into these retakes, DRX never really had a solution, whether it was triple flanking from behind or putting down utility, waiting for DRX to go long, and then clearing back site and dividing things up in these retakes.
Hello, xe bờ nha. Ủa, xe bờ. Cái Remozi của em chơi được qua Long chưa?
Now, and this is where I'll be honest, Achilles. I know hindsight.
Mấy cái pha này lục đá bắn ghê quá ta, coi kìa. Má nhán cái vô mặt liền luôn mà đặt tâm đụng má không một kích xước. 14 tiếng nữa hả? À vậy là cũng giống như vậy là giống như Steam rồi. Chỉ có Xbox là được chơi trước thôi.
I mean, this goes back to what Mako said in one of the post-match interviews. It was, you know what, we like when teams play our comps because we know how to counter-strat it. But this is them falling into that very same trap. I think that Loud probably expected them to make some adjustments. I think maybe if they had just run that double controller comp that we were seeing from them previously, maybe this could be looking like a different result, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, but it wasn't that one of the asks that we had out of DRX. Do something different. Provide something new.
Sure.
And they did. So if they're able to provide something new and it still kind of falls flat on its face, where's the solution? Is it in Buzz? Is it in Stacks? Like where is the spark?
I think the solution is in Stacks in the IGLing, because I think DRX thus far has shown this tournament that when their initial idea struggles, they are not the strongest team at making an adaptation, making a plan on the fly, and coming up with that. They're very good at the pre-prep, at coming out with the ideas early. But when that initial contact hits, we've seen in this game, we saw in their game versus Cloud9 where they got countered, where when they are countered, this team struggles to get back into games. And that kind of worries me for the rest of the series.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love the swing, right? But it was a miss. And I think we can acknowledge that on map 1. And so, again, it's about how you recover and reassemble here for Icebox. And that's where I kind of want to turn our attention now, Achilles. Talk about this Icebox and what is available as an option for DRX to maybe turn the momentum of
dự đoán nè. Đây, lao thắng bắp này. Đây để thắng bắp này. Đây để thắng bắp này. Đây để thắng bắp này. Lao cút.
That's what I'm curious to see. They're going to be starting on defending side, so we'll get to see what the side of Loud wants to bring to the table. My biggest question now is, okay, we've seen DRX adapt Loud's composition there on Pearl. Did Loud adopt the DRX composition on Icebox?
I mean, it's an option. The thing is that DRX, speaking into this, it's confidence in their own game plan because they have no idea what Loud is going to do. In history, the old team was great on this map, but we don't know how this new version of Loud will look.
Well, it won't be long till we find out what each of the teams are going to come to the table with as we jump into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Look, here's the... I don't want to see matched compositions for the rest of the series at this point.
Let's see some differentiation.
I want to see. I just want to see because I want like the idea of like a counterweight.
They're
you know,
like.
I mean, this is just touche of game one. You get your comp picked against you. You pick their comp against them.
The only difference is going to be Kawazin is coming out on that Sky. Zess is going to be sticking to the Sova, so they do have those flashes.
One major difference, and that's what I want to see.
Buzz has to execute.
Yes.
This is the map where, honestly, if you don't win this, there's a good chance you get 3-0'd. Buzz is your star on the Jet. You have to set him up, and I love that they're not changing comps and they're putting the trust in his hands, but Buzz has to deliver.
Also, with that Sky, it means you don't have that Sova drone to clear out Opera, so Buzz has opportunity to go insane.
Yep, we're all set for our second map in this best of 5, and we're putting all the onus on Buzz to dig DRX back into the series as we hand it back over to Brennan Sideshow for the cast.
Let's get to it. Both teams raring to go, and so am I with this one because, you know, like the desk was alluding to, so much is now going to be on the shoulders of Buzz as an individual. Stepping it up, didn't have a great performance in that head-to-head versus Aspas. Really just got dismantled.
It was 8-0 on map 1 in the head-to-head, Aspas killing Buzz. But the desk is absolutely right. Without the Sova being there, without the drone being able to clear Buzz from angles, Buzz might be able to get more aggressive on the defense side. Is he hitting his shots? Is he confident enough to even go for it? And I think there's another layer to this too. Kawanzi not having access to the Hunter's Fury should open up RB's ultimates a little too. So there are positives here to pull from. And like the Des was mentioning, it was DRX that had been playing this comp a lot. Whereas it's the first time we've seen Loud's Icebox.
An unknown quantity. Playing a part now as we get deeper into this best of 5. Moving forwards though, Loud not going to be dissuaded just yet. Wall's going to be used, but they're going to be claiming space and planting up top. Anything to try and disrupt this one doesn't look likely.
It's a different harbor wall compared to what we're going to see from DRX on their attack side. Unless, oh, he gets away with it there. Facing into 2 players, but not punished.
Very good information.
Đúng em ơi.
Manages to strike a little bit of a blow there, and damage done. Exchange of the bullets, the weaponry, even a snake bite up close.
Ê chớ đi. Đậu má mới quay lại thấy chớ là thấy ông này cút rồi. Chớ lắm hả mấy em chớ lắm đúng không? Đậu má chớ lắm rồi. Mày ấp
Claim a kill. It's a deep push into screens though, and Loud doubled up. Taking scalps, taking names.
And they take the pistol. 2Es with it. Another great wall there, actually, that stops people from being able to get deep.
Cái tim lồn làm gì vậy ta?
You can see that 2Es has put time into his harbor.
Đâu
We
có
already
bắn
know
cửa
that
luôn
based on what we've seen
mà.
from him on Pearl.
Đéo hiểu.
But here, looking comfortable too. DRX dead on the wrong end of another pistol round. Great play from these guys on site too. I think there's a real
Mấy đồng đánh bắn dữ vậy. Đây đồng đánh bắn đồ mới vào tay dữ vậy trời.
Site and go and fight super heavy behind you. But Loud decided to push forwards. Really nice reaction from Sadak with the call.
Long đánh bắn vào tay vậy. Mày cũng bậy. Chết mẹ quá.
Claim the orb. That was his goal. Pays for it with his life though.
Mấy nó bắn về
He was
chịu
going for
rồi
those
Nguyên ơi.
orbs all the time on
phải
Pearl.
luôn.
They constantly had reckonings online. And this is one of the first times where Loud's aggression has actually challenged and punished him. The spike is alone on
Mới làm
Sadak
chạy
here.
vậy.
The Loud guys are starting to come back.
Hay, rất bom. Mày
That's
địt mẹ mày
it.
luôn.
There was a moment
Rất
of
bom,
danger,
rất
but I
bom.
don't think DRX is going to be able to capitalize.
Why these classics are
Này trai, này trai, này trai, này trai.
ended up taking
Này trai, này
a
trai.
chunk of health away.
Trai ơi, này trai
Trying to
ơi.
test and fight that one. Now a close angle. Flash the right click.
Mà cũng với hai, mà cũng với hai.
How does he duck and weave
Này
and
trai.
dodge this one? The answer is he doesn't.
RB pha này bắn 2 cái mặt. Anh hứa em biết luôn. Một thằng đặt bom RB giết 1. Chắc chắn là không ngờ RB móc. Nè.
Turns away. And now will there be the double face? Not quite still. Significant damage going to be done. It's a bloodied Loud as they head into that bonus round.
Má nó
What they
thầm
choose
mình
to do with
kìa.
the economy.
Má nó thầm mình kìa.
It's an uncomfortable decision that they have to make here.
Hello, má thầm mình
But there
kìa.
might be some low-level investment that still works. And as we've said, yeah, first time we've seen Loud on Icebox at lock-in. Loud have only been forced to show 3 maps
Lộn mới thông
up
minh
to
là
this
đủ
point.
mẹ đó.
And they've been
Bắt bà
very
xuống là quá
clean.
hay em, nhưng mà phải thắng em ơi. Tầm này phải thắng để lấy tinh thần ấy, hiểu không?
NRG.
Rồi, cô đó là tuyệt vời rồi. Nếu mà thắng được thì quá tốt. Tinh thần dữ lắm, đặc biệt là mình đang mua mấp một ấy. Đẩy tinh thần lên cao lắm.
Trying to apply pressure over towards B, so using the cascade. And I think this makes a lot of
Bây giờ
sense.
boss này quan trọng là boss đem tâm lý quá này.
I don't think you need the
Boss phải lấy lại được tâm lý, bắn bay bổng lên này. Tiền nó mới xoay theo được này.
At this tournament alongside Breach, we haven't seen any Sova from him.
Giống như là pha này nè, đó. Giờ boss đứng đây là làm hai cái mặt nè, đó.
It does relieve that necessity of having the drone, like we were discussing, you know, to push players, oppers off that angle when they are just walled off like that. Now there was an early approach here. You can see Aspas giving up a bit of that space. There was a deep flash now, but look, the reason why. B main control, slowly, steadily gained.
Interesting turret, isn't it? Gets posted while the high tide is up. And after this wall drops, it kind of controls the area. Or at least gives you good information if people are going to swing through the wall as to where they're coming from.
Chết mẹ, sát này vô đây.
Deep into position. Flash push forwards, reckoning as well. Positioning known, and guess what? Laying claim to this one, less from the sidelines. Just creating moment after moment for his team. 4 players left.
Má nó biết luôn mà.
They do not
Hay.
feel like they're dissuaded, despite the fact they had the weaker weapons. Still, there is that answer. Zest, good kill to find. Left
Rồi, Kanjin này chết rồi. Kanjin có đúng cái súng này là thua rồi.
And this looks dangerous and very well planned out by Loud. Can the post plant hold on? It's not planted in a great spot.
Dash forward, so cuts up the angle, and that's Sadak out in the open. 2 years, Sheriff shot does find itself. Kawazine, he's got the rifle, but it's not quite planted for him. The angle, half on the defuse, says sticky, but it does not matter. Absolute insanity.
And Loud looking immaculate again. The bonus round strategy is so nice. The way that they take B control and then load less up. And that's the value from the sky, is the flash through the wall, deep and alive for that post plant. Kawazine looking deadly in the clutch, and Buzz has his chance, right? That's the moment where you want Buzz to step up, win a round for his team, hold the momentum of Loud. Falls again in a duel that you would normally expect him to win.
Updraft up top, that's to try and punish this.
Grab
these orbs.
And Buzz gets it. That's the Blade Storm. Can he be the difference?
Biết lắm cũng phải câu giờ cho thằng Z nó gỡ một nửa đã rồi, muốn ra bắn gì thì bắn.
So where it is, knows that there's a few players
close. Má xử lý kìa.
Buồn
thế nhờ.
Hay.
Có súng. Hai súng.
Despite the pistols, it is DRX who are making the most of this one now. What is the call? Aspas, kill claim, dashes back. The space still going to be vacuumed up.
And it's gorgeous. The way that Aspas' dash backwards plays 2Es into the angle. This does not look like a new team. These do not look like newer players. I know Sadak said that we're a new roster, you know, we have to prove ourselves again.
Khó
But when you watch the teamwork of the newer players, they have been integrated so well into this squad. The fundamentals look, to me, just as good as they did with the old Loud squad.
Chó này hơn thì.
And maybe that means 2Es doesn't quite get as active in the round as somebody like Pankara or Mako, but it doesn't really make too much difference. So here we see it again, the cascade to take B long control.
Làm được.
His confidence certainly hasn't waned after Pearl.
And still, Tika spots the target, Sadak moves forwards, where's the kill? Dash up top, kill still found, as he's evacuating. And he needed to be the difference maker, just cannot land that second shot.
He'll have another chance though.
Unrelenting. That's what it feels like when you're on the opposing side of this one. Loud, not willing to give anything up, and the spike was planted in the middle of all of that.
Đúng quá. Đúng má, hai quả tì luôn.
Drops that one down, yeah. This is going to really start to put that time pressure on TRX. What can they do with this? Off angle is magical. Not a player aware of it. 2v3, Buzz. What can you find? Zest in the pit.
Khó quá.
Gets the first obstacle down, but the angle's watched for. And it's just too much to do, isn't it? Tap of the spike, doubled up, decaying all the way down.
Làm
One
được.
kill from the Tracers, but time
Hết giờ rồi.
far too low to make the most of it.
Hết giờ rồi. À trời.
And Josh, this map.
Bớt
We
bắn
were
trúng
talking
gì
about
đó
it,
là
the
xong
desk was
rồi.
talking
Đỏ
about
biết
it. It
bao
needed
nhiêu.
a time for DRX to strike back, to
Thôi
show
xong.
that they had what it takes to really compete.
5-0 rồi.
And so far, it's not looking good for them.
Mà trời
I
quá,
think it's a
trời
must
quá.
win. It's the first map in the series that DRX had a chance to pick, so it's up at the top of their pool as well. They've demonstrated how strong they are on Icebox against some of the other teams they've
Mà
played.
trời quá.
And also, once you get deeper, once you get to Split and Fracture, Loud have already showcased that they look incredibly scary.
Bại luôn.
If Loud can't get punished on a map they haven't even had to show
Vậy sao
so
con mẹ
far,
mày á?
where can DRX even win?
Where is the limit? That's the big question.
And I think at the moment, Buzz is actually doing a fairly good job of applying some pressure, but
Má
the
quan
whole
trọng
of
là cái tụi
DRX's
lao này nó bắt
defense
cái
is
thăm mình
getting
đi bóc hay quá.
steamrolled
Nãy
by
giờ
the
tụi lao
pace that Loud are
nãy giờ
playing.
cái team DRX này
Here
bị
again,
móc nhiều lắm luôn á.
less
Bị móc nhiều
up
lắm
through
luôn á.
tube.
Map nãy là gần như là không có vào được bất kỳ một trường hợp đây là nữa này không? Má nó lại bị móc tiếp. Cày chưa? Má bị móc hoài luôn mà. Nó đập thằng mình nó móc hoài luôn mà. Chịu đéo nổi luôn á.
Pop flash play, Mako just so unaware.
I love this from Loud.
Map nãy cũng vậy, cứ rết bê là đụng má, hai thằng đẩy vô cửa nó móc lại. Bị hoài luôn. Chịu không được luôn mà.
They're getting all of the benefits of the KO in terms of the flash through their wall. But they also have the reconnaissance of the dog too.
Rifle upgrade. But so much to do for Buzz. And Aspas, short work, isn't it?
Trời ơi.
6-0 lead for Loud on the second map after dismantling DRX 13-5 on Pearl. And it feels like they could still show us more unique strategies.
Yeah.
We've seen heavy B pressure. And I think the addition of the Harbor into these comps, playing Harbor Viper, makes it really difficult for Buzz to get aggressive. He's always got a cascade in his face. And it's not like any other wall where you can push through. You're getting slowed as you go through that.
Để quyết định là
You're not
bắn
favored.
map 5
Trying
hả
to
ta?
go for
3-2 hả?
classic jet
Má
wall,
để quyết định là bắn
poking yourself
3-2
through
hả?
a Viper wall, let's say, or an Omen smoke, getting
Ôi
one
vậy?
and dashing out. It just doesn't work as well against Harbor.
Can do it. It's designed to punish you in that aspect.
And so what I'd really like to see from DRX.
Kiệt nói gì vậy Kiệt? Em phải bình tĩnh lại. DRX là đang đồ má hát não đối thủ quá. DRX đang cố gắng đưa tình huống về 3-2 em hiểu không?
Pushing pipes early in the round.
Dấp hơi sâu thôi. Dấp hơi sâu thôi.
To get value against that, because that Harbor wall is going to always be there.
Right up in his face, mitigating any sort of impact. And this is Loud, such a commanding lead.
Giờ là top 4 hay làm gì top 3 được
You can
nữa.
build it.
Nếu mà thua trận này là top
Really
4.
building as well, just all the energy. Crowd at their sides. You know, at times we were a little bit critical of Loud, you know, maybe overheating, trying to play to the crowd a little bit too much, but
Đúng rồi, đẳng cấp thế giới nhìn bắn nét quá.
they've cooled down, tempered themselves. It's a cold fire that's burning right now, and that's what's being showcased. Loud determined to get one step closer.
So here's that interaction we were talking about. Buzz with his operator comes forward.
Hình như thế.
With the cascade, he's not quite sure where everybody is. But
Má
that
đẳng
is a
cấp nè.
perfect way to open the
Mà đẳng
round.
cấp ở đây nè,
A
nhìn
first
nè, làm
kill
luôn,
for
làm
Buzz.
luôn. Ok.
Just
Chơi góc
he's
giỏ.
unrelenting, man. There's no time wasted. Skipping a hop, jumps up to the box, and he just rips away the opening that Buzz earned for his team. And Sadak, of course, there's no reckoning going to be used. Ultimate popped off. That's a bit of a spam kill that was found somewhere. Still, Sadak moves forwards, and they know where Z's positioning is. The indicators are around still. Arby's been doing the most, but Util in his hands, caught.
Rồi lộn S3 rồi, nó giết thêm. Trời.
And 7-0 is such a commanding
Ôi cái
lead.
lộn kìa. Ôi trời ơi. Ý trời đất ơi.
This looks impossible for DRX. In the low bracket
Trời
final,
nó bắn đúng như là bắn răng luôn á.
they were able to claw
Bắn như là
themselves
bắn
back
răng luôn
into a
á.
fifth map after going
Cái
down
lộn má
0-2.
chia ra
The
mỗi
team
người
has demonstrated
công 2 sai luôn
that they're
mà.
not
Lộn S3 bên kia
series
giết
this
luôn mà.
early.
Còn bên kia giết
that
mẹ
they
hai
don't
người luôn mà.
crumble instantly when they face adversity. And yet, today, I feel like what I'm witnessing is just Loud utterly outclassing them. Loud have a different strategy for every time there's a gun round, and DRX are left reeling. They can't even use the lessons of the prior losses.
To try and claw their way back into it.
Khó à.
Orbs available, prioritized onto 2 years.
Cái lòn má mới lòn Z mới bắn ulti xong giờ sắp có ulti nữa kìa. Mới bắn ulti xong giờ còn có 3 điểm nữa là có ulti nữa rồi.
And Aspas just trying to get as aggressive as humanly possible.
And look at how deep they're pushing. I mean, the wall just gives them all the space into the back of Snowman.
New strat again.
Yep.
A new flavor to it, and DRX with poor weaponry this time.
It's constantly DRX who have to react to it.
And I love the flexibility that adding the harbor to this comp gives them.
High tide round the side. Sheriff in the hands of Mako. Makes the most of that one. Seekers, though, popped off. Pointing out a positioning precisely known. And it's less with 3. Wants the 4th. Will he get it? The answer is yes.
Đúng rồi đó, Kiệt đồ má. Tính ra Kiệt đồ cùng suy nghĩ với anh á. Hợp lý Kiệt ơi. Thả thôi. Thả cho nó căng tí cho mấy thằng Loud nó gáy tí. Bắt ra 3-2 nè. Càng bên 5 chung cuộc 3-2 DRX.
Where they play a standard post plant on Icebox with a lot of these more aggressive looks. This time the wall allows them to take Snowman control. Previously they've been flashing through it and getting aggressive on people waiting to play the retake. There's always something different being thrown at DRX.
Cái lộn má Tommy để biết nói gì luôn rồi đó.
Look at the players,
cái này là đồ má bó tay.
They're out of ideas.
Này đúng nghĩa là bó tay luôn rồi đó. Tommy đéo biết nói gì luôn rồi đó.
Speechless.
Cái này người ta gọi là nét á. Nhưng mà DRX chắc chắn không em ơi. Team trình độ mà làm sao mà nét được. Vẫn còn 3 map nè. 3-1 là đẹp. 3-2 là đẹp chứ. Đó nữa nè. Cho bắt được mày rồi.
Drone coming down mid from Zest.
Tỉnh mà em. Trời ơi. Tao mới tính đến mức 3-2 rồi. Đây rồi. Má. Bước mặt trận đấu ở đây nè. Bước mặt đây nè.
Still gonna deal with him. Buzz does step up to the challenge. Lockdown gonna be
gỡ luôn.
Out in the open. Buzz gonna be able to stick this one without a care in the world, and there will be no silly business, no knives to be found, but eventually it is DRX able to claim that first round on the board.
Can DRX string this together into any form of momentum? This time, the ult's being very important. But I also think that DRX had a nice idea there at driving a wedge in on the retake and separating one half of the post planners from the other.
Tụi mày cứ gáy, tụi mày nói, tụi mày không phải coi giải nhiều hơn nữa đi. Nhìn cái cách mà DRX trong mấy cái kèo BO5 này nè, học hỏi đi. Lên!
Not be used to, honestly, but listen, when in Brazil.
A push down the tube here from Stax, following his cascade and a recon dart. Looking maybe to add a different flavor.
Thấy chưa? Đồ mới bắt què dò thằng Dead luôn.
Starting to go the way here of the Korean team.
Mất Dead luôn, mất up rap luôn.
The adaptation's gonna be enough.
Làm gì nữa? Nạp hết lên đầu luôn. Hết lên đầu luôn. Má hên nữa. Mày hên nữa.
That's the angle to try and watch for. Aspas really being pushed on the
vô nè. Mắt cô thấy rồi, mắt cô thấy rồi. Nè, mắt cô thấy rồi. Trời ơi, làm gì nữa? Ngon thì vào đây.
Safe for but a moment. Now though, it's going to get difficult as the smokes start to fade away and dissipate. Kawazine, Flash was waiting.
Ôi trời ơi.
Play off of it, but that's just spam. Aspas catching it. Zest is low. Stax does trade, but this is very quickly getting out of hands right now for DRX. One of the sole opportunities for them, but Stax. The wiggle with the movement, he makes himself an elusive target.
Những bạn sao tách nhá cái bàn kia chảy nước luôn. 4 mặt luôn, đỉ mẹ 4 cái mặt cho nó giật nó gọn luôn á. Như nào? Như nào?
Mẹ. When DRX need it most. 4 rounds in this half is
ok
the
chưa?
bare minimum to get
mẹ
back
nhá
on
4
track.
cái mặt luôn.
For our podium team, bronze plays gold from champs.
Ê, đừng nói vậy nha, đừng có nói vậy nha, người ta nhá hay, thấy chưa, đủ mới bắn sợ quá phải ta mau luôn.
And instead it has been just
Thấy gì
as
chưa
dominant.
Đụng á, thấy cái gì chưa? Bắn cái pha Đụng ở bên kia hết hồn, phải time out gấp anh ơi Đụng á.
Take a timeout to
Cho
hold
tụi nó
that
thở đó.
before it can go
Kìa,
anywhere.
bắn ra thằng Aspas xỉu luôn mà, Đụng á ngã ra ghế xỉu luôn.
There's that timeout being taken by Loud. Guys, what's going on? We dropped 2 rounds. Not going to get that 12-0 at the half that we were hunting for.
And Buzz has been able to find some value with the operator. He's actually working around the cascade very
Thấy không? Bắn với Đụng á, Đụng Aspas Đụng nó ngã lưng ra ghế kêu chán luôn á. Mẹ nó bắn ghê quá, đéo làm được gì nữa.
And it seems like DRX want
Chuột
a hard
luôn.
anchor A, which I think is a nice adjustment too. If you
Ôm đầu à, đỉ mẹ nó bắn em đầu anh rồi. Ôm đầu.
Post-plant utility, what you end up finding is the harbor walls just lock you out. So I like the adjustments, but to me, Brendan, the problem is DRX are just adjusting way too late. Do you remember on Pearl where it was round 11 by the time they broke the alarm bot for the first time and really put pressure on Sadak's defensive holds? It feels the same here again. It's round 10, round 11 by the time DRX are figuring out what they need to do.
Making those adjustments. And that string of rounds by Loud, I mean, listen, they have kept the money up. It's practically pouring out of their pockets, being able to get buy after buy despite losing the back 2 rounds. There was an opportunity there. Buzz, I believe he spotted a body. Moves away to
Chết mày chưa, Đụng mày vô nữa đi.
Dog round the side, that's time to the cascade, so it can't be broken as easily. Clears away the 1-box. Tap at a plant.
Close.
Stray shot.
And it looks like Stax might want to challenge over at Snowman too.
This fight is about to be taking place at the back of Snowman. Feels like it's going to be important. Stax out in the open. RB does collapse from the side, but Kawazin felt like he was fully moving. Still claims the kill, and it's got the pit online. Danger time. Retaking with the operator, but
Hay.
do it. Zest clears one of the obstacles out.
You could try pushing a Hunter's Fury in here and seeing if Buzz can follow it, but he's only one player.
Doesn't have the dash. Shock dart.
Seems better to just group up.
Tap onto the spike, forces the snake bite. 2 years moving forwards, and it's a flick of the wrist. Locks on.
Hay.
Down to Buzz, no time left. Decay going to be building back up here. Half under the fuse percentage play. Gets off of it, re-smokes all the way. You gotta be joking.
No.
So calm in the moment.
Non quá rồi,
He
non
silences
luôn
the crowd.
Non quá con cọt luôn á, ok?
And I think he's done a good job of silencing the doubters too. Horrendous performance for him individually on Pearl, but he has bounced back. His operator and that clutch being about the only thing that DRX have got working for them on Icebox. 12 and 9, stepping up to Aspas and providing one last lifeline for DRX to hold on to here. If they get the 4th and get the pistol, maybe they can make a map of this. The economy's still not challenged for Loud, of course, after 8-1 rounds in a row. But the adjustment has come, and so much of it has been based off Buzz.
Holding his corner. Is anybody going to be there to try and break this Trailblazer that's being used over and over again? Shot out of the sky.
But
Dash
the supporting high tide allows Buzz to get back up on the angle, because he knows that they are going to struggle to get through there without that piece of mobility.
Bắt đầu vô tay lại rồi,
Like I said, the adjustments, they really are coming.
Bắt đầu biết cách bắn của Lao rồi.
Sorry, it just takes DRX, my apologies, just a bit too long.
We'll see a pivot now from Loud. They've got a good ultimate to try and cleave their way into this site. The Seeker's online. Kawazin wants to lead it over Flash, is what it seems like. Now to Reckoning. Right into the back. Sadak not scared of taking this space. Even the fight as well wants to be the point of contact. Nanoswarm lay down on his feet, and DRX, no attempt from them to try and refight this one. They had plenty of ults to do so. But there's the Reckoning, used up close. Aspas forced to move. Hunter's Fury as well, spots them out. One tag onto Sadak. Will there be anything else? Kill found still. Loud, still alive. Aspas trying to take the fight to them.
What a great reset from Mako.
And yes, a reset. Viper's pit down, but brought down out of it. Reflanked by Yes, and Les just finalizes it. 9-3, familiar sights for Loud and DRX, dating back all the way to champs.
Exactly the same result from Pearl. The same level of dominance. And the first time we've seen Loud on Icebox. What can't this team do?
Just seem impossible, doesn't it? And unstoppable if you're thinking about Loud. Absolutely fluid as the gameplay, great adaptations, but I'm curious, the first half done, let's send it down to the desk to find out more.
Man!
Thank you so much.
Đéo hiểu luôn.
Another 9-3 first half, and it comes in our first look at Loud on Icebox. And Mimi, this team has just owned the B site for the entire first half of the game.
Yeah, and I had questions about how they were going to be able to play it with this composition without the Sova, but I think the executes they've had thus far with this Skydog, the way that they're playing that space has been really good. You see in this round initially they're providing some pressure towards A, but eventually pivot back towards the B site in the late rounds. They're able to use the Dog to take space back yellow, and then they use the Reckoning to push really deep. When DRX played this comp on attack, they very much had an emphasis on the A site, taking that with the Orb.
Chó ráp
For
mày đi.
Loud, the Sky and the
Cay quá
Mist,
luôn.
their emphasis is a lot more on taking space on B.
Má, nó đéo hiểu luôn á, thì con mẹ.
Post plants, which adds a lot of complexity to the comp.
Now, we put a big spotlight, of course, on the Jet matchup in match number 1, but this is the guy I want to take a look at here, Les, for Loud.
He deserves the spotlight right now. Les has been performing out of his mind on the Viper. Mako's doing his damnedest to try to keep up with this guy, but Les is coming out here feeling a little under the weather, but deciding to persevere through that play here on the stage in front of the fans, and my God, is he delivering right now. Some of the clutches that he's been able to pull off, some of those plays, especially in those last couple rounds, have been absolutely immaculate, and you could not tell that he wasn't feeling 100%.
And now, Doug, there's no two ways
Để
around
không
it.
giải
It's
quyết được
looking
mấy cái thằng đi
dire
móc là
for
số rồi.
DRX here. It's their map choice to go down 9-3. They were lucky to get 3 rounds, in fact, when they were looking at an 8-0.
Còn bị tụi đó, nãy giờ bị móc hoài mà, móc liên tục móc luôn, móc trong móc.
It could have easily been an 8-4.
Móc hoài luôn á, team này bị móc liên tục.
The op going down, the Bulldog is invested in the next one because you can't financially handle it, and we're talking about an entirely different half, and that's really concerning that that's how it played out, because I don't know how much fight you have left in you. This was the map you had to win. Buzz should have unlocked that first half, and he wasn't able to. I'm very concerned.
It is still the map that they have to win, I do believe. We're diving right back into Icebox to see if DRX can get the victory back over to Brad.
Bây giờ Sassy mới khổ nè. Sassy ngồi coi những người đồng đội cũ bắn đồ má, ước gì TZ bắn được như đồ má H3.
Highlighting just how important Icebox is the win for them.
Má,
even that 75% attacking round win rate at Icebox, maybe the stats do back them up, but did the stats take into effect and account the fact that they're going up against Loud? I mean,
yeah,
it's a different beast entirely.
It really is. This pistol so important.
Aspas is disrespecting it.
That's
Look at this.
Má bắn láo, vãi lồn láo luôn. Bắn láo, vãi lồn láo luôn mà. Má bắn láo thiệt luôn á.
He heard the updraft, he knew the positioning was there.
Bắn láo vãi lồn.
There's so much confidence. It's outrageous confidence from Aspas, disrespecting every part of what DRX are doing.
Trời đủ, má bắn cái này là giống như bắn răng luôn rồi đó, đéo sợ gì luôn á. Cái lầu mấy cái tường vậy mà đi qua nó bứt luôn mà.
And now things are forced to go quiet as DRX reassess.
Cái trời đất ơi.
Which areas of the map do they really control here? Practically nothing. RB is making a
Hello, má bắn về chịu thiệt luôn, đéo ngờ luôn á.
It's unlikely anyone's pushed up because they've already seen Aspas. He's the most aggressive.
Để làm gì được luôn mà. Nó làm gì nữa đâu. Bây giờ nó mà giết được một thằng nó đắt cái về mới cay rồi. Đúng đấy, đó. Đắt được nó về luôn mới cay vãi luôn.
Get that tag on Aspas. So, space gained. Aspas looks like he wants to have another go at it.
This would be
behind this wall. There's a dart that doesn't even clear him.
This would be absurd. But the real play is happening in Tube and under Orange right now.
Yep, split play. So important. Les spots it out in that Viper head to head. That's Arbido from below. Flash play.
He's back in.
That's in, man.
Trời ơi, đủ mà.
And containment. It's the name of the game.
Cái lồ má, con nó bắn kìa.
Absolute gremlin just lurking around B main. And Mako, too much to do.
Ý mà nó bắn phải lồn.
Pistols secured. And you talk about containment, sure. Yeah, DRX are just getting stuffed in a box right now, but how do you contain this guy? How do you stop Aspas when he's getting a flash through a wall for him to repeat for the 3rd time in the round? And this is the problem when a player gets
cái lồn mà nó bắn vậy sao đỡ em. Chịu em ơi. Lồn SH đéo cần phải chơi game luôn rồi, nhìn thằng SH kìa, đéo phải chơi game luôn. Đụng mới chạy vô đặt Lâm Bó với lại đặt cái turret xong rồi được mẹ chiến thắng. Má. Em bị điếc rồi đó Rap ơi. Em phải đi khám tổ tài á. Anh có nói lại giờ có ai nói lồn gì đâu ta.
Scoreline, a commanding KD.
And I feel bad for Buzz because he's been playing all right this map, but he just can't hold on. He can't keep up. No one can.
Đụng nó bắn láo mà nó vẫn giết được người mới hay. Mẹ nó bực thiệt chứ.
Separates a lot of the side, gives a bit of space to the defenders here, but I think the goal is to try and get that plant down. Util though stops that. Stacks!
Wow.
Oh, he tries to go at the rope.
Được bạn ơi, bạn cứ chơi tôi là được.
That's so good.
Hopes and dreams resting on these shoulders. Trying to hit these shots with the pistols, but
Xong con mẹ rồi.
far too good. Never a missed opportunity. Never any signs of weakness so far in this series.
Trời đủ quá, qua tới map split mà nó ăn nữa thì thôi, đỉ mẹ không để kèo BO5 địch mẹ DDS vô đây bắn đúng 10 đao hết trời.
13-5 map 1, 11-3 lead for Loud map 2. They're not joking this. They look insane.
Má nó cay thiệt.
I want to cast people's minds back to the lower bracket final at Champions, where DRX met against, you know, the NRG core, then known as Optic. They lost 13-8, 13-5 on the first two
Nghỉ
matches,
lâu
and
quá,
they
team
still pulled
DDS
it to
nghỉ
map
vô
5.
xong rồi nghỉ lâu quá. Nó bị lạnh tay á, em hiểu không?
May still
Bị
be
lạnh
too early
tay.
to count DRX out of this. They might still make a match of it. But
Lạnh
so
tay
far,
thôi, lạnh tay
this
thôi.
has just been a flattening.
Chưa có quan bắp kỹ thôi, bình tĩnh đi.
Gap between
Bình
these
tĩnh
two
đi.
teams.
It's just a dismantling. Loud have turned up here. The sole representative of the Americas left in the lock-in tournament in this.
Bên Brazil
top
này ít
four
không có bắn kim
between
chi em ơi.
Argentina.
DDS không có bắn, không có ăn được, bắn xuống phong độ lắm.
Representatives of the
Tụi Brazil
Pacific
này ở
region
nước nhà của nó mà muốn ăn gì nó ăn mà, tâm lý thoải mái quá.
absolutely scrambling. And so a timeout for DRX, the last one being used in this map.
And the DRX players were coming into this talking about revenge. We spoke to
Cay thiệt.
the owner of DRX as well. He was saying, oh, we're looking forward to it. That revenge match, redemption for us. And instead, it looks like the continuation of a rivalry where DRX are getting trodden on. And it's only going to fire them up into the future, I am sure. But for now,
Chán thiệt.
my God, how those players must be feeling. The fire they had coming into the game getting quashed.
Yeah.
Má bây giờ trên mặt của mấy thằng DDS là lúc nào cũng nở một nụ cười độ má bất lực luôn á. Đỉ mẹ nó. 7 phần bất lực, 3 phần cây cú luôn á.
Clears off that angle. But it is that high-low setup. It looks like at least Loud ready to take a fight if necessary. They have their weaker guns, weaker weapons. Still, Dart's going to be cleaned up, and they do respect that util. Must-win round for DRX. It's a little bit shaky. Spray downs there, shots being fired, and Zest is really being
Đừng có
caught
bích
out.
láo nữa, mấy anh ơi, em xin mấy anh đó, đụng có thắng đâu này đi.
Go down though in that 4v4.
Đừng bích láo nữa, địt con mẹ, trốn đi là win rồi.
Rifles, but we'll see.
Trốn đi.
Moving forwards now. Waiting for the next wave of that
Trốn quá,
utility.
trốn đi.
These passive post
Đúng
plants
rồi,
really
nó bên trái đó mà cô ơi, đúng rồi, địt con mẹ mày. Địt con, trời ơi.
Swing Aspas, how do you win that? Way all the way through, good movement from Sadak. Still, he will get his head ripped straight off. Now Aspas, 18 health. And a dream. Not much more offered to him. And so DRX, another round claimed, puts them at 4. It's a long road to try and pave their way to any sort of semblance of victory.
But the more they start getting onto the board here, the more they may turn me into a believer. You saw
quá.
this earlier that they were winning 3/4 of their attacking rounds on this map. And the way that they load ult orbs onto their players will allow them good opportunities. This one is so crucial though. Do you hear the crowd?
Yeah, that's booze for, what was that, a
For the watch party in Korea.
They can't even hear you.
These fans are making it personal. But DRX, this has to be around for them.
Má,
They need to punish Loud.
nguyên cái chỗ ngồi quá bà ti địch mà đéo thằng nào dám gáy luôn á, má thiệt tình.
DRX are going to have big ults online if Stax gets the orb or the plant.
Đánh vô.
They can use that reckoning to make it
Hey.
so much more difficult for Loud
Đây
to
rồi,
retake.
đặt bom. Nếu bây giờ mà bắn được tao luôn, đụng mẹ mày đó. Ok.
So much damage. That's through the cove as well.
And so, a suboptimal plant location for DRX to play this post plant. Buzz, Clawbass pushes them back. Will he survive? Yes, that's going to be a reckoning. Good
Ai sợ
timing
ghét
on
vô
that one.
ngu.
It's a refight
Mày nè,
taken,
đụng
not
má mày chết mẹ mày.
being
Đây rồi, nhìn đây, bài chuẩn nè. Bài chuẩn của DDS. Ủng mắt iBot, never lose. Look, never lose.
Comes down to
Nè,
this.
TZ hả? TZ hả? TZ. TZ, Mai thắng nha. Mai rồi thắng.
Even he can't quite manage those expectations.
Mai rồi thắng.
DRX break the economy.
Nè, bây giờ nè. Đánh nè, tới chết.
By DRX. That's what you need to see from this squad. Getting the fire back underneath them and pushing Loud down to an eco. The crucial play there being that Stax has been generating these ultimates really quickly. He's got the spike on his shoulders.
Nè.
The reckoning comes
Đâu
through
mẹ mày giỡn
exactly
mặt
as
với
Loud
Marco
wants to
nè.
go for the retake.
Marco nè.
These players are uncomfortable. They can't stay in the same spot for very long.
Đây á,
They
nhìn
can't
nè.
wait for each
Nè,
other
nhìn
as
nè, đánh
easily
A
or
tới
hold
chết
angles
luôn.
properly.
Đậu má. Đéo bây giờ thủ được ca này luôn. Đéo bây giờ thủ được ca này luôn, anh hứa. Nhìn nè, đéo thủ được ca đâu.
Diligent play. Sort of a util combo there. They know that it's going to be Loud going for those ult orbs, just like DRX will.
Tự nhiên kêu người ta moi một má một bài cái điên không? Người ta bắn hay đó, ngon thì làm. Mít tiêu y chang là làm bài y chang vậy đi. Trời ơi. Làm được kêu người ta moi một má. Mày nè, mày. Đúng má.
Narrowly spots that one. Still a retake to be taken. Push all the way in and Stax. He just doesn't even know what's happening. Into the cove. Got to be a recovery now for DRX, but this is looking
Không sao, dệt công ty. Dệt công ty, không thể gỡ được. Đậu má, không thể gỡ được.
Right now baiting out of position, moving forwards, the flash is good, Zess does claim it. Receiving his eyesight back into it, no more tap onto it, Sadhack.
Gỡ đi rồi, mai gỡ, mai gỡ.
Unless he's got the energy up, wall going up, sticks in half, there's no way you can't get away with this.
Gỡ đi, rồi cái cung gắn vô trong người luôn.
Positioning no. Less hunting for the kill, but gives up on the round. Or does he?
No, he doesn't quite have this one. It's a nice idea, cute play.
Má bắn chớ gì vậy cha?
They play it fairly safely. But at the
Chớ
same
vậy?
time,
Tỉnh táo
there
lên.
was danger in that round, and Loud only had pistols. An investment of the Reckoning though from 2E certainly makes things doable. A recon dart is lovely, even if it doesn't hit less though. Still good to be able to
một viên luôn đâu má, 18 báo đang trúng một viên luôn.
Still though, I think we saw some really good things out of the retake there. Cow and Zine going for an aggressive flash play to create space for the rest of Loud to stick. DRX are going to have their work cut out for them when Loud have rifles.
Which is right about now.
Chắc chắn là bắn hụt, anh mà bắn hụt là chắc chắn.
Big punish.
Got to respect
má dí đến luôn. Dí luôn, bắn chết con đĩ mẹ mày luôn.
DRX have a timing, they have an opening. They don't want to let this one slip.
Đã được bơm rồi. Giết cậu Ti, bắt con cậu Ti. Quá tuyệt vời luôn.
Stack saves the high tide for the post.
Quá tuyệt vời luôn.
That means that Loud have so much more space to go for an
Bắn mày nè. Phá quả Ti nè. Ngon, xong luôn.
Lockdown's going to be removed. Still is the danger.
Thấy mày luôn nè, rồi bơi giết hết. Rồi bơi đi ra luôn. Đi giết cũng lắm, đéo biết đâu. Đi giết đéo biết ở đây đâu. Nè, đi giết cũng lắm. Nói rồi.
And just backs away at a perfect timing. Turning them into mincemeats. Re-swing. Don't let this get dangerous. Time ticking, which still a
gỡ đi, làm gì vậy? Gỡ đi, ngon, gỡ đi. Gỡ đi, gỡ đi.
Hunting for those kills, he knows.
Gỡ đi, gỡ đi.
Still, it should be him saving the rifle.
Trời ơi.
He's gonna go down with the spike.
Gỡ con kẹt.
It's strange there actually because Aspas
isn't going to be able to save
that into the next round. No operator online.
Sah bây giờ ngồi thở không à, đụng ai đó lấy cho Sah cái mình don't see với, thở quá, bắn đéo nổi rồi, chỉ được có 5 mạng à.
Immensely damaging that decision. I think the real one is RB's reposition just looks immaculate there. But I think looking from an overall strategic point of view, as Loud decide to take a timeout here, you're seeing DRX with a really different approach to a similar comp. Instead of using their high tide to make a lot of space for themselves on site, taking snowman control or getting through it to take the site, they save the high tide, plant inside the cove, and give themselves very little space to work with. Loud are on that retake within a couple of seconds. If you can wind your head back, wind your memories back to the first half, Loud were pushing DRX so far away before the post plant ever happened. And so when DRX retake, they have to look left, right, clear snowman, clear tube, clear top site. DRX are actually playing a much more claustrophobic game, and it's gonna give Loud opportunities.
Loud sợ rồi, nãy giờ đồ má tham ăn nhiều quá. Tham ăn đi, chứ sắp thua rồi đó. Thằng mau đi, lao hết lần
Used
cuối
the-
đi.
They've used Hunter's Fury and the Viper's Blade. What they really need is Stacks to get another Reckoning online by the time we hit round 20.
Như là mọi người đã quên là team D
They
rồi hết
also
bắn
need to
nắp
make sure
split
that
rất là
Aspas
kinh.
doesn't kill everyone with the
Lâu
blade
quá rồi,
strike,
không ai
'cause
nhớ
the
hết.
way that this guy's been playing that is well within the realm of possibility.
Mọi người đã quên rồi.
Normal match
Mọi người đã
against
quên
most
rồi.
teams when you see Loud.
Đậu, mai map này thắng một cái qua map sau địt mẹ quét sạch luôn cái team địt mẹ lao nấp này.
But Loud have been able to make these half buys a bit more dangerous. Now we see an approach. It's an attempt to push away, and he sort of plays away from a main drone.
Cái bài đẩy lộ, đẩy A lộ liễu quá này đó, biết mày đây luôn á, lộ liễu quá. Rồi mất cái đá luôn. Rồi mất cái cây phi tiêu luôn, nó phóng đỡ mấy cái mày láo lồn. Nè, mày chết luôn nè, nhưng mà chết trời má ơi, chết mẹ rồi, bắt con ghê quá. Mày nè, bắt ghê quá, ôi trời ơi, bắt ghê xong rồi. Để vô cứu giùm lên ơi, vô cứu đi.
Stacks
Go
is
there.
still 2 away. I'd like to see him hunt for this final kill, to be honest. His is the most important ult to get online for the next round. But even so, it's possible that with an ult orb and a plant, they'll have that.
Này chạy ra đây bắn chết luôn nè, chạy ra bắn chết luôn nè. Ôi trời ơi, đụng 8 máu trên bờ lồn. Ôi trời ơi.
Almost.
Mày giỡn. Giỡn.
Prime game and flawless. That round could have got dangerous, but they
Sao,
neutralized
như
that.
nào?
That's the big threat.
Nè, comeback một đường, nhìn nè, nhìn cái đốm đỏ này nè, thấy không? Đi tới 13 luôn. Nha, đi tới 13 luôn.
The difficult ones for sure, really difficult ones. But sometimes a player of his caliber might still be able to grab him. If DRX win the next round, I'm believing in the comeback. Their attack side has looked strong. The way that they're manipulating the ults is fantastic too. I think there might be a way that they can get into this round with a lockdown and then play Reckoning post-plan. But there is going to be a massive clash here on B.
Oh, Aspas, you've got to be joking.
Ôi trời ơi, chạy. Mày.
Draft, there was a punish attempt by Buzz.
Không sao, nó mất cái đá rồi, nó mất cái đá rồi. Trời ơi, nó mất cái đá rồi, nó không dám bắt láo nữa. Mày.
RB moves around, blind, but to the angle, and he is fully blinded up. Swinging around, coverage is there. And it is just that hammer strike one after another.
Kawanzi in Sky looks so phenomenal, man. Utilizing both of those flashes, knowing that the first isn't good enough, relieving the pressure. I mean, he just looks immaculate in these positions. Such a phenomenal pickup. I think DRX rushed that though. Once they had control of B and they pushed Buzz back, and they pushed Aspas back, RB had the perfect time to go for a lockdown. You stick a lockdown there and you wait, you apply so much pressure to Loud. And instead they just ran into the maw.
And it has set Loud up. Map point for them. The margin for error that is allowed for a team like DRX, no longer available. Lockdown going to be used up close though. This is punishable if they have util for it, but instead it's just going to be a pit.
I don't know how less is going to stay.
Cùng lắm bắn ông Tê, nó làm gì ghê vậy? Ông Tê nè, vô đi, ông Tê nè. Đủ má mày nè, đừng đụng nè. Đừng đụng nè.
Dash has to be used. Disengaged by Buzz.
And no punish unless.
No punish at all. It's back
Đi
up
chết chứ rồi.
Spam.
It's dangerous from Stacks. If Stacks falls here, they lose their big ult for the post plant.
Cove just barely keeps him alive, and here's the flank from Aspas. And what an answer! Shots landing, warbang damage, and they are weak, missing the second one. Everyone falling.
Nhảy đi đâu? Nhảy đi đâu?
Moments away now.
Không thua được.
3v2, and it's just over like that.
This retake style looks incredible from Loud. The aggression coming out from Aspas and Kawanzin. Pushing forwards, making space for one of their team to get on the defuse. The Brazilian retake looks so good. And the crowd are pumped. Loud are one map away from being able to get themselves in a position where they could be our first ever team to lift 2 trophies, and back to back at that.
That's what they're fighting for. And honestly, the attempt from DRX to try and bring it back, it was good. Adjustments were made, ever so too late though.
And DRX find themselves in a position where, once again, exactly the same as that lower bracket final against Optic at Champs, they lose a map 13-8, 13-5, and head into the third. That time it went to 5.
Má chó láo lồn thiệt thịt mẹ
It
tụi mày.
looks almost impossible, but
Má nó cay thiệt chứ.
Cloud battling against DRX is that extra element that maybe they didn't think about, but we'll find out soon enough on the other side of this just how this series will conclude.
Má nó cay thiệt. Bà hai. Man. Tụi mày hên đó, đủ.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Tụi mày hên đó, đủ má.
Me and my brother saved every little dime we had to keep the lights in the water running, but that's okay. Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. 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 Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. Growing up in the hood, no, we ain't had much, but we made something out of nothing. And I remember being at school and I ain't had no lunch, but I made something out of nothing. Me and my brother saved every little dime we had to keep the lights in the water running, but that's okay. Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. 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 Sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of nothing. I made something out of Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of I made something out of Cause sometimes in life, you gotta make something out of
Lồn má nó bắn vậy đó. Éo yếu luôn.
Welcome back to Sao Paulo, where it was a valiant effort on the back half of the map for DRX, but it just wasn't enough to unseat Loud. We end in a 13-8 scoreline, and look, we've already talked about him all series long, but we've got to do it again because he continues to sit at the top of the leaderboards. It's Aspas on that jet, absolutely fragging out.
I think Mimi put it very succinctly while we were off camera. Aspas might be good at Valorant.
I think so.
Potentially. Very possible.
But it's so we got that qualifier of the might still? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right. He's working on it. He's working on it. But I think part of what made him look so incredible in this map, beyond how good he always is to begin with, was him and Kawazid as a duo. This Sky pick did such a fantastic job of setting Aspas up for these deep plays, for these pushes, with really good flashes.
It's just been incredible. And this is one of the things we were kind of talking about. I mean, Gav just gets some aggressive positioning. The man is playing just so boldly. But he has those flashes to back him up, whereas the side of Buzz does not. We've still seen some solid entering from Buzz, but we've also seen those moments where he's trying to take control of Yellow over on that B side and the attacking side, and then he just gets picked off because there's no escorting utility.
1000%, and that's what I wanted to see out of DRX in this situation. Again, this felt like a must-win map. You put Buzz in a position to deliver for your team, and the guy...
Bữa năm được chơi rồi kìa.
He was kind of trying to do it all on his own.
Bữa năm được chơi của Long rồi. 12 giờ đêm mình được chơi rồi.
And Seth, you brought up a quote earlier that normally this team really likes it. DRX likes it when people pick their competitions into them. And it looked like it was almost that. But I think this Sky added a layer of complexity that made it really hard for them to actually compete with it one-on-one.
And look, we saw DRX picking up some steam on the back half, but you get to this round 21 out of Loud, and they found an incredible way to retake here on the A site.
I mean, it's already, again, so many people taking...
Tiền đâu mà mua em ơi.
And then they're just able to hold this the whole way throughout. I mean, the Reckoning be damned. You're not going to be too...
Rõ ràng em ơi. Được chơi rồi.
They're so distracted by Aspas in the back line that no one is able to go ahead and interrupt this. So
it's a bit of an anticlimactic way for this
map to conclude, but it's still just so brilliant the way that Loud are approaching these retakes.
Yeah. It's really incredible, and I think it's actually a very direct comparison to what we saw in Pearl, where this Loud team is really good in these post-plants of getting that orb down, getting utility to pressure, sticking the spike, while the rest of the team is pushing really, really deep and using utility to shut that down.
I think it was you who said it very quickly. They seem to want to play in this chaos. They want to play in this very scrappy, very aggressive, throw the Reckoning in there, have chaos across the site, and they're thriving in that.
I was about to say, they're playing with so much confidence within that, which just makes them even more scary as an opponent. So here we are, 2-0 is the scoreline. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep for DRX if they want to bring this one back, quite obviously. But here's the thing, Achilleos, there's never been a reverse sweep in Valorant international history.
No, there has not been. But the closest that we have ever had, as Josh was kind of mentioning it right at the bottom side of that map, was DRX versus Optic. They managed to push them to the very brink, taking them all the way to that final game, and then it concluded with a 13-10 scoreline on the last map. So this team is the closest to be able to pull it off, but given the way that Loud are playing right now, I don't know if that same reverse sweep magic to be able to even get close to pulling one off is going to be able to come through, because additionally, we're getting ready to see Split, a map that they have not played on the international stage since and all the way back a very long time ago.
We'll get into the breakdown of Split in just a moment, but Doug, sometimes when it comes to a reverse sweep or just getting yourself back on the horse, it's about resetting your mental. And sometimes going back to mechanics is the best way to do it. With everything that's going on, all of this chaos is happening. Take a look at Zest as he dives into the aim lab shoot around to see how he resets himself between difficult maps.
Yeah, the fundies have to be immaculate. And you know,
trời đất ơi, lại được cố bắn cái thằng 28 máu không trúng chiếc nào.
I was really concerned about mental because it looked like they were boomed, right? You saw their player cams, they looked dejected, they looked demoralized, and then they started to put something together.
Bắn gì mỗi tay với được gì đâu ta? Bắn gì mỗi tay với được đâu ta?
Insane amount of mental to hard reset. There was doubt, in my opinion, that they could do it, but they gave me a sliver of hope with how they closed out that ice box.
And I did see a little bit more hope in that second half. Map 1, DRX never found a solution. They were never able to adapt. But on the second map, I saw things that were a little bit different from last time.
Nó chỉ là phải kiểu phản xạ vô thức thôi mà.
Location more. They weren't allowing their spike planner to get spammed as often. The post plants were still great, but it was not enough. And now we head towards Split. And this is a map that is so hard to play Loud on, because you talk about that chaos, Doug. This is where they create it. They play the double duelist comp, and it is so difficult to compete with their players.
bóng mẹ.
Just curious as to what is going to happen here for the side of DRX. What are they going to be bringing out? Do they decide to just go for Buzz solo duelist on the race, something that he doesn't have nearly as much experience on? Or do we see him just stay with the Jet? And is that still going to be enough? He has been finding his footing. His performance there on Icebox, a complete inversion, and even then more so on top of it from what we saw in the first map. He had a good amount of impact, but will we see that if he goes for Raze again? Because you can see the difference there as Aspas is just lounging.
We'll get our answer in just a moment. Select again. DRX's first look on Split in this tournament. Doug, we've kind of seen two different approaches across the two maps that we've had so far. First, matching the composition of Loud.
Anh ấy có nhiều pha bắn kiểu não chưa kịp lót tay nó phích rồi.
Neither has netted a win.
Có chuyện đó. Không bao giờ mà tay em nhanh hơn não của em được á. Điên quá.
I like what I see. I see a double initiator comp. You have Buzz on the Raze. Again, it wasn't Buzz on the Jet that necessarily was the problem. It was the fact that Buzz didn't have any counter. He didn't have any backup. The Cat didn't have any help. Those two initiators should be able to help.
Last time Loud played this map, they start attack versus NRG, and the double duelist comp absolutely bowled them over. It's going to require great coordination from DRX to shut this one down.
Well, there you have it. Can this one go the distance? They got to get it done here in game number 3 if they want to push it all the way to 5. Let's find out as we send it back to your casters. Here's Brendan Sideshow.
The potential close here to the storied history of both of these teams as well, Josh. And, you know, DRX is a team that have that history behind them, but never quite reaching the same heights as a team like Loud, never making the grand finals before.
Yeah, I think
không được em, luôn luôn là anh nhớ không lầm là luôn luôn là cơ thể của em sẽ hoạt động theo là não truyền tín hiệu thì mọi thứ nó mới hoạt động mà.
3 years of expectations on their shoulders to hoist a trophy and take one home for Korea.
Lúc nào não của em cũng sẽ nhanh hơn cái tay của em hết á. Luôn luôn là vậy mà. Tay của em muốn hoạt động là phải có não truyền tín hiệu tới chứ.
Compare that to Loud, who've made 2 Brazilian super rosters work. And have made 3 grand finals in the last 12 months. That's bonkers.
Success just feels baked into this Loud squad. And this map here.
Yeah, tủy sóc điều khiển hả? Nghe gớm vậy.
There's going to be that extension of play for DRX or Loud. Going to be sailing relatively uncontested all the way to that grand finals.
And of course, I shouldn't call that 3rd grand finals appearance too early. But it feels like it's on the cards right now.
Trời, map này là map cũ của DRX luôn. Thì map này hơi bị ghê thời xưa luôn á. Bây giờ cũng vẫn ghê. Nhìn nè, nhìn cái cách mà người ta bắn nè.
Fast and loose and aggressive, dropping down. Notice containment. Flash not ready for RPE, jumping, dodging, weaving. An attempted a trade with Buzz. Well, he's going to meet his match at Heaven.
Chết chưa? Khó chưa? Khó chưa?
These positions and down to 2 years.
Thủ em, thủ em. Nhìn nè, em nhìn đi Tấn Lộc, nhìn đi, lên, nhìn đi, phán sai con. Tỷ sống hả?
Loud's team composition is going to be constantly applying pressure to you, and I think RB is going to be under. It's going to be the main.
Nhìn nha.
In my opinion. You saw Stax just kind of baiting him here in order to get into a really crunchy position where he can wait for the retake.
Đây rồi, giải tỏa tâm lý nè, nhìn nè.
Against the Jet Raze takes a lot of effort. Taking the pistol is so important.
Nhìn nha, nhìn cái bài hai duelist này chơi bởi lớn gì.
We can put that potential of a comeback into the air and mention of it. Expectations obviously on the shoulders of both of these teams. Dog's going to get some.
Rõ ràng là Long à.
So Stax spotting 3, I believe, with that one.
Yeah, that's huge. Because one of the things that Loud does is take control behind this Viper setup and then force you to peek into them.
Vậy. Nè, cho đánh đi. Nè, leo vô.
Potential to be overwhelmed. Flash
deep. Lòi cái lồn chưa?
Gets the information, but contact play.
Trời ơi, bất ngờ chưa? Dây bắn súng.
But does he know? Does Mako know about Sadak's
bất ngờ chưa? Bất ngờ chưa? Rồi đi đâu nữa? Xin chim bập này. Mày biết mày đây luôn, biết ở đây luôn đó. Mẹ để cho Start dạy các em chơi con Sky nhá. Bang. Chết luôn.
Really nicely done. I feel like DRX in the last couple of maps, I'm including, you know, Split and Icebox here, have actually been much better at shutting down Loud's economy.
Không có được đâu. Trời ơi, nhìn là biết mà động mẹ coi nè. Nhìn nè. Chẳng qua cái trò mà flash qua bắn được là do có thằng Aspa nó bắn bay quá thôi. Đủ mẹ, trò flash qua trò chết con. Nhìn nè, để cho Tết chỉ em chơi, chỉ cho team lao chơi đủ mấy con Sky nè. Học hỏi đi, đủ má bây giờ vừa nhảy một cái ăn vào con set một cái là muốn. À, thả xe vô hả? Cũng hay đó nè. Nè, ăn con dao nè. Ăn cái này nè. Đi con mẹ khổ chưa?
And yet he does. Angle watched for. Will there be a trade? Buzz just getting that one pressure in a bounds.
Bổ súng mà em. Rồi, bổ súng mà. Double dot mà. Bình thường. Bình thường, súng bé quá thôi. Súng bé thôi, alo. Đây nè. Súng to nè.
That's the pace that Aspas and Sadak are going to be playing with here. That's the tempo. They're so quick with their blast pack engages, with their dashes, that if you're anchoring a site, you can get overwhelmed very quickly, caught with utility in your hands, and forced to take duels on an
Nhìn nè. Dao nè, nay nè, flash nè, đồ má giết ba. Nè, ăn dao. Ôi ơi, bột. Rồi xong lộ 4. Ôi trời ơi, vô đi. Để vô. Đó, giờ đi qua cái bức tường này làm sao mà qua đây? Hai cái bức tường này làm sao mà qua? Hả? Flash nếu ai mù. Ôi, đến trên này nè, phía trên này. Nè, trả lại cho Muli, rồi xong, lộn bức trên này. Giờ đặt góc thôi. Bây giờ phải vô rồi, bí rồi anh ơi, em bí quá. Em bí quá. Giờ sao anh ơi? Nè, bí quá hả? Vô đi. Hả? Vô. Này làm gì nữa? Đi móc hả? Móc.
Very nice hold from DRX, working themselves together. And that one was difficult. Loud's ability to explode through B forces DRX to use util early. Even though Loud were only taking a ramp, DRX have to give them the respect as if that could be a full hit onto A. And they use the pull and they use the nade early. So when Loud go for the re-hit into A, there is no pull.
Nè, bây giờ bí lắm rồi. Bí là sẽ làm gì? Cho Sah nhảy lên Heaven. Cho Sah nhảy lên Heaven.
And they hold on.
Đó, không dám nhảy hả? Hết dám nhảy hả? Đâm mid hả? Ok, đâm mid đi.
It takes a lot of preparation and very fast reactions.
Rồi, nếu con dao trúng ngay thằng đi móc là biết thằng là móc A rồi.
Weaker weaponry. Loud have still been dangerous in the past.
Phá qua móc nè. Trời ơi, nhà quê. Rồi sao nữa? Nè, thả cái này nè. Trời ơi, đây đau quá. Gì đâu. Đi móc cầm cái bơm luôn. Má. Quay lại đồng đội chết chứ.
It's a point. We didn't really bring up too hard, but in these best of fives, it is a different element added. Your map pool gonna get pushed and pulled.
Được á, cũng ra gì đó.
Absolutely true.
Cũng ra gì đó.
Hasn't done before.
And Loud have been a team that relies on their attack side split because of the way that their
competition
works. They've been bowling teams over on this half of the map. And I think back to the game against NRG. NRG had a decision to run an operator on their Astra defense that I thought
chết mẹ rồi. Skydeep, Cao Anh Thiên nãy giờ không 4 rồi. Đẹp mẹ, gặp ông thầy bắn flash rồi, chịu gì nổi.
Whereas instead the pace just bowled NRG over. RB's not going to be doing that. RB's a very rifle heavy player, and he's also extremely sensible with how he uses his utility to help his other teammates. He's become a very good site anchor, despite that not originally being his MO. He's going to get flashed in here in a aggressive play.
There's no way you can come out with any sort of kills. Indeed, Aspas does shoot.
Just after I'm talking about how safe RB usually plays. Zest and RB cook up a play like that.
Throwing it into the mix.
Bắt bài đẹp mà,
I think that makes sense as a mid-round informational play, but really early on. Before you've got any
bây giờ chó
idea
mà
that
vô một cái là ăn cái này cũng mất.
This opens the door for Sadak to double blast back in here with his ult.
Showstopper. Zest miles away from getting his knife back online to try and cancel this one. And there we go, Dog. Satchel right up into heaven, the rocket. Oh, it sings, but it doesn't quite land onto any sort of target. And now DRX make the play, they make the call. They want to try and contest this. They want to try and fight this. Sadak, well, his position's known. 41 health.
Mua bật tiền của anh chứ còn gì nữa.
Most to do. First one found. Crowd roaring. Nade is really good, and no! My goodness. Very close. Too close for comfort for DRX.
Gì giờ thế này mà Dân Anh mới vô mà hỏi cái mất tập trung quá.
Before it got really dangerous.
And while the crowd are oohing and ahhing about the possibility of Sadak winning a 1v3, I want to give crazy credit to how DRX are anchoring these positions. They are playing such safe spots and forcing Loud to overextend into them if they want a chance at being able to
bắn ghê quá à.
They had a player
mẹ mà bắn vậy à, mấy anh Loud đụng mới im lặng rồi.
Safe in CT. I mean, these guys are playing the most passive angles, passive crossfires you can, and Loud's desire to hunt and get aggressive with their double duelist composition is being punished. I love what I'm seeing so far from DRX. And this was a map thinking way back into the past, when this team was known as Vision Strikers and at the beginning of their time as DRX too. This map was amazing for them. This Korean team had trap plays, they dominated the defense side, their coordination was fantastic, and we haven't seen it as a strength for them in recent times. Perhaps just waiting for this big moment.
What a time to really showcase what you're made of. Remember, this is Loud's map pick as well. They took them here, thinking that they had the right idea about it. And the timeout's taken from Loud, looking to readjust, rethink their game plan.
If DRX deal with this double duelist composition well on split, that's exactly what Loud are going to be playing on Fracture too. You've got to assume. As long as DRX is going to hold on, maybe there's still hope for them yet.
So it could bode well.
Early knife, the 0 point used towards A, and the Loud players dodge it. Looking to try and take that.
Rồi sao nữa? Nãy giờ khó quá, không lấy mấy thằng Loud gáy lên nữa ta, hết gáy rồi hả?
And this is the kind of round where Sadak is going to just try to get a feel for the protocols from DRX. If we dodge their knife on A, what is their response? Do they try and re-clear it? Here you see the Trailblazer used from Stacks in Heaven. Second piece of informational utility used.
Oh, and in the midst of all that, well, guess what?
Con cặc gì vậy, bắn láo dữ trời.
Happy to claim it.
Way further forward than the DRX players were expecting.
Base and the kill. Flick locks on to the cranium. Stacks is going to be calling now from the back seat position, seeing what he can do for his team. See that Cosmic Divide, and Aspas is dealt with, playing so aggressive. Duck and Weed pushing back and forth. Mako just hunting for information. Spike
rớt cái bom, rớt cái bom, rớt cái bom.
Showstopper, but nobody else waiting for it. In fact, all the targets, Sadak creeping and crawling behind them.
Rớt cái bom nè.
Question is, can Sadak do something just as good to rip this one open?
12 bullets left. That's Mako.
Mai rồi thắng.
Once more response. Satchel used to dissuade this one, pushing forwards. Mako.
Tạm biệt nha. Tạm biệt nha. Tạm biệt nha.
But eventually this guy's got save hands, and Mako making it 6-1.
Gì vậy? Với hai là winner.
The lower bracket final. Mako went crazy. Map 3 to be able to bring his team back into it. I'm seeing flashes of the same thing again. I love this idea though from Loud to really test how the defense looks on an eco round like this, where you can take more risks because your chance of reward otherwise is very low. That's gonna
Trời ơi, comeback rồi. 3-2. Người ta gọi là reverse.
To break it, but it just doesn't quite work.
Mako vào tay rồi đó, đủ má bắn. Mako vào tay bắn cho team Loud này thở đéo nổi luôn nè.
I mean, their own Viper wall as well, right? So, bit of anti-synergy.
Dog spots some zest. He's the casualty. There's a pull though. That's going to be used. Stacks, does he still want to take this fight? That's the question. Backs away. Seekers, a wide swing. Repositions. Oh, Mako trying to as well help him out. The swing from Heaven. Readjust though.
Giỡn mặt.
And my goodness.
Giỡn mặt. Đủ mà hay sắp giết người chưa? Đất bom nữa.
Buzz dropped down in the middle of all of this chaos. And the spike out in the open. Aspas looking to wide swing.
7-1 luôn em ơi. Không sao hết, lỡ bình thường rồi thì 7-1 luôn.
The gravity of it all. The 2 years, isn't it?
Giỡn hả mày? Thôi, gông PZ này thì lách cái con cặc điệt con mẹ, lách cái gì nữa? Lách nè. Khó quá ha. 3-1.
Stacks and Buzz magical in terms of the duels that they win.
Nhìn nè. 14. 0-7.
Take a look at these in the replay. Stacks taking that first duel off the back of the pull, and then this one. Oh, looking so good. Readjusts to be able to take out the Raze player there, Sadak.
I mean, that's just insane. The entire time, Seeker just chewing at his back. Yeah, I mean, he just has to be constantly readjusting his movement. And this is DRX looking so damn commanding in this map.
Tập tành chơi con Sky thôi. Mẹ làm thấy ghê. Đó, chỉ mà chơi Sky nè. Đó. Bắn vậy nè.
They've only got 1 kill between them, I believe. And on split, they normally have the vast majority of the trades. They're trading Aspas and Sadak. That's how they get a lot of their kills.
Macro timing.
Macro bắn láo vậy.
Placement. It's not good.
Macro bắn láo quá.
The rifle over as well.
But DRX have still been very stable, even in the 4v5s on split. They just drop back.
Sadak, no. Showstopper, that's a direct hit. Almost goes down to the full damage. 4-2 health.
Sao còn AB làm được.
This one. RB trying to anchor.
Hay.
Look at the positioning. Is it going to be known? Tries to at least try to take the fight to them.
Giết hết. AB giết hết.
Weighs his way through. Sheriff's making this more than dangerous, but Stacks responds. Now he's allowed.
Làm được. 1-2 dễ.
Seekers though. Knows where they are. Grouped up.
Thấy luôn rồi. Dàn nó chết luôn đi.
Stacks left for it and there. Just puts it in the bin. Any attempt of a round win there is allowed. The crowd completely silenced.
Stacks looks like a machine on split. This is his map. This is his.
Thấy gì chưa? Điệt mà, thấy gì chưa? Chỉ mày chơi Sky luôn. Chỉ tụi mày chơi Sky luôn. Chắc mày luôn, đéo thèm flash.
Style from DRX, leaving one side anchor, sometimes 2 side anchors, to play and dance around smoke.
Trời đất ơi, 0-8 rồi, thôi nghỉ mẹ, chơi lùn nữa.
Is working perfectly to counter Loud.
Chết con mẹ rồi.
Yeah, break that 0 point. Not a chance.
Rồi ăn 2 con dao luôn, đồ má bú. Liệt mẹ rồi. Chết tẹt.
By suppressing Kalanzin early on, he really delays this A ramp.
Đéo hiểu sao luôn á, mà bé bích bắp xít với lại Direct.
Can't take that side of the map.
Đứt rồi.
Slows everything down from Loud.
Boombot used to clear mid, but there's the snake bite and the orb. It's an instant response. The dance between both of these teams using utility to offset.
Đi bộ vô nữa hả? Nè. Đi bộ vô, biết mày đi bộ vô luôn rồi đó. Rồi xong hết giờ. Ai chà, đồ má đi ra nhìn lại.
That's the split changes. That angle didn't exist before. And so first player to fall.
Biết luôn rồi, biết đi về rồi. Start A đi mấy anh ơi, start B đi. Đúng rồi. Đầu má hay quá. Start bắn mà đẹp quá hay. Đẩy một cái lấy hết thông tin luôn đồng đội. Về B, start 3B. Bắt 3B giết 5. Nhìn nè. Nhìn nè, Molly với này nè, gấp màu đam. Ủa này đau quá. Trời đất ơi.
Oh, too many targets to pick from, and well, they all tumble down. Desperate moves from Stacks.
But a very good defense half nonetheless. I mean, Loud have been putting up 7, 8, more on their attack side so far this tournament when we've seen it. The DRX have already got them in a great spot, and their economy's good enough that they should be able to buy for the rest of the map. Big ults to work with too here. Both teams have a Viper's Pit. And split works so that the defenders have map control to start with.
Bắt bài đẹp như vậy rồi.
Looks like he's going to use it in mid with a judge. maybe he's just gonna play.
Là Quy này hài hước rồi, comeback. Tao muốn comeback rồi. Mai comeback. Đâu, mai comeback. Mẹ nó công dệt này đứng ở trong này cứ bắn RSC hoài à. Lách cố vô xong bắt những cái giái vậy, đụng đi mẹ trốn mẹ mày đi. Trốn mẹ mà ulti là xong rồi. Lồn què. Lách cố vô bắt những cái giái.
Quite found the right timings for him. Now that util though, drop down, stars, dash forwards, dog into the back, Zest, yep, nowhere to run. Who can brave? Lame him, it's a waterfall move. DRX attempt to just flood back into that side and play fast to disrupt that take, and it's a punish.
And look what happens when the anchor isn't able to stay alive. When Zest falls, those players who are trying to flood in and help him, Loud can put the focus on the retakers, the rotators instead. You contrast that to the round where they're going towards B and RB stays alive for so long. Loud are still hunting for that anchor player, so they can't focus on the players in B Heaven or at CT that are flooding in. I would say Zest has got to adjust, but frankly, it's already late in the half. And I think DRX have done enough to be able to win here. Sure, another one on the board would be great. A 9-3 half. We've only seen 9-3s in the opening halves to these maps, so there would be some poetic irony to it. But I think either way, DRX will be very.
Không sao, lâu xui nó bắt bài á. 9-3 rồi kết thúc game này với 13 năm là đẹp.
The work has been put in. Now we approach final round of the half here. DRX make it at 9-3. It would be more than respectable. Happy days for them, considering they're on that back foot. You can kind of feel that stress mounting a little bit. The glimpses we've seen of the coach cams, Frod sweating, wiping away his brow.
Everyone's sweating in here, Brad.
Yeah.
Anh cũng chán lắm luôn á bầu, đéo hiểu luôn á, đụng má bắn cái gì cũng cặt gì.
Trailblazer though, double satchel. It's
hay, chơi luôn.
Has that showstopper, landing in his face, it's chaos.
He's going for a direct hit!
Yep, no wasting any time. Look at this. Oh, maneuvers away and around. Stacks.
Ulti đi bố ơi, con xin bố. Ra cuối rồi. Con mẹ nó muốn dạy để biết chơi KO mà đi con mẹ mày.
Weaving his way around.
Chơi KO cái lồn á. Mệt phải.
Two smokes players with the most to do now. And it's cutting that noise. Spike though dropped up top. Fragment nade pushes it back. All on this one. Les moves forwards, picks up the spike. And still RB uncontested. And where will be that trade?
Thôi, đụng mé đừng đụng. Làm gì hả? Làm cắt gì hả?
You've turned it into a 1v1. You might have just thrown this. Cosmic Divide now going to be used. Why not? Throw everything at it.
So
difficult. Round to use it.
Lộn như ta đụng mé bơm rơi trên mà.
Swabs and waves of that utility.
Vậy là win. Vậy là thua.
Seconds contacting up, down. Trying to clear it. He's got to know that RB is on that corner.
They're both worried.
Rồi nhảy xuống rồi, nghe rồi. Không được đâu, được đâu, được đâu, được đâu.
Here's the timing for it. 2 years. Gambled incorrectly.
Lộn má cái ông thiệt này.
Wave of disappointment. You could hear it in the cheers of the crowd as it died out. But if you're a DRX fan, I'm sure you're going to be more than happy with that one. Nice and loud as they secure that 9-3 half.
It is so great from DRX, this bounce back.
Đó, đéo hiểu luôn, đụng máy đéo hiểu luôn, đi bò đang mình luôn, đéo hiểu.
The clutching and the site anchoring, so good from RB. This looks like a different team and they've got that momentum to be able to bring this back on split.
Đúng mất 48, địt mẹ, cái bom đứng trước mặt luôn á mà địt mẹ đi ra bích đó, đéo hiểu. Khó hiểu anh luôn.
I am now joined by Koreano, streamer for Loud, and also FRT, the captain of the show match that's going to happen in a couple of days. First of all, thank you for letting me crash your watch party. How's it going? How's the watch party going?
First of all, hi guys, I'm Koreano. The watch party is awesome. I mean, I really like doing these.
Lồn má, bắn bây giờ mới pha phải lồn. Đang bắn hay.
The sound is awesome. Everything is awesome, and Loud is doing a really great job. I mean, we did a really job on the first half, but I think we're going to recover this.
Yeah, it's already a 2-0. That's a really, really good job so far. FRT, I wanted to ask you, you know, in this crowd, there's so many Loud fans. They have so many chants. Now, I don't really understand Portuguese, so would you be able to explain to me, you know, what are they chanting? What does it mean?
Okay, they just like pushing the chin to the limit every time. They always like cheering for a crowd, like loud, loud, loud. They say like loud, it says like loud, loud, loud. And then everybody's going crazy every time.
Bắn như lồn, 93 lồn. Ăn được 11, 12. Ăn được 11 đéo ăn.
Screaming, shouting, it's crazy.
Mấy rau liền.
Can you guys teach me something? You know, if I want to be supporting Loud out there, what should I say?
The best word to say is vamos.
Vamos!
That's one.
Okay, I understand that one. Now, Tarek is actually right next to us. He's also captaining the show match. So, you got anything to say to him? You know, you're going to be playing against him in a couple days.
I can't wait to play against him because I know it's gonna be a great match. But I'm winning this game, bro. I'm winning this. I'm winning this game.
Sắp có show match nè. Giải này có show match nha. Giải này sẽ có show match nha. Team của Tarek với team của thằng FRT nè.
Is there anything you want to say to the players if they can hear you right now? Some words of encouragement because they are 9-3 down.
I mean, for DRX, I'm going to wish them good luck because Loud is coming really great. The changes on the roster, especially the coach as well, Fraud, is doing a really great job, and I think Loud will close these and play on Saturday.
Oh, thank you so much, you two, for joining me, and have fun for the rest of your watch party. And I'm going to pass this back to Brandon Sideshow to jump back into the second half.
What a beginning here for Split.
Hình như là vậy á em ơi.
Landing on this 9.
Show match là cho, không phải, ý là show match là cho xem giới thiệu tướng mới luôn thì phải. Chứ không phải là show tướng mới em ơi. Không phải, ngày mai không phải show match tướng ơi, ngày mai còn một trận phải là tích với Navi đó mà tướng.
Much to get excited about here on Split. DRX have been so firmly in control. Their game plan has worked perfectly. The question is just whether they can convert it on the attack side.
Thắng mẹ đi.
Loud's complex is designed for attacking, but it also is not reluctant to get up in your face.
Ủa dạ là nó để 4-3 hả? Ok mày.
Oh my goodness, that's a little bit awkward. Satchels was eating a ton of damage there.
Trời ơi, ông boss này nhảy đéo lên được cái he mình nữa.
Aspas and Kalanzine, this is what I'm talking about with this comp. It's so happy to get active on defense. They're hoping that they were going back through sewers, but they definitely heard.
They heard us.
I mean, elephant
chơi con chạy lâu quá được quên cách nhảy à.
So from DRX's point of view, how do you expect that?
In the meantime,
hay quá, Stark bóng này bắn hay quá.
Getting himself into those favorable positions, and they take the timing. Walking, strutting to contact play, but this is where the backstab will really rain. Aspas spots one, holds it down, waits it out. First kill claimed, there's the second, and finally the third. Stack so much to do, and just not enough resources.
Mà Stack đánh cái team lồn này mệt mỏi luôn á.
Fantastic timing from Aspas and Kalanzine, but also the whole reason they're forced to rotate there is because this hit into A was so messy. I don't think it was necessarily Loud doing anything spectacular on their defense.
Bắn defensive phải lồn thiệt.
Buzz with a bit of a beef trying to
Lisa nó bắn như mặt ngoại trời.
Distorted and mixed up.
Trời ơi.
This isn't a very bursty comp from DRX. It's not going to group up as 5 in A main and B main and explode. At least, I don't think it's playing to its strengths if they decide to do
chính xác đéo thua gì cây gót luôn mà.
I would like to see them control mid. Go for
lồn mà nãy giờ nó bắn mấy pha bắn sạp nhưng mà không đó.
Fakes. Make use of the fact that Loud doesn't have a sentinel that can give them information on the map.
Orb collected though. That's DRX making the most of these eco rounds, making sure that they prioritize the ults for the next. Building up to their advantages. For Loud to have any shot of trying to shut down this comeback, this new momentum that's behind DRX.
Ông boss này mà cứ để con mẹ nhảy sách trò kiểu này thì bú cặt mẹ DRX rồi, làm sao mà anh tác đây. Nó ghim tâm hay của em, nó bắn cái này nhiều lắm rồi á, nhìn là biết nó bắn cái này nhiều mà nó cắt cái này rồi.
Marshall in his hands is deadly, especially when there's no armor. Gotta be careful. Running right into the sight line.
Má nó bắn đéo hụt luôn á.
Farming up to that blade storm.
Má đéo hụt luôn. Má nó bắn đéo hụt luôn mà. The fuck?
So cute play. Wow. Okay.
Denied the ace. Well, it's the percentage play, you know. Aspas has already got his ult online.
Yeah.
They're all about that. They're all about that. And that's actually dangerous. Of all the ults to get online for a bonus, I think Aspas is #1. You're putting Aspas in a position now where if he plays aggressive in B main and goes for some kind of push, maybe in mid.
Thì không cần em ơi, nếu mà ai thì đẹp thôi, nhưng mà nếu mà để cho bọn lấy một mạng ngon hơn, nó có ulti mà. Bay cái gì đâu, Burin nó bắn con đỉ mẹ nó như vậy 3 map rồi đó em.
So it has to be a clean
mẹ nó, này là phong độ của nó luôn rồi đó, chứ không phải nó bay nữa.
Got that full investment, you got the rifles, Boombot. Spots the one, nade's going to be used, and
but Aspas is pushing.
Yeah, Mako pushed all the way back. Aspas is pushing. Trailblazers use this, good discipline. Tags him, stunned up, has to use the dash to get out of there.
Yeah, that's good. So,
mà lão phải lộn mình nhìn nè, thấy không? Đéo có đáp nha, đéo có đáp nhưng mà nó nhúc nó đéo về nè, thấy không? Nó đáp về xong nó đứng nó nháp chơi tiếp mà. Giờ do là nó bắn luôn, đéo sợ luôn mà. Mà bắn láo thiệt chứ.
They don't care at all. I mean, now they've just started to pay attention to A main again.
Đồng đội đéo có flash ra ngoài kia thấy lìa nó mới về đó.
Oh, a bungle from Stacks on the flash as well. Doesn't even threaten like they could be going back in this direction, but still, Loud for some reason going for the gamble stack on A.
Yeah, moving over, they seem to anticipate it.
The wrong read.
It's a, incorrect gamble. Diligence there from DRX, making sure that they clear all the necessary angles.
Rồi, bóng đẹp ra ngoài bơi luôn. Bóng này cũng được nè. Bóng này cũng được này. Bóng này được này.
The full retake. Oh my goodness!
Má hơi phải chết rồi. Ôi đủ má anh chết ơi, đừng anh ơi, đừng anh ơi, đừng anh đang bấy cắt đừng anh ơi. Sống đi, anh có cái một ly kìa ném đâu, ném đại đi anh chết ơi. Đủ má xin anh đấy. Đúng rồi, đứng yên là sống, đứng yên là thắng, đứng yên là thắng, đứng yên là thắng.
2 years in Kawazin. Positioning by Zest there.
Mày dễ không? Dễ không? Đứng yên là thắng. Mẹ chạy tới làm gì? Không có gì phải lại tới. Không thể. Chỉ có chó mới chạy tới thôi.
Really well played, very disciplined. One of the things though that I'm slightly concerned about with how DRX are playing their attack side, they're not creating much serious presence towards A. They're relying on this wall kind of setup from Mako.
Súng nhà quê.
Aggressively at the beginning of the round, and they know that no one's coming back over there. RB is really, really safe in B main. So if Aspas decides to get aggressive in B and hang around there for a while, DRX could run a B split without ever clearing garage. So
map này khó ha, chắc phải map sau mới chơi được.
The game on their defense side. And it all comes down to how aggressively they play the outsides, the extremities of the map.
Bắn hụt nè, đủ má Marco bắn cái mặt luôn nè, điệp con mẹ ra đi, mày ra đi. Mày đang bay đúng không? Đủ má bay đấy. Nè góc này đẹp. Đó. Đẩy chó tới, thằng này không biết đẩy chó đâu. Này làm sao mà biết kiểm chó.
Spots the one and
gets nè.
Of course he's taking that space. He knows where he is. And this is dangerous for Mako. Juggle peak fires.
Molly cái nữa nè, đau chưa?
Snake bite to try and force the angle up close. They're taking the fight right to him. Buzz bails him out. There is a trade. But did they anticipate this? That's still there.
Hay. Tiến yếu rồi, tiến ông chó rồi.
That's going to be the response still. Dashing right down into the site. Relieving most of that one. There was a pull. Great assistance. How do you salvage it if you're DRX?
Loud can see the spike. So smoke from RB. Pull back there. Making it look like they could have gone in, but the spike again is just wide out in the open. One little peek from less.
Wow.
And they know that there's no threat.
Lấy bom.
Boombot spammed. Almost every angle watched for. It has to be this site. That's where it's going to be landing, and it comes down to this crossfire. Impossible to break. Lovely by RB to whip it around and somehow return the fire. The players are weak though. Sadak.
Bắn chết thằng em mà lòng win.
Now. Smoke popped up, but time pressure mounting. 11 seconds. Tries to go for the wider swing, but lovely patience by Aspas.
DRX are still grouping up really heavily on the outer sides of the map. I haven't seen them use mid great apart from the previous round. Look at the A pressure. I mean, Loud's comp completely controls A main, B main. Whether it's Aspas pushing aggressive with Kawanzin, or whether it's that kind of suck-nade combo that they've got going on the opposite side of the map with Sadak and Tuiz, they dominate the outer wings of Split. And DRX need to recognize this in that timeout where they can have a chance to talk to the coach, and they need to be taking mid. Aspas can always be more mobile, of course. He can bring an operator to mid or try to go for a push there, something of that ilk, but I'm not seeing the same mobility for DRX, and they were set up to be able to get a comeback started here. 9-3 at the half, sure they lose the pistol, but they're letting an opportunity slip away from them. That cannot be allowed to happen if DRX want any chance of picking up a trophy at this event, any chance of pulling this back and getting us to 5 maps, getting the first Valorant reverse sweep in a BO5.
Would be devastating.
Ăn rồi, món này sẽ ăn được. Nhưng mà anh bắn đâu phải thắng nhanh, phải thắng đậm á, mình lấy tinh thần được. Ăn lắm hết trời luôn. Bắn cuối là AC là mình ăn chắc. Mình lấy sao? Mày bắn lâu thế.
Bit of firepower behind this one still could be
dangerous. Bắn địch mà nhìn nó quằn quá.
Loud on the right foot now. At the end of the day, the pressure is still on DRX to be able to clinch the maps, the rounds that they should. That's a fast play. Satchel in the face and offsetting the weaknesses of the Stinger if there are many.
Đúng em ơi, nó bắn gần 7-8 sát gì rồi.
Very passive, but they've spotted Aspas.
Giờ làm gì nữa? Trời đất ơi, đắt nhầm ơi. Đá gì vậy? Lấy cái nhắm luôn anh ơi. Lấy nhắm cho bắn chết mẹ nó. Đá hộ cái. Cảm ơn nha, đá lấy cái nhắm luôn á. Đây là đá em. Sao? Win hộ cái.
Yeah, using the op. This round is gorgeous from DRX. The set play off the rim to set them up for the opening kill. The crunch on Aspas. Every part of this was lovely. RB even getting into a slightly more aggressive position in B main. If this is what they talked about during the timeout, and they continue running this kind of round, they're going to be under so much pressure.
Em xin anh chết luôn á. Xin anh luôn á, đừng có mẹ bắn ốc chó, đừng có đi ra nữa. Đừng có cúng mạng cho nó nữa. Trời ơi, để nó có ulti là cúng cặt bây giờ.
Wide play by Mako, it's consolation. Stack shuts it down along with the cheers of the crowd.
And this is quite a weird spot, actually, for DRX, because they've saved an op into this round, kind of against their will. I don't think they're going to want to be opping on attack. I mean, look at how much value Buzz is getting when he decides to play aggressive with even a stinger. Maybe RB ends up picking up the operator and plays those kind of safer lines over towards B main. But otherwise, this seems like it might even stunt the attack. And take a bit of bite out of it, maybe. Look at how rough the force is from Loud. No armor judge from Sadak. I got to question why they're even bothering to buy. Why not go for the half?
Not wanting to play for that OT, it seems. Feeling like they have to buy up into this one. Maybe with the ults online, they can make the most of it. Look at this. Aspas, again. So much confidence to be able to push back Mako, even trying to pre-aimer it and look at the punish. I mean, maybe with a rifle, Buzz could have got something done there, but misses the shot.
I mean, Aspas was
nó thấy tường Viper nó dẫn đi qua nó bắn tiếp mà nó bắn cái này nó tám đó, nó bắn xuống tám đó chứ không phải là nó bắn đồ má bắn đồ đâu. Chó này điên thiệt chứ.
Slows down DRX so much.
Cosmic Divide though rips its way across. Now you're seeing it. The showstopper clearance. It's there. Rocket exchanged. And a life for a life.
I'll take that.
Into the site now. Still. Not really relenting, are they?
Bắn láo nó sẽ phải bị trừng phạt em ơi nè. Bắn láo nè. Ra. Đúng rồi.
Zest this time. His turn with the
operator. Đúng rồi, bắn nhắm thôi. Đừng có kê góc Baxi luôn. Đừng kê thẳng nữa. Không sao hết. Chiến thắng là được. Đừng có gì hết. Xong góc này là được. Kê đi. Bắn láo là đủ. Thì nó phải chết. Láo này đủ. Bắn láo là trừng phạt luôn.
I think
critical for them.
Sadak probably wants to go for this, and the other two should save. Hello, though. 2Es with a pick.
This was spawn. To the back. How does Mako do that? 2Es right through the wall. Smoke drop down. Time running low, though. Anything to
gỡ luôn hả? Gỡ luôn. Kéo nè, gỡ đi. Gỡ đi. Gõ đi.
Should know that's enough utility used, enough time pressure bought. That is going to land them
Xin
there.
nha,
The
xin,
12th
xin,
round
xin.
point for
Xin.
DRX.
What a
Trời ơi,
bounce
đủ
back
má gì đây?
has been.
4-14.
So
18-11.
between round 16
Nhìn là
and
biết
round
ai biết
17
chơi Sky
to
không
get
liền.
themselves back into the headspace to win here. Loud are going to respond with one of their own, but it's a horribly broken buy.
Khó quá hả? Khó quá hả?
Gamble. The economical gambit in round 18, throwing caution to the wind. And now this looks all but over. DRX with 6 opportunities to take us to map 4. And I think so far, you should be fairly confident that DRX can do something similar on a Fracture. Because their dismantling of the double duelist composition, despite the fact that Aspas has 21 kills, is pretty gorgeous. They've stopped all of the follow-up. Flood retakes were good. Here on their attack side too, they're playing some of the slower rounds, controlling the map a little better.
Yeah.
Signs of life.
And listen, Josh, I'm happy to see it. Was thinking for a moment we were going to be seeing a fast 3-0. Bit of a repeat of maybe just the blunder that DRX were facing last time they played against Loud, but now they are one step away, securing split, extending that play deeper into the series where it gets more so into that unknown, more so onto Fracture, possibility, the potential to really push Loud to the limit.
And I don't think that a quick 3-0 would have been a disappointing performance here. You know, it would have been incredible to see Loud looking dominant heading into the finals. But I'm all aboard for a close semi. And for DRX to keep their hopes alive of making it to a grand final and having a chance to lift the trophy.
No time wasted with this one. Look at the space that's going to be taken. B main controller's theirs, and RB, he's got the stars in his hands, starting to lay this one down. Double satchel. 2 years. Timings it though, and the judge is there. Spam though, counterplay by the Rifles, drops down, less needs to be dealt with. How does he claim 2? Inconceivable almost, but down to that 2v2, and the pressure's mounting. It's Aspas and Kawazin who have to do the most here.
Lỗi rồi.
Seekers committed.
Ra đi.
Dropping everything
Bắn
into
con
this
coi cho một
round.
đi, đủ mẹ.
One down to the ground here. Start to split
Đủ
the
mẹ,
sides
hay
up.
chứ, hay
It's
thằng
gonna be that
rồi.
crossfire. Zest. What is that? Taking the fight to them. Pop flash play. Leaves it up to RB. Can he perform the slam dunk? A tap. Baits out the pull. Still plenty of time, but one of the players has got to hold this, and the Rifles are in the hands of the Loud players. It just looks impossible. It looks just impossible. And Aspas, whew, sweating maybe, but listen, pulls it off.
That might be the most difficult round that Loud have to get through to bring this to OT, because their weaponry was awful and they still managed to pull out a win. Having said that though, Brent, only keeping one player alive, oh, that is so good, the 2K from less. But like I was just about to say, keeping only one player alive there
nó đứng yên để kẹp chéo cũng được mà. Nó chỉ cần phá thôi nếu cần ra. Đứng yên kẹp chéo được mà. Đúng mà đứng yên luôn, tụi nó buộc phải dạt ra mới ăn được nó mà. Ra rồi bơi dưới được một liền luôn, đổi thành một đống một rồi. Bây giờ đống hai khó vãi lồn á.
Get it back in that manageable state, but
nó tỉnh táo xíu là được rồi.
Again, similar tale to the first 2 maps in terms of there being no room for error for one side. On the opposing foot.
Hey!
Wow! That is just spam. I
What
don't know what
a read!
Yeah, what is the cue off that? Not too sure, but it catches.
No idea. Counterplay on the other side of the map as Aspas and Kawazin take A away.
Má coi kìa, coi đẩy tiếp rồi. Này coi hai con chó đẩy láo rồi. Đúng má, đẩy như vẫn đang luôn. Đây rồi, bắt bài mày rồi, bắt bài mày rồi. Bắt bài mày.
But Stax has got to call a reactive push into B right now. He knows there's max 2 players there. And 2E's put under incredible pressure.
Thì thế này thì bắn cái lồn gì. Thì thế thì bắn.
To him. Gets the one, but it's good to trade it. Sight cracked open, wide, less. Back in position.
Hay. Mà con ulti. Ok, thoải mái.
Still 3 players available.
Ngon.
Loud, dropping down already. Aspas with the knives. Flash down, Kawazin.
Ôi trời!
Time, Mako found, no more pit. Crossfire.
Hey!
Dropping, buzz for the ace.
Tạm biệt.
Will it be the finalization? Will he be the finisher?
Đéo nó nhiều đủ má.
Less.
Bắn đại đi.
So much to do. And just buying time with a showstopper. putting it off the clock. RB, what a finish. DRX are not done yet.
There's still life in this squad. We've seen it before. You cannot count them out. They look outclassed in the first two maps.
Chùa nha, mai mốt đừng có bích cái map split nha chùa. Đừng bích map split nha. Đừng có chơi Sky nữa. Đéo biết chơi. Bích làm con cặc gì. Mấy nhóc.
That once you knock DRX, this squad,
đéo biết chơi đừng có bích.
now tempered by experience, have got more to give. Fracture's going to be another opportunity for Loud to close things out 3-1. The double duelist were expecting to come back out and play again, but it did not work here.
A real tested DRX squad, the history of this team dating all the way back when they were known as Vision Strikers. They do not want to let that opportunity slip. They've never been to that grand finals at the global events. That's what they have been hunting for.
Map 4 là map Fracture, là map của đồ má đều hết luôn. Ok. Nếu nói nhiều, RB đẩy vô giết hết.
8 first bloods, 23 kills, but this time it didn't matter. They shut down everybody else.
It's the game plan of DRX that was just far too good. Can't overcome it. That's going to do it for this map. Do not go anywhere because you do not want to miss the rest of this series.
Sắp tới có tính năng Premier bắn giải trong game hả? Ai biết em ơi. Làm gì có tiền đâu bắn tấn. Nói thôi em ơi. Phải có tiền mới bắn á. Nói đùa chứ không có thời gian em ơi. Tầm này anh đợi đi này nọ cũng được tới rồi. Chơi hoài em ơi, không chơi gì nổi nữa. Chơi gì được á mà không có tiền em ơi. Khổ lắm em ơi. Tiền bạc đấy không đâu mà chơi. Lâu lâu xin chơi là được em ơi. Mày phải mong, tụi mày phải cầu trời cho anh đi qua bển sớm đi đụng má. Ở đây hoài xin có tiền lồn đâu đụng má mệt đã lồn. Qua bển sớm có tiền đụng má, mua game chơi cho đã. Ở nước ngoài em ơi. Anh đi đoàn tụ gia đình mà. Hai anh em luôn. Cái con 2BX, cái con 2BX alloy đó đụng má tệ vãi luôn. Con 2BX này là cái con đụng má, tính ra là anh mua xong á. Anh có xài con này anh em nhớ hồi đó đó. Trời ơi về rồi mà nó mét xài vô cái con này hả nó. Chỉ cần đổ nước vô một cái là chết luôn. Hứa em luôn nha, đổ một cái là chết. Trong khi cái con Full Lane thì mẹ đổ hả, cả một khu rừng, một hệ sinh thái ở trong đó rồi đó, mà nó vẫn còn sống khỏe. Không có bền em ơi, nhìn nó không có bền. Bằng phím nó 2BX thì nhìn đéo bền. Đúng rồi, con Full Lane này bền lắm. Con Full Lane này bây giờ mà tháo ra là cả một hệ sinh thái đó. Aco xài ngon, anh chưa xài Aco chưa không biết em ơi. Nhưng mà anh nghĩ là em nếu mà tầm bàn phím gaming á, mà tầm giá tiền mà trung bình á, xong rồi bền thì anh nghĩ là con Full Lane chưa bao giờ là lỗi thời hết. Nó thật, anh đã xài Full Lane bền lãi luôn bền. Anh xài con Full Lane mã gì hả? Xem nào. Model number là M87S RGB Gaming Mechanic Keyboard. Đây. Giờ nè, đó, lát nữa làm phép biến số 2 này thành số 2 bên này. Đó, xong một lát nữa số 2 này cộng số 1 này sẽ thành số 3. Chờ đi, tụi mày chờ đi. Đủ má, anh nói mà mày không tin hả? Mày không tin hả? Coi giải nhiều vô nha. Watch.
DRX have come alive here in Sao Paulo. One round at a time, one map at a time, Achilleos. That's what we're talking about when we talk about mounting the reverse sweep. Never happened before in international Valorant history, but we might just be on the path to it.
It could be the day. This was a major rally back here from the side of DRX, once again showing that mental perseverance is still in full force. Still though, Loud, looking terrifying. Aspas in particular, still somebody who very much needs to be accounted for as we move forward in the series, because even in that loss, he was dropping some significant numbers.
It looks like one sleeve at a time for you, Seth. You're very, very hesitant to get back on the DRX.
We get that 2-2 score line. Who knows? Maybe I'll be wearing this bad boy.
I want to go back to what you were just mentioning on Aspas. That guy was still out of control, and it's kind of insane that they lost 13-7, given how well Aspas played. He was 8-1 in first kills to first test.
8-1. I love that call out because Mimi, it all started on the defensive half for DRX. It was Mako and Stacks holding sights.
Yeah, thus far we have not really seen this double duelist, double dive composition tested on the attacking side for Loud. But DRX did such a good job at shutting down these side executes, and those two players you call out were fantastic at it. Both Stacks and Mako would kind of initially give space that double dive, then flash back in, fight together, and found so much value in shutting down these exits, which was the brunt of the game plan for Loud.
I mean, it's like
không phải là một buổi 2-4 tiếng buông lỏng hả?
That these guys are coming out on top of.
I think that the rest of
Bắt
the team
6 lần monster rẻ vậy?
dominating the leaderboard, and they said, okay, you know what, let's get back a little bit here, boys, and they were able to rally back. But this also goes back to something that
2-4 tiếng 6 lần rẻ bèo.
Because I love the quote is that when your IGL really rallies the rest of the team. Stacks was stepping up here in this map, the rest of the team leveling up. Buzz
không phải là không tự tin mà là anh thắng chắc rồi, nhưng mà cái giá đem đặt cược ra nó quá rẻ. Quá rẻ.
It felt like this is the first time where their game plan has been really questioned throughout this series. Map 1, Map 2, their game plan went perfectly to plan. DRX
Thôi, nhận cái lỗ em ơi.
They get a little
lỗ.
Yeah, and it kind of goes
Ê,
back
quên,
to
tắt cái
what
chat
Josh
box
was
cho
saying
tụi em
on
coi
this.
giải chứ, quên mất.
Up until this map, it felt like a tear gap.
Yeah.
It felt like
Trời ơi, không cần em đặt cược, anh vẫn sẽ chơi game đó mà. Vấn đề là em phải nghĩ tới một chuyện là này đây là đang sẵn nó có anh em đây nói em biết trước rồi. Em phải chuẩn bị tâm lý là cái game lộn đó đang có rất là nhiều bất cập. Em biết cái bất cập là gì không? Thứ nhất nó cho bạc ti, mà game thì hiện tại anh thấy dễ, nói thiệt nó dễ mà nó cho bạc ti nữa, ra là game nhanh lắm, là mình phải chơi lâu. Thứ hai nữa là đa phần á là cái bản demo á nó cho đem tất cả qua bên đó luôn. Hôm nay anh thấy trong group bên này có thằng boss, trời ơi đủ má, nó ngồi nó farm bản demo mà nó farm level 20. Ông farm tới level 20 luôn rồi. Ấy cái lùn. Farm từ demo tới nghĩa là nó chơi đi chơi lại cái màn của Triệu Dân á, chơi tới lúc mà nó tiền hả 7-8 triệu. Level 20 ESP mấy trăm ngàn. Tụi nó chơi game này lẻ lắm, game này dễ lắm. Thành ra là muốn chơi là phải chơi từ từ á. Nó target tùm lum á hả? Úi trời ơi, lo gì hả em? Lo gì hả em? Sao hả em ơi? Chơi với thằng Triệu Dân ngu đần á chứ. Chơi với con NPC ngu đéo deflect được, chứ chơi với người deflect 3 cái là chết mẹ rồi. 3 thằng cùng một thằng deflect 2 thằng kia đứng ngoài chọt vô, sao nó chịu nổi? Dễ lắm.
They're very comfortable in these situations, and the truth is, I think there's a lot of similarities to how Split and Fracture play, as far as how you want to play in Chaos. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Here's my big question, though. Buzz, he was playing the Rays, going up against Talon. Do we see a readjustment? Everyone's been begging to see RB back on the Neon. I myself am looking for it, and this is a trend in the right direction. Buzz coming out with the KJ.
No way. Prime Gaming
3-1 không được em ơi. Trời ơi, anh nói map này đi để tủ. Map tủ đi để lao map này chỉ ăn mà lao map này chỉ ăn được up tích. Cậu Anjin cấp lắm rồi. Trời. Gì? Cậu Anjin chơi Brit. Start chơi Brit. Lại phải bố lại phải chỉ con chơi Flash nữa. Lại phải chỉ con chơi Brit như thế nào nữa. Ôi trời ơi, con trai.
Matches. I think he's disproved it thus far.
Ôi ơi, chết mẹ rồi.
Had issues before. I'm looking at him.
I mean, Achilleos is getting excited at seeing this pick locked in.
I was telling you guys, I hope that this happens if we go to Fracture and we're finally getting to see it. The question is, how well versed is it? It's been a while since we've seen it. Is it still going to be fresh in his mind when it comes down to all these movements, all this tech with the Neon?
The Neon pick tells me it's about to be a change in pace on this game. We want a map 5. Everybody watching wants a map 5. The question is, will we get it? Let's find out as we send it over to Brent and Sideshow.
Will we get that map 5? Well, it comes down to this, doesn't it? Fracture is the map of choice between both of these teams, and they've got to deal with that final boss of Aspas. This guy, the consistent thorn in their side, putting up a goated performance across all of the maps that we've seen so far, even in the one that they just lost.
Yeah, he's actually been crazy, and it feels like DRX have just gone, all right, Buzz, you've had your opportunity. Let's throw out RB and see how you can handle things. But I'm right there with Seth on the desk. I think RB's Neon was incredible on Fracture when we've seen it in the past. And the whole team was great at supporting him too. So I'm excited. I'm just hoping that it's practiced enough, because in the run-up to this tournament, they won't have been running this comp. They were playing with Foxy9, presumably. He was on the duelist. So maybe they have 10 days of getting back in touch with this comp.
An explosive beginning for Loud. Really separating Aspas from the rest of his team. Shorty, way up, flash play, a little bit behind his back, jiggling, and well, goodbye Aspas. Final boss dealt with. Cloud will go down though without too many problems still. Damage was taken, Sadak low, going for this reflank, and positioning timing is absolutely critical. Zest,
wow,
so unaware of it, but just can't quite get a sideline, the angle. Zest, right behind him.
Oh,
Sadak doesn't kill him. Another fight to be taken though, stunned through the choke point, all lining up there for the frenzy, and that's exactly where it thrives.
No.
Jumping, wiggling, but the defuse just goes off with no problems.
Ủa, mới đi ra đi vô cái thắng rồi. Mới đi ra đi vô cái thắng là Piston rồi.
Bolts coming out in order to make space for the.
Có giải nhiều hơn đi mấy em ơi. Nè, đầu tuổi lồn nè. Trời, bắn đéo chơi luôn. Đặt chiếc bom nhà quê. Đặt chiếc bom nhà quê vậy ta.
Allow the duelists onto the site and try and push through the smokes to collapse on everybody else. That's roughly speaking their game plan on the defense side of Split too. Allow the duelists to do whatever they like, but crunch down on the rest of the players. No force buy from Loud, allowing DRX to pick up another pistol.
See if they can keep this one moving.
Dạ, đi qua phóng hả? Đi qua phóng hả? Tôi biết á.
Okay,
rồi. Thôi được rồi, đủ rồi. Ông này thì bắn cái con cặc gì, ông cao xin này thì thôi. Chót lắm rồi. Đặt bom nè, đặt bom nè.
Timing from the grandfather of Bree.
The most to do. Sees round the back, one shot finds, but RB's there with a trade.
Khổ dữ vậy.
Okay, listen, not the cleanest.
Trời ơi, không có biết chơi Brit không vậy.
Flying with two of their players, and so far RB putting up a good performance.
And you're really waiting until RB gets onto the attack side to demonstrate his incredible movement. But on the retake, he's going to be there as well. So now DRX with an opportunity to go for a bonus. Do you do something aggressive? You can certainly push the Neon out of tree, try and push them out through halls. There are many players. There's a lot of different things.
Mẹ nói trận này coi chán quá. Thắng chấp chứ 2 map mà vẫn thua. Để hiểu.
There was only 2 players surviving.
Certainly looks like RB's going to go for this, right?
Nói gà thì đủ má nói người ta mình khinh người ta quá.
Maybe that flash over the top, stun as well, supplements it, but
Ôi tiếng đạn nha. Nãy giờ anh coi mà em. Có gì đâu em, coi đâu có được mà.
Less. Once more trying to meet the match. DRX with that double.
Đúng rồi em ơi, đụng mẹ. Em cao engine này thì đụng mét. Cái gì mà chơi flash, chơi mấy con flash với thằng start em. Ông nội. Không, nói là bố thì hơi kỳ. Ông nội luôn, gọi mà ông nội luôn á cho trịnh trọng. Trời đất ơi. Rồi nè, ăn cái tên nè, đụng má khổ chưa. Thầy vô A hết. Thầy vô A thôi, vô A đi. Rồi ngồi trong này con mẹ mày hết nè. Mày, má cũng bé quá. Xuống bé. Đèn.
That's going to be the difference maker.
Loud with a commanding presence. Any damage here is good for Buzz, of course. But I think, really when you're looking at their defense side, it's about finding those opportunities to get up and get aggressive. I think especially on B, when you're looking at the positioning of the defenders, like somebody like Stax, right? He's been playing Canteen, using his Aftershock. And I think if Loud go for some...
Đúng rồi mà, Đạt, tôi đâu biết tôi nói Đạt. Rồi lại nó cũng là một èo với cái backflip giờ mà.
Early days in this map, still so many different directions that it can go.
Yep. Buzz going down to the spike, so denying any potential old orbs. Quite important when 2 years is one away, but attack side, it's quite easy to claim up those orbs anyway. We'll see if they aim to do that. Maybe a fast play, taking some area of the map.
Bit of a difference here in how Loud is set up. Over towards Arcade with 4 of their players. And one of the risks...
Chạy được bay nghe nha. Bà Giang Anh bà ngồi bà ăn ở ngoài trước cái phòng kính của anh nè. Bà coi phim ma bà tắt đèn. Đủ bà nãy ta để cái mặt ta vô cái kiến bà nhìn thấy một cái đù bà hét lên bà khóc luôn rồi.
Rapid take now of all this space. Rolling Thunder pushes all the way through onto the side, and guess what? Nobody playing.
Look at the nanoswarm setups though, Brad. As soon as this alarm bot gets found,
đâu có, đây có giải mà.
Result off the back of that kill.
Beautiful kill onto left there. Plant wall still goes down, but yeah, just the wall and nanoswarms at the back, preventing anybody from taking up that space. Reclear.
I am so surprised that they allowed the plant to go down. Maybe they thought the plant had been disrupted by the nanoswarm setup.
Everybody wanted to refight this one. Orbital strike in the hand to Mako. Space taken. A couple of players falling quite low. Aftershock as well. Splash off angle. Wow.
Hey!
Way! Buzz just revealing an elbow.
Rồi sao nữa? Mày rồi sao nữa? Gỡ luôn.
Half on the defuse, and there is utility there. But already is enough damage done. Orbital strike trying to disrupt it. 2 years of it online. It's all up to RB. Taps it, trying to force the fight. 60 up, gets it. Does he have time? Does he have enough? It's half on the defuse, sticking it. Oh my god!
Man!
Heartbreak for DRX, and Tui's with the play that wins them the round. A pivotal one as it drops DRX's economy back down into the dust.
Để hiểu sao mà nó gỡ được luôn. Hơn phải luôn.
It's the couple of kills that Tui's gets. 3, including enough to get his ult online.
Đen thiệt.
And with 4 milliseconds the difference.
Just insane.
Trời ơi, thắng có một round, đầu tư quá ulti luôn là đụng mới hơn phải lùn ra.
But a swing of the economy. Instead now it's your team has been pushed onto the back foot onto
cái gì nè, đụng má chết nè. Chết nè, RB. Cha, stun. Giật điện.
Ultimate overdrive. Oh my goodness. Adjustment of the aim. It is chaos though. Inside the smokes. DRX hunting for any and all advantages. Mako does have the rifle, but got to be handed an easy kill. Spam down. Just trying to get out of there, it seems.
Lồ má, nó RB giật điện chán vậy ta.
It's going to be useful for the next. I don't see Mako winning a 1v4. Not from this position.
Yeah, seems very, very unlikely.
DRX are going to have to make an adjustment to deal with this 4-1 arcade push. There's only a single player less coming from the bottom side, coming through tree. And the double duelist comp is just bursting through arcade. There's a lot of things that DRX could do. You know, one holding heaven, one behind the box, run some kind of double face like that. But I think what DRX are worried about is that, sure, they go 2 for 2 in that situation, but then they lose the sight.
That becomes the problem. Mako cowering. Hoping that he gets the save and hold on to this one.
I think Loud could run the exact same strat again and just throw Sadak's ult behind it. And it's going to make DRX very cautious.
So what call is made here? Looks like, again, that heavy presence into B main. But for Loud, they've got other ideas. 4-1 split.
Yeah, but
presence on the south side. But
this time on the opposite site by the look of things, right?
Towards A, towards drop. They want to fight it. Maybe the plan to try and burst through with a showstopper, but it's Buzz that has to try and put a stop to this one.
Rốt cuộc ta cũng trả thù được cái khoảng thời gian ta con thiên ma bị bà dân anh hù rồi.
This one, Sadak though, pushing forwards. And the fuse run out there, not finding an easy target, and there we go. Lets it rip eventually. Straight into halls, but critically, Spike is going to go down, planted.
I'm kind of confused why Mako isn't using his ult to try and create some pressure here. They're just letting Loud get into post plants for free.
Locked down close though, maybe anticipating they're going to be fighting.
Hey, bắn chơi rồi.
Go once more. This guy with a rifle in his hands. He's a menace. Lockdown's going to be destroyed. That bails out Aspas, but he's inside the cloud burst, and they know it. He's dealt with, down to 2 years. Seen this rookie player really step up to the challenge, step up to the task time and time again, but that might be a little bit too much to ask of him in a 1v4.
And so DRX managed to pull off the retake there, again, without using Orbital Strike. Just investing the lockdown that pushes the Loud players into uncomfortable spots. And then they wrap around and pinch.
Ủa, quay đi quay lại để thắng rồi hả?
It's gorgeous. I mean, how on earth he gets that? I thought it was a random spam through the smoke looking at the minimap, but that's almost more impressive.
Yeah, not quite.
And I think they might want to be doing that more. If they realize that Les is playing on his own on the south side of the map, look, he's here again. Les is the only player at the bottom of the map. If they do crunches south side, Les is not going to be able to hold on, and a lot of the time he's not going to be able to escape on the rope either. Big ultimates to deny the plant.
Team Loud này bây giờ hết bắn nổi rồi. S3 đéo gánh, S3 bắt đầu có dấu hiệu mệt. Em hiểu không? Gánh đéo nổi nữa. Đồng đội gạo gánh luôn. Ôi trời đất ơi, làm cắt gì vậy bro? Ý trời ơi, ý trời ơi, ý trời ơi, ý trời ơi. Ý trời ơi, ý trời ơi. Coi đất ai kìa. Coi tiền đất ai kìa. Hỏi đủ má đó, team fancy đất ai còn hay hơn team này nữa.
And the Prowler nerfed.
Seems like Zest is aware there was a jiggle. He knows that didn't get a good clearance. And Loud waited out.
Trời đất ơi!
Get value out of his ult. I mean, I think this is what Mako is saying for, right? The orbital strike is their big counter to Les's lockdown. So.
Má, đất ai nhìn nhà quê phải lột. Trời ơi! Bắn cái mặt luôn tỉ mẹ! Má!
On the neon.
Ôi trời! Ôi trời! Cứu người đi, cứu người đi! Chiến ơi, bút vé bài qua bên Brazil. Bắn con ray thay cho Sah giùm anh gái, Chiến ơi! Trời ơi, đủ má, ray nhảy lọt cò! Trời ơi, tỉ mẹ nó, mắc ẻ quá!
Causing himself to get completely isolated there. A free pick that nobody could trade. And I'm seeing the same themes that we saw on Split. Perhaps not as dominant a half. We'll have to wait and see.
Another fight.
Nó bắn đó giờ mà Chiến. Đó giờ nó bắn đúng đích mắt này mà em. Bắn con Neon mà, đó giờ rồi.
How's it going to be the response from Loud? Aspas, Blade Storm, good flash.
Look how quickly they bail as soon as they realize the breach is there. Okay, it's not just less
this time. Được rồi, S3 chạy vô phóng cái lồn gì map này có góc đéo đâu mà phóng.
Aspas, he's trying to get away with murder.
Làm gì có góc mà bắn.
Oh, it's creeping.
Mấy map kia thì để thằng bot nó đu đít em ơi.
Mako, and yeah, so unaware of that. Rifle picked up. It's time. Looking a bit dangerous.
Chào hết. Ulti nè. Ôi à. Ulti cứu người đi. Đục đi. Đục nó.
there's no
Trời ơi,
way.
mới dẫn với được một mà địch mẹ
But
phải
it was
rồi.
the kill, was traded. Sadak
Mày
flanking
chết
through,
chết
sprayed
ném mắt
down by
ném mắt
Zest.
ném cho lách ok
Still, it's all up to him.
đúng má tiếng quạt
Spike
đâu
planted, what can he do?
no
Kawazine,
đúng
fantastic
quá
movement.
phát đâu ơi ơi phát đâu mắt đâu chó đâu.
Kawazine pulled magical rounds out. I'm thinking back to their game against NRG, round 24, the 3K that Kawazine found for
Lồn
them.
má không để mình từ diện quá nhiều mà đâm ra thùng hận điệt mẹ chuyển qua anti đây rồi hết trời. Cái lồn mẹ nó khó chịu thiệt.
Broken by kind of situation. Again, risks being taken by Loud. The call made by Sadak or Aspas to try and contact in through B main reaps reward. And Buzz is using an operator. That is unusual, but he might spot Aspas.
Yeah.
You just don't anticipate this.
Contact play.
À, láo lồn, bắn láo đẹp địt mẹ hết cái mặt thì luôn. Này ra đây, mày ra đây thách thức luôn, đúng rồi ra đây, ra bên bạn, ra đi ra bên bạn luôn, ra bên bạn luôn nè. Ra luôn đi, ra luôn đi.
What a shot! Oh my goodness!
Thôi đụng mắt cười, chắc chắn nó cười mệt quá, đêm cười mệt quá.
Zero to work with.
Đâu má đêm mắt cười quá tụi bay ơi. À, vô bên bạn thế này, đây vô bên bạn nè. Bên bạn nè, đụng mẹ mày nữa đi. Lên luôn lên. Gọi thêm 2 thằng nữa. Gọi thêm 2 thằng nữa.
Nevertheless, so impressive. Prowler in the smoke.
Gọi thêm 2 thằng nữa giùm cái.
Lucky to get out alive. Down to 16.
And Buzz repositioned
Khó hè.
to try to hit another absurd.
Khó hè.
And all is quiet in Sao Paulo.
Diarac's not even having to use many ultimates to be able to get these rounds on the board. Buzz has just handed them that one out of incredibly skilled opping.
And you're exactly right, Josh. You just don't expect the operator to be picked up.
Now, not with this composition. The Neon doesn't really off.
Rồi bay bắn vô mặt TZ luôn. Thằng TZ này chớ lắm rồi, tin anh, thằng TZ này chớ lắm rồi. Trời chớ mà còn bắn ADS.
I assume that Buzz probably has a shorty as well. Iffy there from 2Es.
A round win.
Lồn má, nó còn bắn à.
Take every weapon out of the hands of Loud. It's quite important, actually, because it puts Aspas in a spot where he can't afford another rifle. Let's take another look at this incredible opping, though. Wow! Oh, my God. Just the barest sliver of less showing. And also, the reaction times to get that. And also Kawazine peeking just a hair before his flash pops.
That is insanity.
Amazing skill from Buzz.
I gotta give massive credit as well, though, to this DRX squad, because listen, Army's Neon's been good in the past. Okay, fair enough. But he comes into this role, he moved away from that primary duelist because in these big moments, these big games, he couldn't quite live up to the expectations.
Very true.
Tự nhiên không có thấy mấy thằng fan Lao đâu rồi ta. Fan Lao ơi, anh em ở đâu rồi? Fan Lao đâu rồi ta?
But you would think that his impact would be mitigated.
Hình như cũng hết rồi thì phải.
Ever since that first map where he got brutalized.
Completely agree. I think the mental
Cái
game
chat này
has
im
been
quá ta.
fixed on DRX. They have overcome their demons. They did it at Champs, and they're showcasing it again here. RB has gone from a player who crumbles in every big match to leading the tournament in clutches and being 10-4 when he's asked to step up on Neon.
Chịu rồi, mấy thằng lao con này chết rồi em ơi. Mấy thằng lao con này bắn cái gì em ơi, để DRX dạy cho tụi nó cách chơi map phát trời nha. Trời ơi, team lao bắn map phát trời này trang được optic thôi em ơi, bắn thẳng được ai đeo đâu.
So here's another spot where RB's going to look to go aggressive towards tree. And you're going to get kind of like a cycling effect on the map as DRX push down.
Yeah, but there's no time wasted yet still. Les tries to hold that one down. Okay, in exchange as well.
Wait, but Buzz went 1-for-1 and the rest of Loud come through. Do they know that Stax is here?
Push into the corner. Stax. He's gifted that one.
But this is chaos as well.
It is chaos.
Look at Aspas and Tui's.
Maneuvering, taking that space into their spawn. They got to know
Được
that
rồi,
the
thì
pitch is
giờ đặt cái bom đi, đặt bom trong ulti đi. Mẹ.
Zest uses his Nightfall to get information.
Đấy, bây giờ luôn là khỏi gần ulti luôn, tiết kiệm kéo ulti luôn. Kéo cần lắm.
Does that
Cái này
help him
lắm.
take the
Anh
duel
ba bắn
against
học, bắn học
Aspas?
cái chắc.
Got to be careful with this one. No, can't win it out.
Weapon diff though.
Exactly. The economy playing a crucial element in this one. Stacks just walking slowly. A jaunt in the park is what it feels like as he's approaching. And now they can take their time with it.
And I'm telling you, Brent, DRX have figured this out from Loud. I talked about how Les on his own is a prime candidate to do a crunch on. And DRX are looking for it. You see how quickly they bailed a couple of rounds ago when they saw a breach flash? And this time they don't see anything, so they know it's only Les. And even though Les goes one for it helps DRX control so much of the map. Mako pushing out, punishing. And Loud are forced to play at such a high tempo, they make mistakes on their B hit, not accounting for stacks. The economy is in such a weird place, man. Loud are going for a half buy, I guess. But
điên rồi, này là bắn điên rồi, bắn điên bắn khùng rồi, rất A đi mấy anh. Em hết biết đi đâu rồi. Thôi rất A đại đi, rất A đại đi rồi chết. Rất A đại đi rồi chết. Đê 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 đê.
Because the orbital strike just waiting in his back pocket.
Đê 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 đê.
This is just
đê 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 đê.
Playing for it.
But yeah, that's a great point, Brent. We haven't really seen
Rất
the
sad.
big ultimate clash
Dữ
yet.
vậy hả?
Chicken.
Rất sad vậy luôn hả? Đi bộ vô hả?
Listen, if your opponents are scared to use your ultimate just
Con
because
mắt
you're holding
lộ ra
one.
luôn nè. À ok, né mắt luôn. Ok, ok.
In some sense, the ultimate
what?
value
So
that
what?
Mako's getting here.
Nè bây giờ chạy vô ăn quả stone nè. Nè coi nè đất nè. Nè đất nè. Rồi nè stone. Stone nè.
Through sand, over the strike in a fault line, dash to the side.
Rồi sao nữa?
Reposition.
Rồi giờ sao nữa?
Stays alive.
Rồi giờ sao
Front
nữa?
into the cloud burst. Double up and play, and the guns are suited for it.
Wow!
He can't hit the spray down, and wow, just overwhelmed.
There's the value of the double duelist finally rearing its head. Completely overwhelming. Everybody is weak though, or rather, I should say, Kaunzi and Sadak.
Doubled up though. That's a high-low setup. Very difficult to break.
Đủ má nó bắt bài gì mà thua trời.
Critical round win for them when it was looking so damn unlikely.
Má
The economy was at.
Yeah, they get it on the half buy.
Trời đất ơi, cái bắt bài vậy rồi đó.
He's now pulling out 2 rounds where his orbital strike has been.
Rồi cái ông Z này đứng giữa đường nó đủ con đĩ mẹ nó, đéo hiểu luôn. Cái ông Z này cứ đứng giữa đường hoài luôn á.
Stacks and Mako's setup.
Fuck.
Both showcasing why, you know, maybe he likes to call it the double dive because they have that
Lộn mới đứng giữa đường nè.
crosshair placement and break cross.
Khó hiểu quá lộn quá.
Buzz picks up the operator again.
A much more passive angle from him that's being held. See him deep onto the side, same one as before. He's hoping that he'll be gifted.
Đéo hiểu luôn á.
Another contact.
Mà rõ ràng là biết có người ở đó rồi nha.
Okay.
Dangerous.
Nó vô bài rồi còn gì thằng lùng. Thằng RB ném cho Tristan vô rồi. Mẹ, góc đó mà cô sao mà thấy được. Góc đó mà cô đứng ở góc đó là chỉ có nhìn thẳng thôi. Đéo có dám lách ra nhìn luôn á. Rất là nhìn là chết. Liệt mẹ cái ông RB, cái ông Z này ngáo quải lộn 2 map rồi đó.
It's a little risky though, because Loud never had any information towards the north side of the map. It's possible that RB could be right behind them in spawn.
Or grab though, that's going to be given that rolling thunder. Double satchel play and a lockdown used as a response immediately. Up close, stunned up though, Buzz.
Rồi, má chết con đĩ mẹ rồi.
And what is going to be that response from DRX? Mako trying to stay alive, he's aware that they're
Rồi đủ má sao gỡ.
lockdown, spam
Rồi giờ sao gỡ.
Plan goes down and so does Stacks.
Má nó.
There's the lockdown.
Đi.
Mako finally gets to use his
Ôi, đúng má RB. Đúng má RB bắn giật điện nãy giờ đéo chết người luôn. Đĩ mẹ. Lộn má RB nãy giờ mà ulti là chết, mà ulti là chết. Trời đất ơi.
The parity that we've been waiting for between these two teams. Nothing but 9 threes in the first 3 maps. And both teams bringing everything to fracture. Awesome response from Loud when it looked like things were spiraling out of control for them. Grabbing those final 2.
6-6 and even. Let's send it down to Yinsu with once again another special interview.
Vô, nãy giờ RB giật ulti đéo chết người luôn mà.
Thank you very much, Sideshow. Show. I'm Bren. That's right, I'm joined by MCH right now, a streamer. You're doing a watch party. Talk me through what's happening. Are you having fun?
Yeah. Are you entertained?
This is a very entertaining series. Now, I actually wanted to ask you because you're a caster, you're a streamer, you used to be a pro player as well. Right. These guys down there, you know, they were 2-0 up, and now there's a possibility of a potential reverse sweep. So talk me through the mentality of what they're going through, how, you know, they can close the series out without the reverse sweep coming in.
I think that when you are in the match, you kind of get zoned out of everything that is happening. And what I would think about is that you always have to be solving the next problem and not
bắn lỗi tột pha quan trọng không ta. Ý mẹ nó men lục lao này bắn gì cả đéo sao. Má nó tìm để tay sao giờ đánh mất chính mình vậy.
How big of a buff do you think the crowd is? Because they're behind everything this team does, this Loud team does. Do you see that as like a sixth man, as a big buff?
Yeah, I do. I think that it's not like exactly what they may be saying or what they may be chanting, but I think that there's an energy that takes the venue.
Má nè, team Lao giờ thắng đủ mấy con chó Lao con này đẹp mà xuất hiện nhanh lắm luôn.
You know, Lao, they won a trophy before, but they didn't do it in Brazil. So how big of a deal? How much do you think it will mean to the fans and to everyone in the community if they are able to lift a trophy behind us right here?
Yeah, I think it would be really great, and it probably would be the first time for a Brazilian team to win a world match in Brazil. So a world championship in Brazil. So it would be a first for Brazilians in Brazil, and it would be very special.
Thank you so much for joining me.
I just want to send a shout out. Hey Tarek, do you remember Team 1 versus Cloud9?
I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you. And have fun for the rest of your watch party. I'm going to toss this back to Saisho and Brennan.
Điên quá à, thắng rồi. Thắng giờ mà. Xui thôi, nãy giờ để bắn dân ngon mà. Đây, coi bây giờ coi DDS đủ má attack vô sai nè. Xoay mấy cái thằng Lao con này đủ má chạy con chó từ A sang B, từ B sang A rồi đi xem súng nè. Nhìn đi. Nhìn đi. Đụng má bố mình ngồi dậy coi luôn nè. Nhìn đi.
Previously we've seen their composition work so cleanly behind that Neon engage. And it's not like Les is pulling out a Cypher to deal with it. You know, he's going to be able to get past the Nanoswarms in all likelihood and put a lot of pressure on. Just looking at the mid start, DRX
luôn mà, full Asian luôn mà.
Try and challenge B early. Does RB have enough support here to get through Sadak?
Fault line close and across.
Rồi, ông Sadak ơi, Sadak ơi, nhập quê rồi. Đi chơi vậy? Biết canh bê không vậy? Trời, canh bê gì vậy? Canh bê vậy?
Dash forwards into the smoke out, and the open spike plan denied, still responding in kind. DRX shutting down that approach.
Không được đâu, không được đâu. Bây giờ sao? Bây giờ sao?
Reloaded in the clip with the frenzy. Maybe he can do something still. It's going to be given to him, but Buzz with his reposition. Not quite planned it.
Đặt xe đó chứ, kỹ dữ.
The spike needs to try and bait out the positioning.
Rồi đụng á, Mai chết. Mai chết. Mai là chết nha, Mai là chết.
And Buzz will win it. There's the pistol round, and DRX can get themselves at a fantastic start here in the second half.
Really important, imperative for DRX to pick up their second pistol in this map too. Getting both on the board is massive. And neither of these teams have been willing to force, go for it. Doesn't make too much sense from this point.
Khó quá. Cái bài đánh rớt B như vũ bão vậy chịu.
Not really that many kills either.
Thấy team Lao chắc phải tầm 10 player thì Mayda mới thủ được cái B đó chứ 5 không đủ.
Always been able to be converted.
Okay. Deciding against
chết
it,
rồi.
I thought.
Phải gọi thẳng luôn thêm thằng nữa là 11 để cho đủ đôi banh luôn. Mayda mới thủ được cái chỗ đó.
He sold it. The com from DRX, RB is going to be at the forefront of all of these push attempts.
Đúng rồi, giải này cái cơ cấu giải này nó vậy á, tại vì ở ngoài là BO3 loại trực tiếp mà. Đâu nhánh trên nhánh dưới gì đâu, cho nên là vô tới đây là phải là bấm BO5 á. Chứ mà vô tới đây BO3 loại trực tiếp nữa thì nó nhạt nhẽo quá.
No, RB will be extremely comfortable playing against
BO5
setups, I think. And it's slow and patient for DRX, wondering when the duelists are going to get aggressive. Very safe setup from Buzz here at the north side.
Lấy cục bạp xong bị bớt vỗ mặt chết nè. Biết rồi, tôi biết anh ở đây rồi. Cặp trên này ném nè. Đây là lại Cana nữa, lại quay lưng Cana nữa nè, quay lưng Cana nè. Dữ vậy ta. Rồi sao nữa? Họ xin cái mạng này đi. Chìm đó.
Oh my goodness! Almost getting punished for that one. Oh, that's trigger discipline was there after shock stun into the corner. Gotta be backing out.
Rồi coi anh Jin thả cái quy kìa. Cái lò má thả cái quy kìa. Cái hội đồ người ta đặt bom xong rồi thả cái quy để biết chúng ai luôn.
Taking a couple of stray shots and damage is definitely being done still. Disrespecting, moving forward, fast play, dodging, juking, side to side. The guns are good just to make it a little bit more dangerous there, but Tuyas doesn't quite pick up any of these weapons. This guy is currently making the most of his classic. Getting head after head.
Lát cố rồi, bắn như cái lồn. Mẹ đó.
From DRX. And you can see how their composition is designed to work. It slowly prods around the map.
Bắn cái giá vậy, hai map rồi bắn dưới lồn.
And if Loud decide to go for anything aggressive, they can instantly pivot in a different direction. Because the speed of that solo Neon is just as quick, if not quicker, than running the double duelist Jet Rays comp. Both teams are going to be able to turn swivel whenever they like.
Chết mẹ rồi, quay lại 8 rồi, lên 8 rồi hả? Hồi lại lên 8 rồi, lên 9 luôn nha.
Game plan that they have in almost every map, just get stacks the ults.
Stun.
Vital now though, winning this one.
Đau quá đi.
Doesn't even pick up the weapon. Instead, it's left down to Kawazin. But still, he's worked his way into their spawn, and this is really just sowing that kind of chaos. Discord within the enemy ranks, and Loud
chết mẹ. Cho anh xin là phải chạy từ A về B.
Deciding to go all the way over to B. Kawazin has been a danger on this map before. You do not want to give him a chance at the 1v2.
Khó vậy.
Khó
vậy. Đặt bom này nữa sao gỡ. Xin con mắt về hướng AK giùm cái đi. Đặt cái xe luôn. Đồ má xe nó bắn. Sao ngã. Bắn em. Xe bắn. Trời bắn cái xe bắn đéo bể luôn. Bắn cái xe hơi lâu ha.
It's all on timing.
Mai gỡ.
He knows that Buzz is somewhere in his spawn. Yep. But that doesn't make it any easier to deal with.
So just trying to clear it out.
Hết giờ rồi đu.
Across, lovely flick of the wrist. 3 in the round, but a tap on the spike, and this is ice cold from Zest. He doesn't overpeak it. Getting back on, the wider swing is impeccable, and Zest, that's a shutdown.
That really is ice cold though, Brent. Not
rèn quá, này phải coi siêu ngọc nhiều hơn. Lên 1-1 mà đéo gỡ nữa sao win. Mai win nha. Ok, mai win nha.
This round got really chaotic, but I think it showed a couple of things. DRX are willing to push spawn if they need to, and that RB's still got it on the knee. I was a bit worried when he slid into, I think it was 2Es to begin with, but his reposition after the stun was perfect.
Cái bài đẩy này á phải 10 người. Anh nói rồi, cái bài đẩy này á, team Lao phải có 10 người mới đỡ được.
Lands its way across, sees close, Zest will fall. You can't let this get any more out of hand if you are DRX. You've had a great opportunity to secure that 10th round.
Nãy giờ DDS bắn là đang chấp thằng Z luôn á.
Abi doesn't even seem to be aware of it. 2 players waiting for him, and he's put that ult online. Exchange one for another, back and forth. Aftershock as well in tower.
Mà còn dưới hết, mà còn có ulti rồi. Mai gỡ. Thằng cao anh trên xạo ulti luôn, mất ulti cũng cao anh trên rồi. Gỡ hộ mày 40 cái địt con mẹ gà đà giết luôn. Nè gỡ giùm cái. Gỡ đi, nè giết luôn, mà còn giết luôn, lấy luôn 2 ulti quầy vốn.
Orbital strike just to make sure that nobody is on it, and Mako so damn diligent. That's watched for. Sadak taps it, spam into the smoke.
Gỡ gì nổi gỡ. Trời ơi, mất mẹ quá ulti cũng rít luôn.
4 in the round.
Showcasing there why people have him, myself included,
as
the smokes player in the world. 16-8 on the map, and finding so many moments to have impact.
What should we do?
All of the util beautiful as well. Don't know if you caught it, but a little stim beacon play to be able to get both of those kills. Crazy stuff. Always sets himself up to be favored. Great player, and now the pressure really is on Loud. Notable too that Aspas, after having a greatest of all time potential performance across the first 3 maps in a BO5,
má ăn 2-0 thua 3-2.
he's not quite able to have the value that he was showcasing earlier.
Đéo hiểu sao luôn á.
It has slipped.
Đéo
Forcing
hiểu
out that final
bắn
timeout now.
cái gì á.
Hey, you can feel it. They really did just glide their way through those first 2 maps in this, but listen, it's part of the tournament, lock in. It's not just that pressure and heat rising, but it just gets that much more difficult. Best of 5s from here on out. Your map pool really getting pushed, and not only that, just the mental game. Can you hold on? Can you close out a series in this fashion?
Trời ơi, Accent bị đụng má nó thiệt luôn á, để vô địch. Lộn có bắn cái map đó thì mày cháy vãi luôn. Hả em ơi, cái map bích này là biết mà. Cái team này hết chơi được rồi. Nãy giờ có mình anh ba bắn thôi, anh ba bắn không được thì team này khốn. Thì team này nó không có bắn nhắm luôn mà cũng vậy hả? Ra nè, ăn cái stun xong chạy đéo kịp luôn nè, coi nè, nhìn nè.
I just don't think he's going to get an opportunity. Look at the utility.
Yeah, that recon bolt is immaculate. Pushes him back, stunned up. Inside it! Oh!
Clearly I underestimated Aspas.
One way to shut it down, but
hay quá.
Me.
Sao hát cái trời kia đóng chó đẩy chết hết luôn. Thôi ông này thì bắn chặt gì.
He has been the difference maker. He is almost set up there for a bit of a collateral play. 2 for the price of 1, but no.
2 đúng 3. 2 đúng 3.
Bắt cô đặt mưu. In a 4 position.
Tí đẩy qua. Tí đẩy qua bắn hụt. Đẩy qua bắn hụt nè.
Wide. There is a gap at the back of the site where
trời
not
ơi.
going to be caught by that lockdown, but the pressure's on less.
Rồi trúng một người.
He has to take his timing, but util out in his hands and just so unaware.
Doesn't think there could be anybody backside.
Ôi trời ơi, bắn gì nữa. Khó quá.
Wow, ridiculous way to open the round, but in the midst of all of it, it wasn't really a heavy commit. You can see here that entire play was
bắn vậy thì thôi thở chơi lộn.
RB is sent in as a distraction, while the rest of the team just holds for the flank. DRX are 1 step ahead, and they look right back where they were at the top of the world on Fracture. This team with their fast play and Na'Vi with their slow play, both looking insane.
Spotting! No bailout.
Trời ơi, tao cười hẻ luôn á, đụng má, nó bắn gì thôi chứ. Có cái sai rồi, không có thua được. Đẩy hả, đẩy, nữa nè. Thôi, cháu này thì thôi, cháu này thì thôi. Đẩy cái gì? Đẩy gì để hỗn á, để hỗn á. Đẩy hỗn thôi, em này thì thôi luôn à.
And that's DRX finding themselves on map point. We put it up in the air, didn't we? The question, could DRX do it?
Gọi thêm 5 người nữa vô thay bê cứu hết. 5 người team lao không đủ cái bê gì đâu, phải 5 người nữa là 10 á.
One round is what separates them from going to that map number 5, so still anyone's game, but the DRX has been tested. They've been prodded and made angry, honestly. An amazing answer back.
And once more, map 3, map 4, Mako is unreal. Every spot on this map, Mako owns it.
Just always seems to be the playmaker. Yeah. And even when not as well, containing safe hands from him.
Đây nè, là một quả ulti kẹp chết 2 thằng Amen nè, nhìn nè. Là một ulti kẹp chết thằng chó Amen nè.
Clearing dish. Do they commit to this? It could be a fake from RB. It could be real.
Dạ, sao lại đụng thừa hết mà? Tiên bắn như cặt mà.
Controlling so much cả team luôn. And now Loud back towards halls. They don't want to overstep themselves though, because that's where Mako is. Feeding yourself into the sharks more. Well, they know exactly what that feels like.
That's what's with the knives. That's what they're worried about. Blade Storm.
Sao nó trời ơi, đụng mà đéo có một chỗ đứng luôn, đéo thể có một đứng luôn á. Làm gì nữa? Nhảy lên.
Ground eventually dashes back, but it is just going to be that 1-for-1 play. 2 years 4 still reflanking.
Nè, Mako dưới 2.
Stuns there, wants the refi positioning. Revealed, beautiful by Kawazine. Down to Zest. And cannot withstand that, not when the Blaze
Sao? Thêm được một round. Tích 5 ulti em ơi, tích 5 ulti. Tích 5 ulti là thắng, lên 12 là mà sợ gì em.
From Aspas playing around it too. I was amazed at how accurate the relay bolt is.
Không. 5 ulti xong cũng được em.
But it's this play that really wins things for them, right? Being able to evade the utility and also Stax and Mako not really fighting together.
Để hiểu lạc qua lấy lạc qua ở đâu có kìa đủ mất 6 round gì vậy bầu Trinh nè 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 tỷ mạng nó hẳn là 8 sao là 8 sao chết
at some point here surely the ultimate economy is
là
just
8 sao
going to become overwhelming for DRX.
con này kết thúc nè chơi mệt quá rồi con này chơi thấy đủ rồi nha
ults from DRX at the same time.
Looks like a heavy fight.
Ôi đủ mới stun nữa đẩy xe chết nữa chết nữa nên khổ rồi khổ rồi giờ để biết đi đâu luôn giờ để biết để đi đâu giờ để biết để đi đâu khổ chưa bây giờ bò vô A nè làm cái bài để rớt nhẹ nhàng nè đi bộ vô là win nè mấy kia đứng nhà CT rồi đặt bơm chờ retake chứ chặt gì tới cái bài này lạ luôn gì.
It doesn't require as many, smokes, angles being cut off. You don't have to be as explosive. And Loud are gambling on the other side.
Kênh Jin bắn gì nổi nữa. Thở.
Kawazine just playing for that retake. Does have his rolling thunder though. That can disrupt this plant. Call made by DRX, just contact. Smokes drop down though.
Ulti điên khùng, ulti điên khùng.
Fault line.
There
we go. It's an over strike into the fault line. 2 kills.
Không sao nha, vẫn còn ulti nha. Không sao. Sẽ hết còn ulti. Cái gì à, bớt còn ulti, bớt đặt ulti rồi, bớt vô đây ngồi luôn. Kém bây giờ bớt đứng đây luôn. Mako còn ulti, còn Molly. Nhìn nha, Mako đứng có Molly rồi nè. Nè, 1 đống 4 cho mày coi nè. Nếu khác gì team fancy bắn luôn. 1 nè, 2 nè, thôi khỏi đi, thôi nghỉ đi. Xong rồi.
Nghỉ. Holding, listening, waiting for that
vô
sound
gỡ một nữa chết một thằng đi chứ.
Precisely right in his head, and there you have it. Silence sweeps across the stadium, and Mako will not be denied that 5th map.
Rồi thấy mấy thằng fan lao đâu vậy?
Unbelievable.
Má nếu thấy mấy thằng fan lao đâu hết ta.
To be able to win that in a 2v4. Buzz and Mako combining together the top.
Hôm nay dưới chân cô không thấy luôn. Chết mẹ, chắc bà Diên Anh là nãy Mako đi phải dục rác rồi.
And take a look at this. Even if Too Easy got onto it, there was no chance. Checkmated.
Bà Diên Anh này kêu đừng có dục rác rồi cứ dục mà dục hết mấy thằng fan lâu đi rồi.
And DRX do the same to Loud as they did to Optic in the lower bracket finals of champs. They put themselves in a position where they might be able to pull off the first ever reverse sweep in a BO5 in Valorant.
Bắn ngu con chó vậy.
Just astounding. That's that veteran presence, this roster of DRX, they've been through it all. To be able to really just keep the mental in check as well. They push Loud, in particular as well. Like a lot of these rookie players into
xuống nấu mì ăn nha, mấy con chó cù lao tha.
We will be heading to that map number 5.
Come on. Drowned out my emotions, paralyzed. Wasted on those artificial lies. What do you want? What do you want?
일단 사실 4강 진출한 거는 기분이 안 좋을 수가 없기 때문에 일단 또 작년 챔피언스에 이어서 그래도 저희가 세계권 팀이라는 걸 증명한 것 같아서 기분이 좋습니다. 상대가 잘하는 것도 컸던 것 같아요. 일단은 생각했던 것보다 팀플레이적으로도 되게 잘하는 것 같아서 놀랐고요. 그리고 상대 제트였던 가넷 선수가 저는 처음 대회에서 만나는데 되게 개인 기량도 좋은 것 같아가지고 놀랐습니다. 남은 시간이 꽤 있는 만큼 되게 성장한 모습으로 브라질 팬분들에게 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 보답할 수 있도록 열심히 연습해가지고 꼭 좋은 성적 낼 테니까 앞으로도 응원해 주셨으면 감사하겠습니다.
Those nanos up and over, but they won't be activated. No, while this man is still standing. Mako, great angle as well. He's taken Garnets, 3 kills with 1 player down in the open. And from this point, what can they do? Run into Mako and die.
지난 챔피언스에서 이미 푸나틱이랑 대회를 할 때 터키 홈관중들의 이제 알파예르 선수를 응원하는 응원 소리를 들었었는데 이번 라우드도 그런 비슷한 느낌으로 이제 한쪽 응원이 크다 보니까 사실 그랬던 경기에서 승리한 경험이 있어서 뭐 그거에 크게 개의치는 않을 것 같고요. 지금이랑 되게 다른 모습으로 3월
bắn vậy đó thả chứ 2 máu rồi mà không ăn được. Đây có trình độ đéo đâu mà ăn.
저희의 플레이도 다듬어 가면서
biết là sao không? Này là map chủ nhà, em hiểu không? Map chủ nhà, sân nhà của người ta cho người ta chơi 2 map chứ bây giờ vô bắt người ta quất người ta 3-0 thì nó kỳ quá. DDS là cái truyền thống người Hàn Quốc, người ta có truyền thống hiếu khách lắm, cho nên là phải nhường cho 2 map rồi 3 map sau bắn 3-2 thì người ta nó mới đỡ ngại á.
Where there is no question that this DRX squad is a world-class team, as Zez says, but here they're trying to prove that they are the world's best team. As well, no stranger in playing against the 6th man of the crowd, Achilles. They're starting to light this stage up.
Yeah, they really are. The run back that we saw there, the dominance from them over on Fracture, that is what we wanted to see. We were
đi rồi.
to make its return and it absolutely
không hay làm 13-0 được em ơi. Map Ascent anh nói biết, map Ascent team DDS bắn rất kinh. Team lao này bắn map Ascent như lùn. Trời ơi, làm gì còn sexy nữa, bắn mấy con đụng mà im Sentinel có im bắt nữa em.
But here it looked very well coordinated. RB was popping off as an individual on this Neon, and the game plan worked.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job of helping RB too, right? A Neon's job.
Anh nói rồi, cái team lao này không có bị gì hết trơn á, chỉ có bị non thôi.
They did so well at supporting him and
bắn tầm khoảng 20 giải nữa thì may ra. Bắn phải 20 giải nữa em ơi, phải 20 giải nữa thì mới win được. Ở đó.
Still similar scoreline. So RB, it just kind of goes to show that playing this Neon, he's able to just continue to fulfill his role incredibly well.
And I think from the defensive side of Loud, it looked like they expected this to just be lots of fast executes, as we've seen in the past with this composition. Right. But here they had a lot more rounds where they were slowing things down, playing the mid round, using that Neon as a rotator.
Đúng rồi đó em.
And the postmans were
thả cho Thắng mà Thắng không được.
Never was able to get a grasp on their defensive half.
And I love the call that RB's job was simply to take space, right? But then you go ahead and you turn your attention to Mako, who's holding the space, controlling the space brilliantly in this map.
I mean, the big question is here, Doug, has this swayed your opinion from earlier? Is he now the best?
I didn't say Mako was bad.
Call back! Call back!
I mean, he played exceptionally well. Mako was out of his mind. Buzz was out of his mind too, and I mean, Stacks maybe doesn't highlight the scoreboard as much, but
trời ơi đồ má, mày nào thấy ngon hả? Mày thật ra là mì ra siêu á em, ăn vô thấy ngon lắm, giống mấy thằng lao vậy đó.
With that map win, they've pushed us to map 5, and they have a chance to be the first team to ever complete a reverse sweep at an international VCT event in one of these best of 5s.
Well, and the fun thing is, it seems like DRX event after event create history, right? You think about their last event, best placing ever. This time they've met it, and they have the potential to do more. Not just in their best performance ever, their best placing ever, excuse me, but as you were saying, the first ever reverse sweep in Valorant history. You're writing textbooks out here.
Yeah, Achilles, they
đồ má, team lao là team đầu tiên ghi vào lịch sử luôn, kỷ lục. Bị người ta ngắt cho 3-2 sau khi dẫn 2-0. Ôi ôi đẩy mẹ đó. Tự hào nha, dữ nha. Được nha.
It does make for a potentially just very tough map for them to try to close things out. You've got Aspas sticking with the Jet. Not a strong pick over on Fractured. Now he's going to Ascent. That is Jet's stomping ground.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So much more comfortable. I think the fun thing about this map, you think about it across the series, of course it ends on Ascent, where both of these teams have historically been very good. This is good against good here.
Yeah, we dive into the Prime Gaming Agent Select to see what these teams will rest all of their hopes and dreams on.
Thus far, Loud has not shown this map here at Lock-In, so it's going to be interesting to see what they choose. Do they
Chết
go back
mẹ rồi,
to
tôi
standard
Z
comp?
với lại Sa, tôi Z là cao anh, Sa H gì rồi hết bắn được rồi.
Viper on Ascent, and they're starting on the attacking
God.
side. So I think a lot of this is going to have to come down to using that Viper for the post plant. It's so potent in those situations.
Also, very quickly, there's no Hunter's Fury to clear out RB's lockdown, which is so important on this map.
Yeah, this is a puzzling one here from the side of Loud, and the question is, have they overcooked this composition?
I mean, DRX has changed their comp too. Fade out, Sova in. Both these teams have prepped something new. This is going to be an insane map 5.
That makes me so excited for this clash, when both teams are going to get a little bit of a surprise as they load into the map, Doug. That's it. It's all on the field right now. It's up to these two teams. One map to crown the kings of the Alpha bracket and decide who moves on to the grand finals on Saturday. Brennan Sideshow, take it away.
The pressure, the heat, it's all mounting, and Dash has set that up beautifully. Listen, between both of these teams looking to try and crown that.
Điểm danh fan Lao mới ơi, điểm danh fan Lao, điểm danh đi, điểm danh đi, điểm danh fan Lao cái. Có ai thức không vậy? Chắc xỉu hết rồi, bắn vậy mà bắn gì nào.
An absurd situation. I love the fact that it's come to 5, and DRX are on the precipice of pulling off the first ever BO5 reverse sweep in Valorant. We've seen a bunch of these BO5s back and forth the entire way. And what a crazy composition for Loud to pull out in the final moments here to keep themselves alive and head into, again, this would be their 3rd grand final in the last 12 months, which is absurd with 2 different rosters. And I mean, you can already see that these are 2 different rosters.
Yeah.
They're playing weird compositions. They're not picking the same maps.
Rồi, đồ quê bắn 2 smoke map Ascent luôn. Điên rồi. Phải về nước á. Trời ơi, giờ này còn bắn 2 smoke map Ascent nhà quê. Sao chơi? Đéo hiểu luôn. Đồ quá.
And how do you push back this onslaught? Buzz inside the cloud burst. Well, that's what's tried to, match him pound for pound, take the fight right to him, flash over the top. Stacks is bailing out his team, and it's Loud who are crumbling.
Khó ha.
Gamble being played with the composition.
Khó ha.
Push to the limits in map 5. It all began with a pistol round, and it ends.
Khó quá ha.
Wow. DRX pick up another pistol. And after Loud got the first 4 in a row, the momentum in this series has been showcased by the pistol round wins that we've seen DRX get on the board. It's not just the gun rounds where they're getting favored, they're also starting out each of the maps more favorably. I think also, the Des mentioned it, but DRX have undergone a team compositional shift too. They've been playing triple initiator pretty much since they formed that composition, since they invented it in May of last year. And now they're back to just playing the standard stuff. This is the most meta comp you could possibly come up with on this map.
Oh, the paranoia is good. Got to be careful of the counter-attack though. Spam from Aspas was decent enough to drop Mako down to 32 health. No kill claim though.
Rồi, anh ba bắn vậy là hay rồi, không ai chết đâu. Do cả team gà thôi. Anh ba cũng vậy.
As these 2 Killjoys try to use the Viper wall against each other. So that's something to keep your eye on later on.
Yeah, control of that B main going to be so important with the way so far it's being played. Just cutting up the side in that manner. It's an unusual composition, unorthodox from Loud, and moments like this, Josh, listen, map 5, you get pushed to your limits, you've got untested players newly added to your team. It's moments like this where sometimes that gambit just crumbles beneath you.
Kawanzin's been on the big stage before, but never in a moment like this. And Tui's pretty much brand new to it. As Aspas was, as Les was, the year prior. And pressure formed those players into absolute diamonds.
They had the whole year to get up to that point. For 2022, this is a different tale. First major event of this 2023 VCT season, and it comes down to this.
Rồi, cố gắng làm gì nữa?
Cannot withstand it. Mako denied the ace, but it matters not. Listen, spread the ult orbs. Make sure that you start building up those ultimates onto everybody else.
And one of the big ways that Loud won on Ascent in the past with their former squad,
Bắn lẹ đi ngủ anh em ơi.
absolutely dominating the defense sides and then going for very simple executes on attack. This looks different, right? They're going to be more complex just based on the composition that's being played. And it doesn't look as defense-sided to me, the comp. Maybe it will play out like that. We'll just have to wait and see. Very much unmarked territory here. The
Rõ ràng rồi chứ.
Spectres across
Làm
the
gì có
board
tuổi em.
as Loud take A main.
Mako TP'd into Wine. Angles watched for.
He was here before.
Yep. He's doing the same play twice in a row. Paranoia. Being held, off-angle play. Aspas contacting. Knows he's there. No way does Mako get away with that.
Bắn láo à. Điền.
Paranoia. TP smoked across. Sadak making the most of it.
Good
running
punish.
and gunning.
Bắn láo rồi. Bắn láo rồi. Trời ơi, không có tuổi đâu em ơi.
He's trying to get information over there.
Thua rồi, bắn láo như này sao chơi. Trời ơi, vô đi. Ok. Vô đi. A kìa. Vô A đi.
TP play.
Nhìn cái team này nó đần thôi. Molly. Vào flash mù. Ôi trời ơi. Phát cái nữa nè, Vô đi nè, vô. Nè, flash nè. Flash nè. Ôi trời ơi, súng béo quá. Đèn súng bé em ơi. Như mọi lần thôi, 2-1 thua rau Piston, thua rau bonus rồi thắng thôi.
The gun really making the difference there in terms of those duels. I think the DRX players would have been good for a couple had they had rifles in their hands. But that's the way that this round 3 plays out.
Shots are landing there, but okay, crosshair placement slightly off. Dashing into the cloud burst. The rifle spam enough. Loud too well there.
Yeah, another thing that Loud are doing fantastically is that when there isn't a smoke in A main, they're holding angles and slowly walking into the site. And that's actually something the old squad did fantastically too.
Đủ mẹ đục xù à. Lồn má đục xù nó móc chết mẹ RB kìa. Lồn má hơn vãi lùn. Mấy thằng mà chơi game mà nhờ may mắn thì khó thắng lắm em ơi. Sẽ có lúc may mắn nó hết. Sắp rồi. Từ đó về sau sẽ không thấy sao hát giết người nữa.
Mako fakes the teleport into Wine this time.
That's that conditioning. If anybody's close, they want to.
Hết rồi em ơi. Đó không? Nếu có một thằng nào đủ má thiệt tôi chưa tưởng tượng được bắn cái map lồn này mà nếu có Sova. No Sova, no Face. Lộn thế. Nếu có một tí thông tin lồn gì luôn đủ má một tí hay là mất. Nó mà dắt cây nhắm đâu biết một cái để hiểu sao mà chơi nè.
So it lets them stack 3
điên
players
rồi,
from the defense
điên rồi.
side. They don't have to be worried about the Viper.
Rồi đi vô đi nè, đó Molly nè. Đó. Ăn con dao nữa là đủ ăn con dao nữa đủ tụ luôn á.
They thought there was going to be a bit more oomph behind that push. Loud happy to wait it out.
Thôi ông CH này đi móc gì nữa, không biết được người đâu, bớt nó bắn cái mặt bây giờ nè.
Sadak just holding this space. Dodging, juking.
Molly nè.
Of Buzz has to respect it now with a snake bite there. Moving forwards, Trailblazer dash forwards though. Aspas is the man to watch here. Gain positioning into Jenny and he opens it up. What's response? Any sort of answer?
Đổi người, không sao, 3 đấu 2 làm được.
These 8 site hits are still looking immaculate.
Ôi trời ơi, sắp đặt.
It's the same
một máu.
that the former Loud squad had, but the way that they
một máu nha.
getting
Ôi
into
trời
the
ơi,
site is
Sky Hill này, hên vãi luôn.
Could still get dangerous though. The 2v3, door broken. Enough done. Dart now online.
Đúng.
Goes across and he tags!
What is this tech?
That? I don't even know if they revealed, but it's left it down to the 1v1. Zesh drops down. Silence enters the arena and Kawazine claims.
Má hên vãi luôn.
With bated breath, the audience watch.
Mẹ nó hên vãi luôn.
No disappointment.
Great 1v1 to win for Kawazine. One of those rookie players, like you said, Bren, stepping up. What was the... Oh, that is absurd. I thought there was something weird happening with the recon dart. I mean, the recon does look really interesting. Seems like it would clear quite a lot of the site. But that is just all intuition from Zest. Nevertheless, a round on the board from Loud, and demonstrating really good performances from their newer players in terms of the teamwork and the clutch ability. DRX's attack side really let them down earlier on in this tournament. It was with a different composition. That's not the kind of team that DRX should really be losing Ascent to based on their prior record. But they just couldn't get an attack round going.
Hết em ơi, này team này chỉ có bắn láo thôi em ơi.
Definitely is.
Team này giờ chỉ có bắn láo thôi. Ngoài bắn láo mới win được thôi. Đấy, Echo bắn láo mà. Ô mày láo lùn. Mày hơn cho mày á.
Silence for about a moment. And so the round that was necessary, or at least should have been going Loud's way, they do get it.
Ngày mai gọi Vít á. Gọi Vít đi học tiếng Brazil đi anh em. Tại vì thằng phải kích thằng cao anh team này chứ bắn Sky như lộn á. Để Vít vô bắn hay hơn á.
Looking to adjust. And I think at this point in the game, if DRX have looked at any of Sadak's VODs, and I say Sadak specifically because this roster doesn't have Ascent VODs, right? But if you look at the old roster and how Sadak calls on this map, there's a huge amount of explore the map, end in an A exec. Take A main early, 4-1 split into A.
They love it.
Huge amounts of that. And then they get like 4 or 5 rounds on their attack side and win almost everything on the defense. This roster is going to play differently. But so far, Sadak's calling on the attack side is quite similar. And so this timeout might be useful for DRX to make some necessary adjustments. And I think one of the big adjustments is from Mako, A main has got to be smoked off all the time.
Hình như là team DD này chỉ có thằng Mako, không phải thằng Z, thằng Z với lại thằng Bot là bắn 43 thôi, còn lại là bắn 16 chính hết.
They're not going to be there when Loud try to hit into the site, and that means Loud are going to be able to set up many people, 2, 3 people with guns holding angles as they get into A.
A lot of parity between these two teams. And will DRX have the answer to bring us even? Timeout was taken just for this. Buzz has that operator. Could be part of it. Close knife, dart over the top. Very passive from Loud. I think they're scared of a potential tile.
Thấy không? Đó, nhìn người ta roll ra, lấy một lồn thông tin nè.
Happy to take the aggressive angle.
No way! The spray control, so good from Les.
Thế nhờ?
That's the 3rd or 4th bullet.
Mẹ nó, bắn bây giờ tụi này bắn toàn xù vãi lồn.
And a call is made as the Viper War goes up. Guys, let's take some of this space back.
Chứ.
Great opening pick.
Xù vãi lồn, ông thế này ra đụng nó nhá, cái đi về che hết trơn, đéo thấy lồn bắn.
Smoke down at their feet though. It's going to be putting a stop to this, but still the Viper War lets them get in. Updraft. Up and around, Stacks. Will he be the difference maker?
Má, đít thằng bắn tay to. Sợ quá đi về luôn mà, địch con mẹ, sợ quá đi về luôn mà.
And this now puts everything in the hands of RB. He's the sole player on A. Looked like he wanted
mẹ
to
rồi RB. Không sao công ty, dệt công ty. Dệt bắn công ty nè, bắn công ty dưới đây. Không phục được.
Just funneled right now from Loud all the way into the side straight through. Paranoia.
Không phục được.
RB not caught by it. Off to the side.
Hay.
The right click misses. Lustbuster's not come up with the goods. Viper's Pit though might do some damage to it. Stun caught. This should be a kill surely. Pushing forwards.
So much damage though.
Yep, Kawazine not going out unscathed. Dart. Possibly a bounce there into hell. Broken. See Zest is hunting.
Móc lão. Móc lão.
Play, but no attempt.
Non lắm.
Nobody else.
Em còn non lắm.
They want to go for the retake.
Ra cho thắng thêm đạo nữa đó.
Kawazine on 1 HP, a 3v3 and DRX save. They don't want any piece of that Viper's Pit.
Sao pha này thế không bắn ulti ta? Anh không hiểu. Tính ra cái góc đó đồ má bắn ulti đẹp lắm luôn á mà sao không bắn ta? Chết đứng con mạng em biết rồi mà. Nè, đứng con mạng em biết rồi bắn ulti vô số là đẹp mà.
Advantages of the weird quirky comp that Loud are playing here in map 5.
Tiếc gì ta?
And honestly, they're not even playing that strangely. They still have a lot of stuff that they're doing that you see every team do on Ascent. But there's enough extra elements that it's throwing DRX off a little bit. And they're still playing the fundamentals really, really well.
Chắc vậy. Cáp đéo cho bắn.
Buzz does not expect.
Không mà nếu anh nghĩ ở đâu đó nên bắn, tại vì thằng RB nó nghe chạy shot rất là đông rồi. Mà không thèm bắn kỳ. Đâu em, thằng RB đứng ở trong side nghe tiếng shot chạy ầm mà. Nhảy vô tới side rồi chứ. Nhảy vô tới side rồi.
And that's why I think Mako just needs to keep A main perma-smoked.
Maybe. Sợ tiếc, nghĩ là chắc bắn ulti đéo chắc cú đó. Hơi tiếc, hơi chắc cú. Bắn tụi nó bắn chắc kỹ, bắn kỹ. Không thì chắc là đúng nghĩa là giữ cho con Killjoy thôi, nghĩa là chắc để ulti để bắn cho con Killjoy rồi. Kiểu đâu đó cũng thua người á, nếu mà cố bắn chưa chắc đã win. Mà bắn xong thì đâu sao mà nó con Killjoy ulti là đéo đảo được. Mày, thằng lé này nãy giờ đi móc như lồn. Đó, sao hết. Mày, vô đây luôn. Hết móc. Đi luôn. Cút luôn. Các cháu còn non lắm. Các cháu còn non lắm. Ok. Đéo có một con nào quét thông tin trong sai luôn. Đéo biết tụi ta đứng đâu luôn. Đéo biết đứng đâu luôn. Chết con mẹ chưa. Trời ơi, bắn như bắn răng luôn. Phải luôn, khổ chưa. Đéo biết đứng đâu luôn.
And they shut that down. How many rounds though do they really need on defense? I can't say because I have no idea of whether Loud's composition is going to trend attack or defense side.
Nó hy sinh vì team mà. Nó là bắn duelist đấy, nó là lúc đầu là bắn duelist đấy, giờ đổi về hết tất cả các round luôn, bắn con cậy cũng được hết, muốn tao bắn cái gì tao bắn cái đó. Người ta bắn dạy chứ. Trời ơi, cháu led này thì móc cái lô. Đập lô thì biết người ta đi đâu, địt mẹ, đéo đi đâu hết á, đi bộ ra. Ôi trời ơi, mới đứng lỗi rồi. Mới đứng góc kỳ vậy. Đụng mấy nửa nhá, nữa không nhá là sao, đứng mẹ nhá là bắn rồi, đúng khi ngon ấy.
An absolute rock, the foundation of the team in the last two maps.
Molly lên. Flash.
Trailblaze is good though. Stunned up, I believe, onto Mako. What does he want to do?
Hơi rén rồi. Không sao, Z đây, con Z.
Seekers to try and push their way through.
Rồi vô đi nè, nó còn bóng tí nè, ông đến này bắt đầu chết nè, ông đến này chơi ngu nè.
Oh my goodness. It's getting tenuous.
Hello Thái Hồng nha, em đi đâu bụng quê ấy. Bỏ nó rồi, phải sell rồi. Để sell rồi. Bài ông năm mà không bắt được, có thằng bóng có thằng sót rồi để cho đậu ulti đâu. Em bị đau như này là phải đi khám đấy, đau một tử kinh niên á, có này không ổn đâu nha, để lâu nó nặng á. Đau một tử này người nhà anh bị nhiều, bị đau một tử thấy là phải chữa liền. Không đau. Bất cập nhiều cái bất cập. Còn má gì vậy ta? Nhìn thấy thì cái team này nó đéo có thông tin mà sao team này bắn đụng nó rén dữ trời.
Most of the time I do feel though.
Rồi đụng má xong rồi. Má chơi rồi. Đừng chết đây.
What's really going wrong for them is that they can't stop the A splits. They run out of utility. And maybe part of that, Bren, is that Stax is getting pulled away from A. Right? He feels like he's forced to play B, forced to use his 0 point there for info.
Sao thằng bớt đéo lên cái nhắm ta, nó đéo có roll này, nó đéo có gì để check mid hết, nó đéo có gì để check luôn á. Bây giờ có nó cũng đéo có gì để đẩy thằng bớt về luôn á. Mà thằng lồng bớt đéo dám nhắm mid nè, lên cái nhắm ra đụng nó nhìn thẳng mid đi, đéo có Sova, đéo có roll, đéo có cung, đéo có con phay để check mắt luôn. Sao giờ sợ gì nữa trời? Con chó chạy vô đâu làm được gì nó đâu.
And your player over at Tree just gets smoked off.
Yeah. Second timeout used for DRX in the first half here.
Nãy là bị đấm ở bên B mà liên quan đâu. Hồi nãy là ở bên B mà.
Do they fall? Do they crumble again like they did at Champions?
Cái pha hồi nãy là mấy ông Z ra bắn xong chạy về thì mẹ đứng lóc thấy có con cặc kìa. kia đâu. Đứng ra cái pha đó là đéo thấy gì luôn, anh hứa luôn á. Ông xét nhạc lùi về hàng kia dạt cái bắn xuyên tường chết mẹ ông bết. Thằng bết pha đó quên luôn. Nè lên cái nhắm này thấy chưa? Phải lên nhắm. Buộc mới lên nhắm. Không lên nhắm đéo thủ, anh nói đéo bao giờ thủ được luôn. Nó đéo có thông tin. Bây giờ nó chỉ có bọn đi bộ rà thôi, cầm cái nhắm bắn từng thằng một luôn. Đéo có gì đẩy em về khỏi cái mid này luôn á. Sướng vậy.
So many times they've been close. And it feels like this. They've surely never been closer.
Viper Robin mid.
Làm được gì đâu. Em cứ cầm cái nhắm mid đầu má sợ điên luôn bây giờ. Ôi trời. Đâu phải đi đâu vậy?
Buzz as the first death yet again.
He just can't find value against this.
Sao đứng yên bắn nhắm đi.
That is massive value coming out from the Viper Orb, right? It can stay up for so long.
Lộn mày đậu mé nó cứ nghiện. Nó nghiện góc này hả ba? Nó nghiện góc này hả ba? Trời ơi, đứng ở đây bắn nè. Trời ơi, không được còn đá về. Trời ơi, sao tự làm khó mình vậy trời. Đứng góc đó đâu có đá gì được đâu.
Nice play indeed. Snake bite into the back.
Hay.
Lockdown going to be used. RB just can't quite evacuate Zesto, weaving in and out. He does get one for his efforts, but eventually dealt with. And there's a lockdown, making sure you get a little bit too dicey.
Lết được. Còn Start bên này yếu rồi. Start còn Start. Start đến cái flash đẹp là vô luôn. Còn 2 flash. Lìa hết rồi, biết trong sai hết rồi. Nghe tiếng nhảy rồi nè. Flash. Một. Đối được 2 luôn, 3.
Crossfire is good. In fact, it's excellent.
What a retake from DRX. That bounce flash combined with the paranoia is everything. Oh my word, these guys have been doing their utility combos.
Các em còn non lắm. Ok.
And they knew exactly how to play in that moment.
I mean,
beautiful stuff.
Chọn vị trí ốc chó. Mù lòi luôn chưa? Mày. Khó chưa? Biết lỗi ai không? Mày có biết lỗi ai không? Lỗi thằng H3. Cái ông H3 đủ má nó nhảy 2 lần. Lộ con mẹ hết một thằng là xong rồi. Lộ con mẹ đó rồi. Dễ xử lý lộn nó quá dễ, lộn nó để xong cùng luôn.
Stax drifting over to A, uses the fragment grenade early though to try and establish a main presence.
Cậu chưa?
Surely they can't hold on to this.
Cậu chưa?
It's just to get Buzz set up with the operator.
Bây giờ đi đâu nữa nè? Sao mà hụt được? Đi về em ơi. Trời ơi, úp đáp đi ông nội ơi. Đụng má con xin bố đấy. Trời ơi, nhảy về bắn úp đáp rồi mất đống máu này.
And Mako forced to smoke up.
Pushes it back, spam down onto the Trailblazer. Sadak, you're lucky. He does survive in the midst of all of this, unless is that backstab. Extra layer.
Chết mẹ rồi, nguy hiểm rồi.
Command popped off though.
Ra cứu người đây, cứu được.
Onto Stack, smoked off. Mako wants to take the risk. While the rotation is happening, there was no punish.
Thanh niên rồi, má SH đi bộ đây hả? Nè, nhắm chết SH nè. SH mà bò vô chết nè.
Sadak's gonna have an opportunity
to Mako phải thông minh lên, Mako phải đứng cho sống của mình thôi. Đúng rồi, má khôn. Cái này là khôn nè. Nè thấy không? Cái này là kinh nghiệm nè. Khôn, quá khôn. Đừng bắn hụt. Không được bắn hụt. Nhìn một hướng thôi ông nội ơi. Trời. Hay. Rồi xong, ăn đi cung.
Just down to less. Afforded an easy plant. Shock darts going wide. Maybe bit of a blunder there by Zest. Pop flash Playerduo fully blinded and Stax not willing to give any opportunity.
What a round from Stax, bailing his team out after Buzz missed a pretty critical kill. The DRX are just about holding on here. We can see their macro game is really getting tested. Stax as an IGL is struggling at the moment to find the right answers, but Stax as a player still makes all the right moves, gets himself in positions to rely on his gunplay.
Wow, thằng này kinh nghiệm phải không? Biết smoke, biết trái móc của thằng kia gần hết không? Bò vô trong trốn luôn. Quá tuyệt vời. Quá tuyệt vời.
And it draws things level at 5-5. It's still a great attack half.
Yeah. It is. Feels like DRX Haven't quite earned enough rounds to bail themselves out just yet. They're still in that danger zone.
Tính ra là bắn về cũng hay rồi đó.
End up swapping.
Trời ơi.
This time it's Mako with an attempt into mid. Deep push.
Trời ơi, bắn về là hay rồi.
Different angle. And look at that, holding.
Flash mày nè, làm một bài.
It stacks.
Chạy, phải chạy.
Mid crunch off Mako's paranoia.
Phải chạy á, chạy á.
Be trying to contest them from Cat. He just got blown up. And now Mako's got no utility. Smoke will come back online shortly, but drone forced to be used as well. Loud are set up for another great A split.
Khó ta.
No one to offset this one, is it? Trailblazer. Aspas not making any noise, but the alarm bot now is going to be notifying them. DRX are aware there was a player pushed up behind that one. Looks like Loud are trying to fake like it could have been just a bit of presence. Dash still online. Turret broken. It's now going to be the time to
Cài đạn đi, Aspas, cài đạn đi là chết.
Loudburst going to be fading though.
Cài đạn là nghe rồi đó.
So that they can cross.
Rồi đi vô luôn đây nè, Mako giết 3.
Will he be the player to watch? Will he be the difference maker? Snake bite! Oh my God! And he holds it down in the smoke. Pressure at his back. Les will respond in kind. RB, White players contain.
The spike is on the other side of the door.
Cái đầu má tim này báo vậy đụng mẹ nó, Mako mới giết 3 mà.
Retrieved it. What can Buzz do? Rifle drops down. Stops the blood. Can't claim the kill.
Trời đụng má, Mako giết 3 xong đồng đội chết hết luôn mà đi con mẹ. Cái đầu má Mako mới giết 3 đi con mẹ như trong mơ luôn.
Loud answer back. He's just one man. What more can he do?
What the fuck?
3 kills inside his smoke. Should have shut the round down, but a response perfect from Les, from Tui's.
Look at the timing there. That re-swing just as the door's coming down.
Trời ơi đồ má.
And there's the frustration.
Bết làm cái gì vậy ta? Phải đó nói thiệt nha. Phải đó Bết phải nhảy ra bắn liền luôn á. Xong lại chần chừ vậy ta. Vì cái xe đủ mới chần chừ cái xe vậy trời.
Gives a half with the same level of parity as Fracture and give themselves a chance heading in. At the moment, it feels like everything is with Loud.
Managed to recover. Thrown slightly off with their footing. At least in map 3, map 4. Drone from Zest. Spots a lot of players. Now to Killjoy. Lockdown.
Mà khó rồi. Đéo có gì để phá. Đéo gì để phá này luôn.
Zest looks like he's trying to break it with
Mẹ chết rồi.
He might get punished here. He's trying to evacuate out. And it didn't break that lockdown. Still doesn't get detained. Has to be the full retake. Is that going to be planned?
Trời đụng Mako mém chết luôn mà.
Misplayed. It could have had the Viper's pit online. Instead, DRX not wasting any time. Moving forwards, B-main. Watch for! A little bit too late. Buzz doesn't recognize the threat that was coming his way in 2 years. A very smart reposition. Has to be the committal. Flash. Push them back, Sanak. Lines it up. Tumbling, falling. This way, that way. It's Loud on top. Mako unable to stand up to it.
Má thủ đầu sầm lồn thiệt.
The crowd can feel it, and I'm sure the players can too. Loud have set themselves up in a winning position to head forwards into the grand finals. One half remains for them to seal the deal, or for DRX to answer back. Bit of disrespect there towards the end as well, as Cowan Z lands the final kill with a shorty of all things.
They knew that he was low, and still, we'll send it down to Yinsu on the floor, who's got another special guest.
Thank you very much, Saisho and Brand. They're all special guests, and I'm joined right now by John. Welcome. I know you're an IRL streamer, and this is your first ever time at a Valorant event. So what's it been like? Have you been having fun?
Yeah, I've been having fun. It's an amazing time, amazing energy out here in Brazil. Like, fans are going crazy. You know, everybody here rooting for Loud. But dang, it's wild what they made here, the craziness, all the people coming up. I like it.
Is this what you expected? Because I know, you didn't really know what to expect from a specific Valorant esports event, but what do you make of it?
I know Brazil is huge on FPS games, so for sure I knew it was going to be packed.
Má đồng hồ đẹp mẹ. Chói quá chắc ơi. Mấy con chó này sim giàu quá ta. Mẹ nó sẽ ta chim anh nghèo hoài vậy mày. Cũng quên vậy. Má người ta sim càng giàu mình càng sim càng nghèo mà sao á? Đĩ mẹ nó.
Huge meme on the internet. It's like come to Brazil, come to Brazil, come to Brazil. They throw it everywhere, and it's literally like, hey. We love the sport. We love the music. We love things from around the world, and we want some as well. You know, give us your energy. We're gonna give you energy back, and it's gonna be something wild. I think you guys are gonna like it.
Lò má tay trắng bóc luôn. Đĩ mẹ nó. Nếu có gì luôn á, Đạt ơi. Má trắng quá Đạt ơi. Cứu mình với. Trắng bóc luôn rồi.
Channel your energy to them. What are you gonna say to them?
Man, they've got this. They've got to make it twice, you know. Bring it home, and they're in their house, you know. It's their home city.
The script is written. Back-to-back champs?
Back to back. Let's go.
Okay, well, John believes in them. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the second half, but Brennan Saisho, I'm going to throw this back to you because I can't wait to find out.
Má nó chói quá em ơi.
There is that pressure building. Feels like it's pushing Loud forwards to deny that reverse sweep, to make it inaccessible for DRX, to make them repeat history once more.
And insane that if they win this half, if they close out this map.
Lò má bắn như này hoài là chết á. Team DRX bắn kiểu này là độ má cút á. Cái ổn đâu nha, nãy giờ chớ nhiều, nãy giờ cũng mấy pha độ má sập quá. Cái pha mà cô với ba pha nó phải thắng á, múc tinh thần lên luôn, nó 6 đều và đẹp mẹ nó rồi. Chết mẹ rồi. Vô cái map này lát là ba nó cầm cái nhắm nó bắn đồ, nó thở đéo nổi.
Fast push out from Aspas.
Hay. Đây rồi, đợt B với 2. Biết nghe hai móc rồi,
Spam play, one way smoke behind him. Where's the swing? Where's the attempt?
Biết 2B rồi, 3B luôn, biết 3B rồi, phải vô A chứ, đúng rồi. 3B rồi. Free side, free bomb side.
Still that util. Place down, Nana Swarms on one side of Jenny. Stacks is in trouble and it does offset that plan.
Ly này làm lôi đi được nhau.
Being bought. Loud. 5v5 now in the retake. And it's starting to swarm all the way in. Opening kill found. Jumping right close. And it's DRX are just withstand it. The tempo has been brought to them. Tap of the spike, Viper blocks it.
Wow! What is that?
Denied. Smoke. Dissipates.
Chạy luôn rồi bê.
He's buying time right now and he just can't get the kill.
Có cho Marco rồi.
Needs another miracle. And a miracle will not be it. Despite making it close, it's Loud to take that pistol. And it does. Josh Phil.
Ông thần nào binh cái trái bom đụng đĩ mẹ lệch có phải vậy? Binh trật vô. Trời ơi. Đúng má. Đặt binh cái bom chết má luôn.
It's one thing to defeat your demons and get over the choking problem. It's another thing.
Lầu má mình chán chưa?
To go from title contender to trophy lifter. It really is a long way up to the top of the mountain. Maybe DRX just aren't quite there yet. Or perhaps they've got some more to give. Let's take a look.
Disrespect Sean.
Chết mẹ rồi. Start tâm lý rồi. Start bắn một mình rồi. Giỏi quá. Tập này là Start phải đứng sau lưng đi. Chỗ đó đứng là phải chỗ đây Omen đứng. Xong mẹ rồi.
But it means you're dropping from a height and not favored in any gunfight that might happen.
Start phải đứng sau lưng chứ. Start búp ra chứ. Đó đụng mấy lòng này giờ đứng yên đây làm mố mít luôn. Nó mà là cái nhắm nó đều mới làm mố luôn á. Mệt phải lồn. Khó vô phải không cặt. Khó vô phải lồn. Vô Molly nhân 2 đam xong rồi vô.
Across Fracture and Ascent, he's currently 13 and 27, I think it is. But the rest of Loud has stepped up. It is not Aspas carrying the team anymore. Like it felt like on the first 3 maps. It is now everybody on Loud. The game the
chán quá.
The burden and responsibility of carrying the match.
Con Viper này đâu mẹ nó Viper này nó bắn A thủ về không có vô được đâu. Phải vô lẹ đó. Còn là phải vô lẹ, đi chậm về bỏ đó, đi chậm về smoke nó lên liên tục mà không bỏ được đâu. Không vô được đâu.
Kawanzin's been on a stage before, but he is an incredibly young guy. So the way that he's been playing in this series, I think is just insane. Bad weaponry though for Loud on the bonus. DRX have got to stop this one.
Tính ra team Loud này á, bắn mắt Ascent bắn xài Viper á, là tính ra là layup, là cái loại hình này là đời đầu á. Là hồi Valorant mới ra cái map Ascent này á, là mới ra là có con là cái con Viper này bắn cái map Ascent rất là nhiều luôn á. Quanh quay á, cái góc quanh quay đó là ném nhiều lắm á. Quanh quay A, quanh quay B này nọ. Là con Viper này bắn map này á. Lúc mà có Astra các kiểu là con này hết xài được rồi. Hồi tụi anh mới bắt đầu tập chơi á là cầm Viper map này nè. Bật quanh quay ở kiểu. Thì lúc đó Viper quanh quay map này được này, bắn slip cũng quanh quay được này.
Jiggle Pig now though, regrouping up, and well, 2 years he misses the timing.
A flash into middle from Kawanzin. Doesn't see anything.
Phải vào nhanh, phải vào nhanh, bắn Viper, phải vào nhanh, đúng rồi, vào luôn, vào luôn, vào luôn, hay, hay, hay luôn, sao, đặt bom đi, cô bò đi, nhìn trên móc kìa, nhìn móc kìa, nhìn móc kìa, chớ con mẹ mày đi.
Can't manage the spray transfer, can't quite wrangle control. So the 1v3.
Đục nữa.
Would love to make the
Đục
most
rồi.
of this one. Drop down to 6 health. Beautiful kill.
Có. Ra đi. Mày ra. Sao 3 round nữa, 3 round nữa.
The round today was supposed to, but my word was it expensive.
Yeah, very expensive. They keep two
Rồi,
rifles in it.
má con chó ba lên nhắm rồi. Chết rồi. Con chó ba lên nhắm rồi.
Aspas is going to pick up the operator for this next round as we just take another look at how that A site worked.
Lên nhắm rồi.
Aspas with the operator loves to get aggressive, and he's got a great feel for when to take these aggressive timings.
Rồi đi anh ơi.
You saw it before.
Đúng rồi, cung.
The former team that had last Aspas still as the tip of the spear.
Rồi xong, free mid. Free chiếm mid luôn. Đó, free chiếm mid không? Độ qua một con cung, một con dao là free chiếm mid luôn. Ronda luôn. Rồi đẹp. H3 này cúng rồi. Đến B nhanh luôn. Nếu ai đỡ được cái B này đâu. Rồi. Tạm biệt nha. Vô luôn. Đi được. Hay.
Paranoia is ever so slightly delayed, though it does return the fire and it returns the kill.
Quá.
Really good trade by DRX here. They've pushed everybody from Loud out of the site. The question is, can they reposition into good post-plant spots?
The emphasis is going to be on Mako.
Sao không đưa ulti? Sao không đưa cho RB đặt bom ta? RB đặt bom có ulti mẹ rồi. Sao không đưa ta?
Spam just chooses it. Sees the alarm bot drop down, doing some damage. Deeper smoke now, pushing forwards, but is held. Coveting claims. Paranoia rips its way through, and it's all up to Stacks.
Quyết được.
The Laven spray down, dropping down still. Planted, tap of it.
What a great smoke.
There, 58 health, has to do so much. Repositions. Back forward.
Hay.
What an insane clutch by Stacks.
Hay chưa? Hay chưa?
Smoke beautifully.
Hay chưa? Đợt chưa? Nè, hai cháu quá ngon. Hai cháu quá ngon.
You are never favored there.
Hai cháu quá ngon.
He made the call as well. I believe that was his smoke right at the back and decided he was playing around here.
Đợt chưa?
Likely.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not exactly sure. I missed it in the moment.
Either way.
I think it might have been too easy smoke.
Looked like it in a
Đợt
replay.
chưa?
Doesn't matter.
Đợt chưa?
It just ended up being
Má mày
perfect for him
khổ
because you
chưa?
could see every time the
Mất
tap
cây
was
nhắm
fake.
nè. Đéo có gì
Not
chơi
intentional, but
nè.
that's partly due to the great plant spot that they found.
That round should have been finished.
Ôi trời ơi.
Oh my goodness.
Gì
But
vậy
this
rồi
one is
bơi?
gonna get dangerous. A lot of ults here. For Loud to convert a 5v4 despite the fact that they have
rồi bơi mất cái
sheriffs.
pha này
And
chết
sometimes
rồi.
the utility can be way more dangerous than a rifle. And Aspas is going to have one of those anyway.
Trailblazer was broken though.
Sao Marco với hai? Marco gọi đội về mà giữ cái súng ra. Chết sống rồi đéo cho tụi này lấy súng mà.
Especially if he burnt his dash. I think the question is just whether or not he wants to take the gamble, take the risk.
Sova ở bên A mà.
A narrow margin.
Thôi chết rồi.
The off angle.
Tham, độ má mày tham nè, láo. Láo, mất bảo ulti con Sky luôn. Láo, địt mẹ mày comeback luôn. Đâu mất comeback pha này mà mấy cây nè. Comeback pha này mấy thằng Lau, mấy thằng fanboy của Lau cay lắm. Comeback chắc. Đâu mà đâu đây cô xài quả ulti vậy là mấy thằng Lau này đần lắm rồi em ơi.
So difficult to root out of that spot, but Kawanzin was looking for it last time.
Hết rồi. Vô đi, vô bao nhiêu dưới hết luôn. Đâu mà vô bao nhiêu dưới hết luôn mà vô cho anh em tao ulti với. Nè.
Turret broken though. But a spam still. 2 players left standing.
Cảm ơn nha, nhiều ulti quá. Thank you.
At the end of the round here. So DRX are getting the rounds that matter, the rounds that they should be.
You want to talk about around the matters, Bren? This next one coming up. So many ults for both sides. A lockdown available on both sides, including a Hunter's Fury to counter it from Zest. So you're expecting the one from RB generally to be getting more value on the attack side, with no counter on the opposite. But crucially, the economy is so close to being broken for Loud. And they're already struggling on this defense half compared to what you'd expect from the former roster.
Rít ra nè. Nè, đẹp. Vô bài. Giao đẹp. Giao này lia luôn cái quai rồi. Lia quai, lia góc phải luôn. Giờ thấy vô check lại đó. Quả ulti nè, đó vô đỡ hộ cái. Đó, né đi. Đó. Không có Sova sao phá ulti. Ý trời đất ơi. Má nó khổ nha.
Dash forwards off to the side. Lovely util. Nanaswarm pushes him back, but common angle. Flash play. Just trying to survive inside the smoke. Blade whizzes past his head, but he has with Aspas moving forward. No way. Stunned up. The dog in his face. Zest has to use his Hunter's Fury now to respond. Take out the lockdown. Will Mako survive? Tries to counter spam, but can't quite do it. And this retake has more than legs. It looks just far too strong. RB and Zest. Lone players holding down to just Zest. Half on the defuse already. And it's converted.
The grand battle between Loud's retakes and DRX's post plants continues, but I think Loud have had the advantage basically for the entire series. DRX play too many players off site. How are the players supposed to survive here, pushing heaven and in hell, when there are 2 players in A main that are doing nothing until the very end? Loud's way of getting in and applying full pressure, all gas, no brakes. It splits DRX's post plants up into 2 fights. First you fight the people on the site, and then you worry about the people afterwards, baiting their teammates.
And you can feel it. Former champions of 2022.
Đồ má pha này.
With a couple of changes.
Má pha này chạy trốn mà được. Vô. Đéo đúng, đéo được. Đồ má nó để flash này nó đào ảo quá. Chết lòng tắt chết góc đó luôn.
Just during the break, during the last 10 days. DRX had a fun little, Twitter video where they went and stole the trophy. Loud responded with, yeah, don't worry, we'll just win another one this year. I mean, the quality of this squad, by the look of it, they might be aiming for multiple.
Nó phát và nó bắn lồi luôn.
To really try and set up a dynasty.
Rồi em ơi.
Before we get ahead of ourselves here, it's on Buzz. Updraft play. Nanaswarm down, less. Oh, it's so awkward, and the knives go wide.
Ôi, đúng má. Bớt ơi. Trời ơi, đúng má.
Throw it in the face of Buzz. But they can feel it. Loud can feel it. 2 rounds away from getting to another grand final.
Ồ má, bớt thì tâm lý quá.
DRX might be reliving.
Tâm lý rồi, nó tâm lý rồi. Lồ mẹ đó. Tỉnh táo một tí. Tỉnh táo một tí em. Để dắt để em cầm chuột hả? Rõ ràng em ơi. Tỉnh táo, nếu tỉnh táo rồi.
But he's still going for the peak. This guy's confidence is unmatched.
Dodges the drone. Dog going to be used as well. Updraft tags him. Has to use the dash.
Mako is still falling though. Loud put some pressure into Gelato, and Mako wasn't in a great spot to be able to hold on. He goes down. That seeds the whole half of the map there.
Rồi ơi.
No! Man, he does not care. He had to readjust his aim. And it's just shambolic for DRX.
Mọi bắn chớ hết luôn.
Left to desperation.
Lò má, cầm bát xong bắn gì là chết mẹ rồi.
The repeat is there. The damage is done. And Bounce falls to his knees.
Lồ. Má, nó bắn vậy đó.
Mako goes down there. Loud just applying pressure everywhere on the map. As soon as DRX go towards mid, they push on both sides. And Loud have 4 chances of going to the
bắn
grand
cái
final.
pha thua bao nhiêu pha xàm luôn về.
And there's never been a better one than this. The money for DRX. It's desperation.
Má, coi cay vãi luôn.
To convert this and at least bring it back. I don't know what to say. It looks primed and ready for Loud to send the uncrowned
Bắn lỗi chiêu, tiền bắn lỗi skill 2 map này luôn mới ghê chứ. Khó nói lắm Thiện ơi.
And with how aggressively Loud have been playing, it could all be over in a flash. DRX are in.
Flash forward, supposed to drop it, but it's going to be util used in kind. Still less is alive and waiting at the back of the site. No one dealing with him. Dodging this one, the reposition, RB. He finds it.
Hay. Quyết được.
Good. And it's all on
Ngon. Cầm bát nè. No, làm gì vậy? Trời ơi, mấy ông chết này thì cũng mẹ nó.
2v2 stacks, letting loose, drop to his knees, no command does nothing, and the lockdown broken, reposition is not there, and now have done it.
Đồ má, ông Z này đập nó cũng cặt gì á.
Unreal mental resilience. Allowed to deny the reverse sweep. Such a bitter feeling for DRX once more reliving the history books. They will be exiting much sooner than they hoped. But still, an unbelievable performance to be able to push Loud to the limit.
And this Brazilian crowd has absolutely been treated here. To see Loud overcome NRG in multiple overtimes.
Wow, mấy con chó này gãy thiệt cây thiệt chứ.
5 maps. Putting themselves into a third grand final in the last 12 months with 2 new players.
Láo thiệt. Má, con chó này láo thiệt chứ gãy phải luôn.
And now an opportunity as they wade in.
Đồ bớt này bắn đồ má tâm lý quá. Má cầm bách tới vậy rồi vẫn bị tâm lý đéo hiểu thiệt.
And Sadak, the player there at the front, the team captain in IGL, would surely cement his position as the top IGL, the top team leader in the game if that was to become a reality. This team has achieved so much. The rookies becoming veterans.
Má trận này là Z bắn lỗi nhiều quá. Z bắn lỗi nhiều vãi luôn.
Straight to the top.
Feels like this Loud squad are paving the way for their own dynasty.
Trời ơi, quý đang 2 đóng 3 con, đừng bắt sai nhá, vậy nhá, được rồi ra bắn luôn.
They've got their eyes on something slightly better. The empty throne that awaits them in that grand finals. One title already under their belt. Why not a second?
And this Brazilian crowd, can you imagine if Loud lift the trophy as defending champions? Not just the only team to do it twice, to back at that.
Mấy con này vô trong cũng bị đầu mà ra bởi vậy mà nó đứt nát thôi.
But this team is making me believe it could be a possibility. There is stiff competition on the other side of the bracket. So newcomers.
Luôn á. Tụi mày giấy đi, tụi mày hên đó. Đồ má, tụi mày hên đó.
Looking phenomenal in those first 2 maps and closing things out with the back. Showcasing that Ascent, while it looks different, is still home ground, home territory here.
What a way to bring that one out. final map here of this best of 5 that we've just witnessed, when you really have to dig deep into the strat book, showing signs that you wish you really probably didn't have to get here, but listen, nevertheless, works out.
Phải lộn, bắn bóng này hay phải lộn, mới đồng đội bắn với cái giái bò.
And on top of that,
man,
the Americas region represented in the finals. A possibility that an extra team from there will go to Masters Tokyo. For Pacific, that hope is dead. DRX was carrying the flame for the region, and they've been eliminated.
Bắn người thách như trong mơ luôn mà vẫn thua. Đéo hiểu.
That are winning this tournament.
Age-old clash that we are being set up for.
What a series this was. DRX really gave it their everything, and they have seriously showcased some heart in this match. But I'm so impressed with Loud.
Unbelievable stuff shown in the series, but that's going to do it for now. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Wow, chó này giấy dữ nha, địt mẹ luôn mày. Tụi mày hên đó, tụi mày hên đó. Còn má đó. Lồn má nó bực thiệt chứ. Thằng bớt tâm lý rồi, ông bớt bắt giải lần nào cũng tâm lý cái này hết, địt mẹ. Lồn mẹ nó, comeback để thua 3-2 à, cay thiệt. Đi ngủ ơi. Ngủ anh em ơi. Ngủ anh em ơi. Cắt. Bật thiệt chứ. Ok, bye bye mọi người nha. Bye bye. Bye bye anh em. Đủ má nó. Thiệt chứ. Ok, bye. Ngủ ngon nha anh em. Tụi mày hên nó đủ má một lần trong đài. Tụi mày mới được vậy thôi. Tụi mày tận hưởng đi. Tụi mày tận hưởng đi.